What's going on, boys? We are back live. Ice Poseidon.live. Scoof Jim Curry and Nelly Bell. Oh shit. Nell Bells. Nell Bell. Now you're here. Say hi, Nell Bell. You little shit face. Hey, chat. Did you know I always win? I always win. I always win. Somehow it's inevitable. It's inevitable. The winning is inevitable. Nelly always wins. You will never win against this dog. This dog owns your life. This dog makes your life look shit. Like, if you look at this dog's life and you compare it to your life, you're just gonna realize your life is not as great as this dog's life. Famous dog here. This dog is more famous than you. This dog is more famous than you. Yeah, you tell him. Yeah. Let's see, where's Ross? Is Ross here? You're poor. He's not here. He's not here. He's not here because he's poor. What the fuck? Go. Go now. Check it out. What is it? No, Nelly, it's a try hard. You tell him no. Nelly hates him. Go now, go. Go, go, go. Get up there. Get up there now, ready? Let's go. No, over there. Over there. Over there. I can't have you over here, baby. I love you. Go. Over there. Now, Nelly. Yeah, oh, baby. Baby. I got you, baby dog. Whee! You saw that guy crack? I saw a crack deal go down. Good girl, no. I don't think Nelly would jump. I think she's way smarter than that, and I think she knows she'll get hurt. I think Nelly, I'm just worried too much. I'm a worried dad. I don't think she's that dumb. Like, Nelly's kind of dumb in some ways. No offense, baby. But I don't think she would fucking jump. Look at all the dead hair coming off. It's kind of gross. Look how fine her fucking hair is, though. Those tryhards, they're smoking Newports. Good girl, no, that's got you. A little baby. Alright, you're okay now. No? You okay? No, what's wrong? Hey, are you okay? I'm worried about her. I'm getting worried. I'm worried. I don't know, she's being weird. I'm worried. Chat? Alright, she's fine. That's me. That's a sign for me. Sensory sensitivity is a sign of autism. Nelly's looking out the window. Nelly, are you looking out the window? Nelly loves the window. Oh, adorable. She's like, bro, this is great. She's like, I don't know what's going on. This greatest shit ever. Bro, she loves it. It's my best friend right here. We're Gucci. Off we go, baby. Yeah, baby. Let's get it now. Let's go now. Woo! Nelly. Let's go. Look at her. She loves it, dude. She's just enjoying life. This dog deserves the best life ever. And I try to create that for her. Alright, we're gonna make Nelly's brain big. Nelly, are you ready? Here you go, Nelly. This is for you. You are so kind. You're so wise, Nelly. Beyond your years. Original. Fancy Nelly. Nelly loves classical music. Watch. She loves it. No, you're a sweetheart. She loves classical music. This is what I play when I leave home. And she loves it. Is it nice? Is your music nice, baby? Now, are you relaxing? my best friend. You're beautiful. Wait, what was illegal? Wait. I think it was illegal for them to put the hold. You can't just put a hold because you're losing money. Just like I can't put a hold because I'm losing money. If I'm losing money in the market, I can't put a hold on my money. I can't say, wait guys, wait, I'm losing money. Put a hold on these stocks. No, bro, it doesn't work like that. We're driving a Lexus, okay? We gotta stay classy. Like, we're really just driving a Lexus around, bro. You gotta stay classy like a Jap. All the Japanese people are gonna be impressed. Maybe some Koreans. Oh no, is that nice? That's why my dog is intelligent. Because when she was a puppy, she was listening to classical music with Alistair. Driving Miss Nelly. Go up here to smoke weed. Should I do it? The scuff walk! The scuff walk! The scuff walk! Ghost Rod Nelly! The scuff walk! The scuff walk! Oh no, there's a ghost here now! They let some stocks pump for 4 years. Fancy Nelly. Nelly, is this good weed? Smell? Is that good? Yes or no? Good girl. She knows it's good. When she licks her lips, she knows it's good weed. Are you good now, Nell? What is it? What's wrong? You're watching Dad break it up? I'm not throwing it out now. I'm just trying, you know, chill. Yes, no, Dad's breaking it up. Oh, sweetheart, are you licking? What are you looking for? I know you smelled it. It smells good, huh? Here, smell it again. Tell Dad what you think. She's licking it. She's licking her face. She likes it. I think it's going to go to the moon. I think AMC is going to be fine. Let me see your eye. You have dirt in your eye. Let me see. Let me find something to wipe it. Because I don't want to touch it with my dirty hands. Oh, we'll use a paper. Here, look, one for me. Oh, wait. I don't know if I give you the last one. No. Let's see if this works out. If it works out, I'll give you the last paper. Fuck it, dude. Well, here's the other paper. Here, we'll use the last one on you. Stop. Right now. It's a rolling paper, so it doesn't matter. AMC is going up after hours. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Are they just pump and dumping? Nelly's enjoying this. She's just relaxing. No, I love you. Are you relaxed? You enjoy the music? This is the type of music that I leave for her when I go to work. Come here, no. What are you doing? No. It's not a pump and dump. This is the stock market. It's not crypto. I love you. Are you okay? I don't want blood in your face. I know you like weed. You're banned permanently for being a hater. Loser! Do you notice that one now? Look. Watch. Now, watch. She's tripped. Watch. She's like, the fuck? What's that over there now? Come here, no. Come here. Come on. It's hot box. Ready? We go hot box. The gelato's good. For being outdoor, it smells good, it tastes good. Nail bout, can I have a kiss? My baby. This is light deprivative. It's very fruity and gas. Like pure gas. Look at your hair, dude. It's so fine. Me and Nelly smoking on the gas. Do you know hotbox with Nelly in the car? Listen, they have dog treats for dogs. Listen, my dog knows what weed is, unfortunately. She's fine. Now, are you okay? Hey, are you okay? Dogs love classical. Nelly been smoking weed since a pup. I never got her high. She always got second hand. I never did that to her. I've never blown it in her face, ever. I don't do that. You okay? No, he's not like real dogs. Baby, what do you see? You wanna go for a walk? That face. Hey, you want a hit? No, take a hit. You take it. I know. Here, look. You got to. Shows you what to take a hit. You take a hit. Could you imagine my dog actually took a hit? Like, she's really. She's really about that life. Fucking.
Please call me back. Hello, we are not available.
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hi, Grandma.
Hi, who is it?
This is your grandson.
Oh, hi!
How are you?
Guess what I just went and got?
What did you get?
I got one of those other drugs you got.
You got a what?
Three drawers.
You got a what?
Three drawers.
3 drawers.
What?
What did you get?
3 drawers. The oven that you got, the air thing.
Oh, an air fryer.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Three drawers to it.
Nice. Oh, you got a nice one.
Oh, yeah. It was $9.99.
What?
How much?
What? That's a deal.
I don't know. I've got to go see 3 doctors. They don't know. I went to see a specialist,
So,
and they don't know.
when you
They
use...
don't know. Nobody knows.
So-
I got to go see a year knows.
She got an air fryer. Woo! Grandma got an air fryer. I'm excited.
Again?
Yeah, I'm happy you got an air fryer.
Yeah, right, yeah.
When you eat solid food, you can use it.
I got one with, he said, get the one with the 3 drawers.
Yeah. So what you do? There's 2 ways
You
you...
had 3 drawers?
Yeah, no, I have one big drawer. One big
They
one.
had the one.
I well,
They had one. The guy, yeah, he lives by himself, and he said that's all he needed. I
it's
said, oh, okay.
all
I'm
you...
headed home.
Yo.
I still don't know why like I say, I went to see a specialist,
I know.
and they don't know what it is.
What do you mean they don't know what it is?
They don't know what it is. The doctor, he said, he says, I don't know. So they're going to send me to 3 different doctors. On the first, I see one. On the third, I see another one. And on the 8th, I see another one. I don't know. They don't know. But this doctor, he's like a surgeon and all this stuff. And they operate there. It's not in a hospital. It's like a, what is it called? Like a, you go and do whatever, and they send you home.
Outpatient.
At night.
Outpatient.
Outpatient, that's right. Outpatient. It's right down from where the Catholic Church was.
Oh, okay.
On Sheridan Street, and I went there. Your father went. He went and got coffee because they wouldn't let him come in with me, and I waited and waited. And they did the X-ray, they did the angiogram, and they sent the referral and everything. And this doctor says, I don't know. I don't know. It doesn't hurt. But this morning, I tried to eat grits and I threw it up.
Oh no. That's not good.
What I did? I told you I bought a blender, and I put a can of vegetable soup in it, and anything with a lump, I can't swallow it.
That's weird.
But I can swallow with the blender. I just stir it up real quick, and it does the vegetables. And I had vegetables and steak in a can, and I put it in there, and I held it down. I didn't throw it up.
That's good.
This morning I tried to eat 2 eggs, bacon, grits, and I threw it up. I couldn't swallow it. It wouldn't go down, so I haven't eaten anything. I'm going home.
Go eat something.
And, do a can of soup again.
That's bad. Make sure you drink water.
I get a teaspoon, and I just take a teaspoon at a time. And I got some saltine crackers I mush up, and that's what I had yesterday. And I held it down. I didn't throw it up.
You gotta have water.
It won't go down in my stomach.
Water. Drink water with it. You drink water with it when you eat something. When you eat something. When you eat something, you drink it with water.
If it's a lump, I can't even swallow a grape.
That's bad. That's terrible. That's not good. They needed to, why did they let you live like that? Hang on. Okay, hang on. Let me call you back. Get home safe. I'll call you back. All right. Damn it, Linda. Yo, I'm live. So, what is this shit? She has a lump in her throat and she can't fucking swallow a grape?
She cannot swallow food that's big as a grape.
Joshua, what is this? Apparently she says they don't know. What does that mean, they don't know?
I have no idea.
So, you're just gonna thumb an ass? I don't know.
I'm not a doctor, so I can't.
So you go there and you question the doctor and you say, hey, what is this? Why is this take...
That's against like HIPAA.
No, it's not. Excuse me. I love you, but it doesn't. Hey, what's this? Oh, I just found 500 yen. I just found 500 yen. Nice. Hello?
Yes.
I just found $5.
That's cool.
This actually buys you a lot in Japan. Like, you could actually eat a meal with that amount of money.
I believe it.
And you could get pretty full. When everything's 100 yen, yeah, or like at least 110. I could deal with like a few things that are like 110. I mean, without going over, that would be lesser, but I mean, it'd still work out.
Okay.
Inside the Bapes since 18. Yeah, so what's going on with Grandma, bro? I'm concerned.
I'm not 100% sure, but
You don't know.
she's getting old. What do you want me to say? Like, fuck, I take her to doctor's appointments. What do you want me to say?
Okay, Josh. Take better care of her. You want someone to take care of you, right? Or you think are you gonna end up, you don't want people to forget about you like it seems like it's happening to her, and I'm very concerned. Well, what are you doing? You're in California. I mean, I'm probably going to get that. You're probably going to give me that tone, but I can't do anything.
Anything else you want?
I don't know, bro. What is this? Bye. Is that Mexican Andy? It looks like Mexican Andy to the left. Bro, I thought that was Mexican Andy, but it was a GTA poster. Like, from far away, I'm like, bro, what the fuck? But then I looked at it close, I'm like, oh shit, GTA poster. Franklin, I don't know. It kind of looks like Franklin from that angle. And it looks like Franklin. I thought that was MX at first. I'm like, what the fuck? But then I saw the bottom. I'm like, oh. The cyberpunk poster. No, what are we doing? What do you want to do? What do you want to do? You want to go home, walk? You want to go home or walk? No. No, get off me. No. No. No, what are you doing down there? No. No. No, you can't be down there. Up here only. No? You want to go? Oh, she wants to go. All right. Let's go. That's gotta stay. This is gonna come with me. Step out, lady. Good girl. Watch your... I see why you stepped there. Because you're just smart. You're just very intelligent. I see why you step on that part. Like, I see why you do it. No, my iPhone. No. Where now? Sit. Sit. Here. Sit. Good girl. I'll give you more. Wait, the what? Free wood equals electricity? Yeah, actually, I saw a thing where, like, the guy heated this thing up. Let's just go down, elevator. He heated the thing up, and it, like, made electricity, and it kept feeding wood into it, and it was, like, making electricity. I saw that. It was on YouTube. Yeah, you gotta go look for it. It was like feeding all this wood into the thing, and it was making electricity. Because it like heats up something inside of it or whatever. And like, yeah, there is an invention that does that with wood. I can't touch AMC till morning. So let's see what happens. Listen. I'm not gonna be intimidated. I'm gonna wait till the squeeze. I'm gonna wait till some shit pops off. So everything I have is a bad idea. Selling everything I have is a terrible idea. Oh. I think AMC's gonna have another squeeze somewhere down the line. When things cool off, they're gonna start pumping it again. I don't want to sell now, but everything's gonna go back to normal. Like, they're gonna have a reputation from this. They're gonna have a reputation from this. Once everything goes back to normal, I think people are going to invest in AMC again. I could be wrong. I think I should still hold my position. I think that'd be a very smart choice. Come on, Nelly. I don't want to fuck with. I can't make short sales like that. I can't personally do it. I can't cash out like that. Mind, I have restrictions on my account. So, Nelly, no. Nelly, this way. No, because you're gonna be all like crazy right now, and I'm not. We're just trying to go home. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. What if I do make my own crypto? Like, I'm just that streamer that has... But how can I... how does it benefit me? Oh, when I sell shares? Let me think. I have to do something. Wait. What the fuck? Wait. What the fuck? Dude. What the actual fuck? Dude. Bruh. Who the fuck? Dude. Dude, what the fuck? What is that? What the fuck is that, dude? Oh no. Come on, no. Let's go. No, you wanna go for... She wants to go for a walk. Come on. What are you doing? Let's go. I didn't write that. That's not my handwriting. You know my handwriting. No. Wait. Hey, come on, let's go. I think I'm early. What does it say? Crypto coin by 70K. I don't have that much. Oh! Whoa, you're going wild today. Oh, it wasn't, no, that was like, there's actually like crazy shit that happened, bro. Shit was crazy AF. It's like actually like crazy shit that went down. Chew me. Chanel, sit. Sit. Chanel. Sit. Chat, hang. I'm trying. She's distracted right now. No, we're gonna go do IRL. I'm hungry, so we're gonna go do IRL. Now, sit. I just wanted to sit, but she's distracted. I don't like that. I want to take her harness off. Wait. Ready? Set. Go. Oh, it got caught. Dude, it always gets caught.
Or is this just a moment of temporary insanity?
It's not.
What, IRL? I'm teaching her. It's just time, being repetitive, you know?
Now millions and millions of people because of the low cost of entry into stuff and the low cost of exiting to stuff.
And now,
It was 14, 15 million people who are basically
kind of hungry, bro. Let me check on my fish. Let's see what our fish are doing. Dude, I gotta, hi Nobel. We gotta clean this shit next month, bro. When I get my money, we're gonna dump more money into the fucking tank. It's gonna be gang. I'm gonna get better sand. Like next month, it's gonna be not as scuffed. You got the shekel for it, Karma G? Because we're gonna have to wait till the 21st, homie. 21st of February.
it seriously and we're gonna use
Oh, no way. Lizard King, that's crazy. Mind you.
I mean, does it have you worried about bubble? I mean, I feel like, you know, I've been covering tech.
Yeah, we did trash today, bro.
And markets
It was
going
totally
up.
ass.
At some point, is there?
We're not doing no fucking market update.
I mean, there will be corrections for certain companies, but you cannot
Hey, these guys look hungry.
how new companies, mainly tech companies, are basically growing at an accelerated space that otherwise they wouldn't because of the pandemic and because of the digital world that we're living today. So the market
You guys are the first one.
on these new tech companies that are massively disruptive and transforming.
Bro, he going for it. Damn, they hangry.
Grow fast in value because they're disrupting, traditional business model.
My conversation with SoftBank Group COO Marcelo Clary at the Year Ahead event should be captured.
Are there sharks?
Full conversation online. Coming up, Tesla's earnings results missed Wall Street forecast for the first time since July.
Hey, it's Los Angeles.
Driving shares down there as well. We'll break down the numbers next. And also, Airbnb CEO Brian Chesky gives us his outlook on capital demand. More from Bloomberg's Year Ahead event next. This is Bloomberg.
I should know. Nelly, are you hungry? Nelly, are you hungry? Hey, are you hungry? Big old sloppy can of food for Nelly. Wait, did I make this come weekly by accident? Dude, I think I changed this to coming weekly or something. Or did Nelly change it? Come here, Nell. Come eat your slop. Brad Puico's sleeping, dude. He fucking just sleeps, and the frogs, they just literally just sleep. What do they do? Do they just chill? Happy Thursday. Hang on, bro. Give me anxiety. I'm gonna wait for American Airlines to go all the way up. I can't just wait.
I'm going to get back to Robinhood and GameStop and U.S. lawmakers in the Senate and the House holding separate hearings on the short selling GameStop trading frenzy, as well as the quote current state of the stock market. This is Bloomberg alert trading service Robinhood has drawn down some of its credit lines, with banks tapping at least several $100 million. Joining us now for more, Bloomberg's White House reporter Jordan Faith.
Let's go.
Stopping trading of certain securities, that reopening them, they say, starting tomorrow. Jordan, what is the latest in terms of actions?
Bullshit to close them.
Say that they intend to take.
My time is money.
Like you read at the beginning, this was really capturing the attention of Congress and unity.
Fuckers.
Buzzword in Washington. We haven't seen much of it in the first week of Joe Biden's presidency, but this is bringing members.
It's not right. It's not right what they did to investors.
They want to take a look at this. So you're having.
It's not right what they did to the little guy. It's not right what they did to the little guy.
And have hearing in the House and Senate as well. So we're expecting some scrutiny of this as soon as.
I'll only do it for the memes.
Maybe as soon as next week. And in addition,
I want to see memes if I do a Robinhood update. I want to see memes. I want to see some fucking memes if bro, I want to see some fucking memes, bro. I'll show you my Robinhood update, but you make it go viral, and I'll show you my updates. Deal? Your mom's a meme. Bro, why do I have receipts in my passport? Hey, parking.
There's been any illegal activity, but what lawmakers were focused on today was Robinhood and other trading platforms' decision to prevent retail investors from purchasing shares of GameStop and other stocks. They said this was an example of hypocrisy because hedge funds have been able to short stocks like this for a long time. And
Very long time.
These platforms are putting limits on folks who are trying to make the opposite play, and they think this is an example of inequality, about how Wall Street is run amok, and they want to take a look at this, whether there have been legal actions or not, market manipulation or anything like that. It's something they want to take.
There is no market manipulation. Some dude on a forum said, "Hey, this company is very low price." And there's a bunch of people who are excited about it. We're posting YOLO, YOLO, YOLO. And then you have the autistic motherfuckers who are going out, pulling out loans and selling their fucking cars. YOLO. Like, holy shit, bro. Are they really scared of a bunch of autists on the internet?
Anything that's going to be done is going to be done by the acting head of the SEC. And, Gary Gensler is somebody who...
Like actual autistic people.
Up on Wall Street, so you would expect that that might be a direction they would to give real scrutiny to everything that's going on here. But he's not in place at the moment. So,
chat.
Also,
who am I?
Here as the Biden administration looks into this.
And how much of a priority do you think something like this is going to be when there are plenty of other top priorities?
Yeah, frankly, I don't think that this, although it's captured the attention of many people.
Oh, I don't like that part. I don't like that part. I don't like that part. No, I'm a gorilla. What do you mean, bro? Never seen them eat with their feet? They literally eat with their feet. They're like, I'm a gorilla, look at me. And then they go up to the glass and they go, ah! It's funny shit.
Thanks so much, Jordan. Of course, we're going to continue to follow what happens. Meantime, in other news, Tesla's earnings out Wednesday, still capturing investors' attention. The company reporting lower than expected.
I know, bro.
And record revenue.
Yeah, you can have that piece. It's probably really sweet.
Disappointed investors.
I don't want to give you that piece right there. I don't know. Here.
Elon Musk's company, despite giving a sixth straight profitable quarter,
Yum, yum, yum. Now a little sweet treat.
Since July 2019,
A little sweet treat for the baby.
So what's your read on this?
Here. Where's that other piece of banana?
Yeah, well, I'd say
Here, a little sweet treat. No.
As we've talked about before, we're long-term investors,
Oh.
and I think that's sort of the lens that you should put on innovation.
Little sweet treat for Nelly. Nelly likes bananas.
You know, the quarter-to-quarter results, we're not exactly tracking to them. You know,
I like the
two
zoo.
important takeaways from
The fuck's wrong with you? It's not racist.
the first is if you
There's
look at
nothing
electric
racist
vehicles
against the
broadly,
zoo.
which I
You're
think is
racist.
the undeniable future of the auto
I like
industry.
the zoo.
The Model S is
My parents used to take me to motherfucking Miami-Dade Zoo all the time.
Unbeatable range, 0 to 60 acceleration in less than 2 seconds. I mean, most automakers are trying to catch up to the original Model S, and now you see this new variant. It really just highlights that Tesla's the leader here, and it's just going to become harder for other automakers to compete on price and performance. The second thing I'd note is for autonomous technology. When you look at Tesla's valuation, you know, often sort of,
What do you guys think about the Model S?
whether or not this makes sense. I think that, you know, as Elon said in the call last night, a lot of analysts aren't considering this
Oh,
opportunity
Elon.
for autonomous driving.
Elon looks Model
We
S.
actually just put out our big idea.
Elon,
We talked
Elon,
about the future
Elon.
of autonomous vehicles. I think the operating earnings to the platform providers like
Some zoos are chill.
could be worth over $1 trillion globally by 2030. So this is
Some
a
zoos are chill.
opportunity.
That one zoo we went to at Dwayne, that one scuffed zoo,
That's probably the biggest data advantage out of
Bro.
anyone competing.
bro, hella scuffed.
Tasha, we
That's
also
where
talked
that
about
that
shares,
one. Well, I don't even know what the hell was that? It like attacked that other animal and it like damaged Dwayne's expensive car.
Happening with GameStop and the brokerages pausing certain transactions. Do you think
Dude,
that
Dwayne makes
hit
people
Tesla
look
shares today?
poor.
You know, as you talked about it, I think a lot of sort of crazy things are going on right now. I'd say longer term, you know, we think that fundamentals are gonna win out. So again, if that were to be the case, I would say that's you know that's sort of a short term phenomenon, and you know with disruptive innovation, it grows at an exponential rate. So you really have to have that sort of 5-year time horizon as we do at our
I want to talk a little bit about China. You've got competition.
I didn't lose money 'cause I didn't sell. You don't lose money until you sell. That's just how it works, bro. You have good days and you have bad days. You just gotta hold it out sometimes and see what happens.
EVs are so competitive is because battery costs are declining. We use something called Wright's Law to forecast the cost decline of batteries, and for every
I'm holding out.
doubling in production,
I want to see what happens.
reduction in price.
What if the government says, hey, you can't stop them from fucking investing?
Better gross margins, or again, you could
Then
offer
what?
lower priced cars. I mean,
Back on.
$25,000 car that they plan on producing over the next 3 years.
Slandering faggot.
You know, case of
Go kill yourself in Minecraft.
crossover point.
Minecraft.
Versus gas car that's really enabled by that cost decline. You know, I think there is competition in the EV space, and there should be, because you know we think that EVs could grow to 40 million units annually in the next 5 years. So I think
You don't lose because you retain the shares.
automakers and these competitors making electric vehicles too. Tesla's not going to be the only player.
They fraud.
We do see them dominating.
It's not fraud.
You know, they have the best market share. They have over 20% of the electric vehicle market. You know, there's the #1 brand in China as well, and that's something that's really been hard for any.
It's only they say it's fraud because a small guy is winning.
Wholly own their factory. Tesla's the first to do
And they're
that
sore
there. So
losers.
they've had great success, and competition's not inspired.
What do you think the most promising competitors are?
I'm eating
Watching.
an American classic sandwich.
So when you
Peanut
look at
butter
electric vehicles in China,
and
one
jelly.
company that we think is interesting is BYD. So
Well, it's strawberry preservative.
They're working to a different type of battery in their vehicle, lithium iron phosphate. BYD has been building on you know that form factor for some time, and there's another I'd say.
I see people getting ready to buy tonight.
We've looked at some of the startups.
I see people
who are
getting
players
ready
in
to
space.
buy.
I think they're interesting. We are certainly keeping an eye on them. Right now, their valuations just don't make sense.
I'm confident.
And a lot of these companies companies, we've seen with Tesla that scaling is not a thing to be overlooked, right? The manufacturing expertise that you need to get to scale is really crucial here. So I think that's something to look out for with these newer players. I think things in China can happen very quickly. So we're aware of that. But
I couldn't sell.
They do still seem to have the best technology on the
Some
market.
of it I could not sell.
Also a software perspective, with autonomous driving and autopilot, we haven't seen.
All right.
anyone meet that
Are you ready?
yet. But again,
Are you ready to see my gains and losses? Hey Siri.
So, look, I know you're bullish on Tesla, but what do you think the biggest headwinds are? What do you think are the biggest challenges ahead?
Well, I think one critical step for Tesla is solving for fully autonomous driving. So last night on the call, Elon.
Oh my god, bro. I should make that into a t-shirt, but he's gonna fucking hate me for that, bro.
For their customer cars. No one else has.
Bro, who the fuck made? Bro, you made this?
Every other player is using fleets of number at most in the hundreds.
Oh my god. Who made?
To launch on, say, like a national level.
Karma G, what do you make?
Where Waymo will likely have to go that route. But they still have to prove that they can do it, right? And
Karma G, what is this?
In the
What is this?
Published, we actually only assign a 30% probability to that actually happening. That said, when it's
What is that, bro? Looks like balls.
Tesla's opportunity in ride hailing. So Tesla says they're going to go all in on robotaxi, and that's
Fuck.
ahead of full autonomy with human drivers behind the wheel, and they still recognize recurring revenue stream, those high margins that we expect off of those platforms, and they have a lot of competitive advantages against Uber and Lyft because they're lower. It's a lower cost per mile to drive a Tesla. They have vertically integrated insurance. We think they could do it better than the other players out there and potentially take a higher cut of the gross revenues off of the system because of those cost advantages, and even perhaps pay their drivers more. So I think, autonomous is not certain, but there is that potential sort of downside protection if they were to launch a ride-hailing service.
All right, Tasha Keeney of Ark Invest. Always great to have your thoughts here on the show. Thank you so much for joining us and weighing in. Coming up, Americans are planning to travel this year, just not for business and not very far from home.
How would I do that if I win this? So,
His prediction for the year
this chick's giving away a DX Racing gaming chair.
Companies like GameStop
How could I give that away to you guys? I'm gonna just regift it.
support and changing the conversation. This is Bloomberg.
I do think that, one of the benefits of having a great brand is a lot of people want to be a part of it and they want to own a piece of it, and that just means that your responsibility is increased. I think that the responsibility
Airbnb co-founder.
today is different than it was maybe 10 or 20 years ago.
Let's figure it out. Put it in a drawing? Fuck yeah, bro. I just want to give you guys stuff. I want to have capital just to give you guys shit. Because it feels so much better to just give other people and just make a difference. That's why when Tracy asks me for anything, I don't even question her. I don't ask her what it's for. The fact that she needs it, whatever, as long as it's not drugs. But she doesn't do drugs. So it's like, where am I losing? Who here is in silver? I almost went in the silver this morning. All right, are we ready? You can't cancel me. I have autism. You can't cancel somebody with full-blown autism. They're just gonna do autistic shit. What the fuck's wrong with you, buddy? Motherfucking stock exchange update. Motherfucking stock exchange update. Let's go. What's going on today in the market? It wasn't that fucking great. It could have been so much better. I am down. Oh, about $1,000 or so. $1,000 or some. I don't know, bro. Someone do the math. Someone do the fucking math, dude. Sold everything pre-market? Yeah, dude. It could be so worse for me. It could be so fucking worse for me, dude.
Early this morning on the corner of
Like, I literally just didn't lose that much. Like, yeah, I could have jumped off here with some money, but it just wouldn't have made sense, bro. It's just gonna go back up. It's not too bad. It's literally not too bad. That spike was, I don't, that, fuck me, right? Like, I'm still fucking on the up and up. I'm still on the fucking up and up. Look, let's see what happens with what I did. Look, here, I'm going to show you, bro. Look at this. Alright, I have options. These guys fucked me. These two made me lose a lot of money today. This one was a smart choice. I should have just bought more of this company. Should have bought more, dude. I should have sold there, but honestly, I feel it's going to grow more. I just, it's only been one day, bro. I have a year. I have a full year to you know, do something with it. That's not bad. That's not fucking bad at all.
They gather not to recycle the past, but to reimagine the future. A bright day lies ahead. A new chapter takes shape with each share passing through our pipes.
That fucked me, bro. That hurt. That literally fucking hurt, bro.
Welcome to the New York Stock Exchange.
Fuck me, dude. Where's my loss? Here's my loss and my gain. That's my average. I mean, it's not too bad. It's really, really, really not too bad.
It is my pleasure and privilege to ring the closing bell with
not too bad at all.
Today's bell is part of the NYSE's gratitude.
Yeah, bro, I'm still up. But it's just, you know, I gotta wait. We gotta wait. All it is we gotta wait. It's just a waiting game right now, bro. That's all it is. This, I'm happy with that. That's not a lot, but I'm gonna see where it goes. I got a nice little tip off of it, and this is pretty good, dude.
We call it the greatest community of companies in the world.
No, this I buy shares of Apple every day, not shares. I buy money.
It's because of companies like Sempra, we call it the greatest community of companies in the world. So thank you for everything that you do every single day, but particularly in times like this. Thank you for getting.
I'm helping people with my money. Fuck you. They were trying to drive this down, so I decided to help people with my money. They did this. These hedge funds did this, so I decided to help people with my money.
4 p.m. and I'll now turn it over to your chairman and chief executive officer, Jeffrey.
I don't owe anybody. This is all my own money.
Good afternoon.
afternoon, Team Sempra. Today, I'm really excited. I'm being joined by employees from across the Sempra Energy family of companies to be recognized by Range's Gratitude Campaign. Let me start by thanking NYS.
Yeah, I found out about that, and I said that I'm going to take some of this money right here because I had a call that failed this morning for I had like $51. I just put it into that company. I don't care if I lose money with that company. I don't want to make money off of people who are sick.
I could not be more proud of all of you. We have 7 employees representing Sempra in each of our operating companies.
I'm going to donate that.
They'll be joining me to ring the closing bell. These employees represent all of our 18,000 employees who have been working tirelessly to provide essential services to our communities throughout the challenges of this current pandemic.
Can I do analytics?
Please join me in recognizing Victoria Campuzano with Iannova, Brandon Dixon with SoCal Gas, Tony Flores
ATOS? You want the analytics on ATOS?
with Sempra LNG,
I know, no.
with Sempra Energy,
I know, no.
Andy Miller with Heist, and DeShonda Taylor with SDG&E. We are so
Atosa Therapeutics, $2.05. It's down 6.31%, and the after hours is down 1.44 for a grand total of 7.87-ish%.
Many of our fellow Americans have really suffered a lot. And through it
I'm just giving you a ballpark. It is up. It is on the up and up for the past month. It's up $1.14. It's up 16 cents the past week. Up 51 cents 3 months. 5 year span it's down. Last time it was up about $8 was February 19, 2016. Went down to about 44 cents. Like, we could just look at it. So you look at these analytics. It's interesting. I'll give you my honest opinion on it because I don't really know anything about this company. Atosa Therapeutics. Let's see what they are. Therapeutics operates as a clinical stage pharmaceutical company which focuses on development of novel therapeutics and develops a method of treatment of breast cancer and other okay, it's breast cancer. Oh, cool. It's on the down. Why is this down? People hate breast cancer? I don't understand. Why is that one down? How much am I in debt? Not really, because these are all just gains I could have had. I'm really not in debt. That's just, today. That's not bad, bro. That means I have money in the game to play with still.
Simply put, thank you.
I didn't fuck with GameStop. I'm fucking with other companies. About that company, because I have cancer. I have Naked. I got these for free. I got into this company. This company's interesting. LM Funding America, Inc. is a specialty finance company that provides funding for nonprofit community associations, primarily in the location in the state of Florida, as well as in the states of Washington, Colorado, and Illinois. So, if you live in these states, I'm helping your state. I love you. Like, I'm helping people with my money. I'm helping people with my money. AMC, Xpeng, there's some Apple, there's my Neo.
We remain resilient. We are stronger today than we were yesterday, and thanks to you, stronger tomorrow.
This manipulation means to buy more Bitcoin. I might have to agree with you, bro.
We are counting down to that closing bell, and on any given day, it's the single most viewed news event in the world. My name is Ryan Green, and I will be your host this afternoon. Thank you, Jeffrey. Thank you, Chris.
This guy looks like he sold his fucking soul, bro.
Thank you to all 18,000 of you to get everyone through this difficult time. As a Southern California native and currently in Santa Barbara, I want to say thank you.
I'm sorry, bro. This guy was like he sold his fucking soul.
So it's a great way to shine a great light on Sempra Energy. You are delivering energy with purpose for millions of individuals. We are honored to be part of the NYC community, and I'm joined by my partner, Dash. We're going to walk a little bit through how Sempra fits into that overall.
This guy looks soulless as fuck.
We're getting ready for that closing bell. We're joined by all 18,000 of Sempra.
Scuff Jim Kramer.
Astonishing afternoon.
Definitely, and
Welcome to Crazy Money. Welcome to Read Money. Let's go.
You know, in 2020 during a global pandemic, each and every one of that 18,000 and that longevity.
Let's see what the big picks for tomorrow are.
Core values day in and day out, not making excuses, rolling up their sleeves and getting it done. That is what it's all about. And Pete, you know, when we take a quick look back at that overall history of the NYSE, we are right there alongside our great issuers. It's about delivering and innovating, and Sempra is a perfect example of continuing to innovate throughout their longevity as a company.
What?
Exactly. So that opening video we saw touched a little bit on, you know, starting small with 24 traders under a tree, and that's not a myth. That's how we started with 24 traders. And the early point was that stock exchange were a lot of the financial companies and builders, but then the real core of the New York Stock Exchange picked up in the 1800s with the introduction of all the infrastructure companies, and many of them being gas, utility, providing the utilities needed to raise the quality of living in this country. And, you know, when I'm thinking about, you know, Sempra in particular, you know, back in the 1886 with the Pacific Lighting Company founding, you know, we have these companies that are finding innovation and then realizing the next step is to bring it to the public. And so whether that's listing stock on the New York Stock Exchange, raising capital and being able to expand your business, or running pipelines. You know, in preparation for today, I went back into the archives, and we had to get the history from me. I'm the historian. Went back in the archives, and I actually found a map from the early 1920s that the New York Stock Exchange had received of what is today SoCal Gas, and back then was SoCal Gas. And this idea that this, you know, these companies, this longevity going back that far, really doing what they've been doing, adding the technology to do it better, but still at the core, whether it's helping investors raise capital or helping power and heat the homes of the populace. You know, it's just ongoing throughout time and just adding technology and improving.
You know, Pete, I'm glad you mentioned that because, you know, now in contemporary times, you know, in 2020, we take for granted a lot of those things. But when you look at the richness and the depth of Sempra,
it's hot.
Sempra and the numbers speak for themselves.
It's hot.
Positively impacting the lives of millions of people day in and day out. And they're not companies that can say that.
They're interesting. I like them. I don't know.
I mean, that's what it's all about. That's really the emphasis of the gratitude campaign here, Pete, at the NYSE.
It was so long ago the last time I had these. It was so long. These are spicier. These are much spicier than the nacho.
Then by bringing the contingent of those different members from the various teams that represent Sempra Energy, by ringing that closing bell, and now no pressure for them to only be viewed by, you know, a couple 100 million people this afternoon.
Well, I'm sure they're used to the pressure environment, but yeah, it's
Where's the bell?
Thing that,
It's two cunts talking.
Is highlighting the people out there, literally on the streets, making sure that the power runs, that the utilities are safe, and you know, I'm here safe on the East Coast, so you know, with the wildfires and everything going on, it's an amazing moment. And so, you know, we'll see that in a couple minutes. And once again, you know, going back to the idea of, you know, the New York Stock Exchange bell, it's been there since 1903. We've been ringing it regularly for that whole time. But what we're going to see today is adding a little more innovation. When you see how are we going to ring that bell? How do we bring the people to the New York Stock Exchange? It's a little different than it was, you know, it's a little different than it was in 2018.
And even very different from 1998 when Sempra first formed from the merging of Pacific Enterprise and Innova. So, just ongoing innovation, but at the heart of it, whether New York City
Oh yeah,
or Sempra,
it
it's the
did.
people driving it, the
Problem
people
with
that
it.
day in, day out, making sure that the quality of service is there, that the progress is there, and to see a little bit of time taken to acknowledge that.
Pete, I'm glad you brought up the similarities. That emphasis of humans.
I didn't lose money because I couldn't cash out. So AMC, because I bought more this morning, I couldn't cash out.
So much in such difficult time, it's not easy. And I keep reiterating.
This morning, early as fuck, when it dipped, I fucking bought more, dude. I couldn't cash out.
And who's there day in and day out to deliver that each and every.
No, I didn't lose because I'm up. I bought at such a low price because it went up and then it went down. It still registers. That's how much it was there. You understand? I still retain my position. I didn't change my position. I couldn't have gotten out, bro. I have restrictions on my account. Tomorrow I can.
Bringing in members on to the Bell Podium here from Sempra Energy, so it's a pretty special afternoon here, Pete.
100% special afternoon, and
All right, these are chili cheese. These are different. There's like a chili cheese nacho. They're different.
Cherry picking the innovations we like. So whether it's using technology to get some people.
Bro, if I'm up 1K tomorrow, I'm cashing out. I can't. I can't. I don't know what else to do.
Global market across the world. And one before we have the bell as a fun fact for you is that the first company, the first predecessor company that listed near stock exchange listed a date 70 years and 1 day before.
There's no losing in the market unless you cash out. It's not how it works. Just because it goes down, oh my god, I have shares. I bought the shares. And I didn't buy a call. That's short. I bought a long call. So February 19th. I have a long time. There's a bell. This is from earlier. Listen, I'm up right now. I'm up to.
So guys, congratulations.
So I only lost $1,000.
It's an honor.
I only lost $1,080. I'm only down $1,080 because after hours I'm up $200. But that's not money I had. That's money I had at the time, but I couldn't cash out because I have restrictions. I have restrictions on my account, bro. Down 26K? Oh, sure, bro.
We chose the NYSE because it's a place where iconic companies are born in the company of giants.
I'm actually up, bro. From where I was here, I'm actually up. I'm actually up. No losses here, buddy. That's not losing, that's winning. That means I'm up. I'm up. I'm up. I'm up since the beginning of the year. What do you mean? Robinhood protest, do you know where that is?
The New York Stock Exchange is the place to be. If it was just all digital, you wouldn't feel
I was up to $3,259. That was the peak. But I couldn't sell. It would not let me sell. I would have had restrictions on my account. I have restrictions on my account, bro. I couldn't have cashed out though. Bro, when it was like right here, I bought more. Like stupid early in the morning when it dipped. When it dipped at like 6:50 a.m. when it dipped a couple $100, I bought more and then it just went fucking crazy. And then I slowly realized, I'm like, fuck, I can't cash out or I'm gonna have a 90-day restriction on my account. So I have a 90-day restriction where if I buy something, I can't sell it right after. I can't. I have to wait till the next business day to sell it.
It's been called the anti-California dream, the tech exodus, the Great Migration.
Between 2008 and 2019, 18,000 companies have left California for more tax and regulatory friendly states.
Tom, we're talking about Elon Musk moving from California to Texas.
Oracle is saying they are changing their corporate headquarters from Redwood Shores, California to Austin, Texas.
And while it may be an overstatement to say California is hemorrhaging people, some of California's wealthiest residents, like Elon Musk, are leaving too.
California has to realize that eventually all of the anti-business laws and regulations they pass, we're going to catch up with them.
Erica Douglas was an early part of the exodus. She moved her SEO software company, Whoosh Traffic, and her employees to Austin 6 years ago.
I can remember writing one check to the state of California for 1 year, and it was like $24,000 for a year, and that was just income tax to the state. That was not federal tax.
The state's population and job growth have both slowed to a trickle.
What the fuck?
The data shows more than 650,000 people left in 2019, after 7 years in a row where departures were on the rise. In fact, California has lost more people to other states than it's gained for much of the last 2 decades. And with the rise of remote work in 2020 adding extra flexibility, over 135,000 more people left California than moved here, the third largest net migration loss ever recorded.
As we lose really successful businesses such as Oracle and Hewlett-Packard, that changes how many high-paid jobs we're going to have. It changes really the whole nature of the state. It changes how many tax dollars go into Sacramento, how many tax dollars fund our schools, whether there's money left over to repair roads and bridges. It's really a huge problem that the state is facing.
We asked the experts and those leaving, what's behind this trend? Can anything be done to reverse it? Or is this a true shift for business in California as we know it?
Check AMC.
For a century and a half, California was in an almost constant state of growth, with booming business and expanding population.
There's something magic in
Okay.
California. The
It's up 370, but it's gonna go down in the morning, dude.
consistently moves towards what's next with new ideas.
I can't sell right now.
Started in 1848, led to one of the largest migrations in U.S. history, with hundreds of thousands coming from across the country and the world. The population
I made you
explosion
5K.
California for
Good.
statehood
I'm
in
happy.
1850, just a few years after it was ceded by Mexico.
That makes me really happy I
California was
helped
an
people.
economic powerhouse by the end of the century, home to iconic brands like Wells
I just
Fargo
want to help
and
more
Levi
people.
Strauss. Scientists and
I wish I was
researchers
able to get out of
flocked to the
AMC
area
when
in the
I
early 1800s, when San
I shouldn't have
Francisco's
bought more. I
port
should
and
just left it
Naval
alone.
Field made the area a major hub
I was trying to
for early
flip
telegraph, radio,
what
and
other
aerospace
stock I had
industries.
because I'm like, all right, fuck it, it's gonna go up. It might continue, and then all of a sudden,
Led the
bam,
way in encouraging students
bro,
to
they got
commercialize their
scared.
ideas, leading two graduate students to start what many consider the first Silicon
Bro,
Valley
people got
startup in
scared
1999,
AF.
Hewlett-Packard.
California has
If I can cash out and only lose, what is this, $370? $370 profit that I had this morning? What the fuck do I care?
between the United States of America.
That's not money I originally had. That's just money that I'm up. Because I originally bought into this at like $3 or something stupid. But then I lost money because I did stupid shit.
California's economy has grown to the fifth largest in the world. It had $65.6 billion in VC investment in 2019.
Scuff Judges Carry, go to Wall Street Bets, dude. I want to specify shorts don't have to sell tomorrow, but things start to expire, so longer the hold, the better you'll be. Lots of good discussion. Let's get discussing on what we do tomorrow. Because if you're still in like I am, I want to know what the next best choice is.
Increasingly, I think HP and others are sending a signal in a much more remote work.
I don't have GameStop. I am not holding GameStop.
Basically succeeded.
I am not holding GameStop. I was never in GameStop. I never, ever put $1 in a GameStop. I put money in AMC a long time ago.
Elon Musk moved from Los Angeles to Austin.
I put money a long time ago.
The really major big companies that have put down roots here are the ones that are leaving. The mom and pops are going as well, but when they leave, they take 20 workers or 30 workers with them. They're not taking thousands of workers with them, and they're not taking Elon Musk.
Other major companies that have moved
Doge? Here, let me see if I can get my Doge.
Charles Schwab, Nestle, and Jamba Juice. A 2018 study found that 1,800 companies left in 2016 alone.
An update on marketing conditions. Hi, Justin. It's been a tough day. We're grateful for you being with Robinhood customer. In light of extraordinary market conditions this week, we temporarily limited buying for certain securities this morning. Starting tomorrow, we plan to allow limited buys of these securities. We'll continue to monitor the situation and make adjustments as needed. This was a temporary decision made best to continue serving you. It was not an easy one to make. We know it led to frustration and confusion and wanted to provide some clarity. As a brokerage firm, we have many financial requirements, including SEC, net capital obligations, and clearinghouse deposits. Some of these requirements fluctuate based on volatility versus bullshit. We stand in support of you, the customer. That's what that means to me. That's what that means to me. You fucked me. You fucked me. You fucked me. I was fucked. They held me down and they fucked me. I was raped. I was raped.
An Edelman Intelligence survey found that 53% of Californians are considering leaving the state with the desired high.
But I was fucking raped.
I wanted to just understand what the rest of the world was. I didn't want to be stuck in my tech bubble for the rest of my life. And that's also one of the reasons I came to Austin early.
I think it's a reasonable question to say at that point.
I don't know what to do.
We're seeing that Austin right now.
I don't know what to do.
Wealthy, influential individuals leaving recently include Oracle's Larry Ellison, Dropbox CEO Drew Houston, Palantir co-founder Joe Lonsdale, high-profile investors and influential personalities like Keith Rabois, Tim Ferriss, Ben Shapiro, Peter Attia, and Joe Rogan, who's leaving California for Texas.
Joe Rogan.
Somewhere it's easier to travel to both places, and somewhere we have.
Oh shit, Joe Rogan.
Elon Musk also
Elon. Oh, Elon. Elon. Bro, I got into Naked at 93 cents. You think it's gonna go to like $5 or $10 when they open it back up? I think I'm gonna hang on. I think I'm gonna hang on. Alright, I have to spurg out for a minute. Please don't get mad at me. I'm gonna spurg out and I'll share my information with you.
What some call progressive policies, others see as unfriendly to business.
We've really become highly regulatory when it comes to fuel use, automobile emissions, all those types of things, water, cap and trade, but to try to keep businesses from polluting too much. That's an imposition for some folks. All these things together make it more costly to do business in this state.
CNBC measures states on more than 60 different metrics in 10 key categories of competitiveness. In 2019,
alright, what's gonna happen with Nokia? That's what I'm concerned about, my calls with Nokia.
California came in 32nd and came in.
What's gonna happen with Nokia? That's the big question.
Tax structure for business, the Tax Foundation ranks California at the very bottom.
Here, I'm gonna share mine on Wall Street Bets. I'm gonna share mine.
Is that they're able to create much more value for their shareholders. They're able to generate higher profits. They're able to hire very high quality workers at lower salaries in other places.
While tax rates increase based on how much you make, California's top marginal income tax rate of 13.3% is far higher than any other state. New York's, for example, is 8.8%.
This is a personal income tax form in California. I never want to see one of these in the great state of Texas.
9 states, including Texas, have no individual state income tax on wages.
I guess we gotta go back to Florida.
Accept this to some degree. Texas has high property taxes. Washington has gone after businesses with a lot of unique business taxes. But nonetheless, when you look at California that's high on almost every tax across the board, even a state that has some trade-offs can look really good.
There are groups working on incentives to keep businesses and innovators in the state, even if they're looking to leave high Bay Area costs behind.
You can take that Bay Area level income and it goes so much farther.
The Greater Sacramento Economic Council launched a campaign to attract remote workers with newfound flexibility.
I told all 3 of my kids that are in their 20s, if I'm starting my life in my 20s and I'm picking any place in the world to start it, I'm picking California.
On a state level, California has approved giving more than $73 million in tax credits to 22 high-growth companies over the next 5 years through its California Competes income tax credit. But the application process is highly competitive. Still, California's business taxes are some of the highest in the nation, and certain cities tack on even more.
San Francisco just passed what they call the overpaid CEO tax, where companies will start paying taxes depending upon the ratio of the CEO salary to the median worker at the location.
While the super wealthy may be fleeing disproportionately high taxes, the cost of living comfortably is a consideration for everyone in California.
I always rented when I was in the Bay Area.
That's
I
right.
never had enough money to buy a house there. I bought my first
We're
house.
gonna
You can
make these fucking things.
have a house for $3,000,
We're gonna make that shit go all the way up,
a
bro.
nice little backyard and a place for your dog to roam around and a place for your kid to
We're gonna
play.
make that shit go all the way to Omicron Percy 8.
It just feels right.
Realtor Scott Shepard
Motherfucking Omicron Percy 8.
California to northern Idaho in 2019.
All of our major line items across the board are significantly lower at the rate of 30 to 40%. You know, we've got $1.98 for a gallon of gas.
Bro, AMC. All the fucking way.
Companies helping people move. He says about twice as many people have been reaching out about the service since the pandemic began.
Lots of restrictions, lots of regulations.
Housing is impossible in California. We are, by all estimates, between 3 and 4 million units short of housing.
The median single-family home in San Francisco right now costing about $1.6 million. Rent in San Francisco is easily $5,000 to $6,000 per month. So you multiply that, and that means you're not hiring someone who's technologically advanced and skilled without paying them $150,000, $170,000 per year. And you simply
What do you think's gonna happen, bro? Tomorrow we're gonna be good, right?
Although California remains a top destination for people moving.
I don't know what it is. Probably a fucking heart attack or something. There's a lot of buildings here. I heard it too. I'm worried about this. 1 second.
People live on the streets of California, and a growing number of middle and low-income people are moving out of state, with the majority of those leaving reporting an annual income under $100,000.
Damn! They made this go down to 1.2, and they're deleting the reviews.
To assure ourselves that we'll be able to keep that critical part of our employment infrastructure, those folks at the bottom, because we're toast without it.
Of those surveyed by Edelman Intelligence, 53% cited housing.
Bro, this guy's tag. This guy's tag is legendary.
It opens up.
Bro, this guy's tag is legendary, bro.
The ability for people to not have to feel like they're paying their whole life savings for an apartment every month. And my ability as a
Fucking
business owner to
fun.
those people,
Fucking funny, bro.
fair rate, but a rate that's not going
That's
to
some
be
funny
like
shit.
$400,000
Bro, I'm gonna fuck him in the ass tomorrow.
Meanwhile, the pandemic has robbed California of some positives once used to justify its high cost of living.
When I went looking to raise money for my startup a few years ago, A lot of investors in San Francisco said, well, I want to be able to sit in on board meetings in person. You know, I will only
Here it
be
is.
in a 50-mile radius of
Here it
San
is.
Francisco because I want to be able to sit on those board meetings. Well, now board meetings are conducted via Zoom and the minutes are distributed through email.
Here we go. Live on CNBC, Thomas Peterfree, billionaire, founder and chairman of Interactive Brokers, admits halting trading to protect ourselves. Bro, fuck this guy. This guy's a dirtball. Rat bastard. What the fuck's going on with this? Don't tell me I broke this shit.
Now, if you can work anywhere, you don't care. You can go somewhere else that has a lower cost of living and a lower cost of taxation. So a lot of states, not just California, but New York and other states that have historically banked on offering something unique, have to worry that...
Alright, so my speaker works. Why is there no fucking sound in this video?
Will California feel the impact of big companies leaving? And with super earners paying 40% of the state's taxes,
I'm pissed off when people turn off audio.
afford to lose billionaires like Musk, one of the richest men in the world.
Some states, like New Jersey, has actually had to amend budgets when a single billionaire left the state. California would not be at that point where Elon Musk leaving California means they have to amend their budget. But as he leaves, and as companies like HP and Oracle and others relocate a significant amount of their operations, this has a huge impact, both immediately and in the
Here we are.
investment they make in the
Here we are. Here's the proof. Here's the proof. Here's the proof.
Resistance to Californians changing things elsewhere.
Mission to simply transfer the California to Texas. We Texans are very inviting people from California, but that doesn't mean we want you to California or Texas.
I don't want Austin to just become the next San Francisco. I think what we want is to have Austin's own unique culture make startups that work.
For a while there, I was a little bit insecure to let anyone know that I was from California. When I first moved here, I had a California plate.
Partly to protect ourselves.
Steady honk of the horn behind me on the freeway to let me know that they weren't happy that I was in front of them.
Where Shepard moved in Idaho, as in other states, California transplants drive up housing prices.
People who live here.
Acting what we got? Oh, bro. I have one on Monday.
Potentially even 20 people making an offer on the same property.
And there are certainly things to miss about the Golden State.
My heart still, has
Acting. My manager got it for me.
things about it. I still have family there, but until I see things changing statewide, I don't anticipate things changing anytime soon.
Still, a few big names, like Twilio CEO Jeff Lawson and Airbnb CEO Brian Chesky, have committed to staying in the state, and specifically the Bay Area.
Robinhood know they fucked up big time. They're just pawns doing what big money tells them to do. Robinhood would have short big money in the face with an arrow and let it ride straight to the fucking moon. Seems to me they are not what they say they stand for.
It's very much in their interest to stay here and get the latest of what's going on.
Let's fucking go, boys.
Minds at places like Stanford.
We face off at dawn. 6:30 a.m. 5 a.m. for you early traders.
Its incubation of fresh ideas that entices businesses to come and to
We're gonna fuck them in the ass.
issue that California faces, and there's really no solution other than to make the state more competitive in terms of business costs and taxes and in terms of housing costs. Until that's done,
They better jump ship to a new fucking broker. Fuck this shit. Fucking horse shit.
see how legislators handle upcoming proposals. Some would target tech companies specifically.
I'm taking my money to Fidelity or E-Trade.
One of the worst things you could do right now is signal to these companies that are on the fence if you stay, the taxes are going to...
I'm gonna take my money to fucking Fidelity.
Happening right now. And there comes a point in which a lot of businesses are going to say, we don't need to be in California, and increasingly we can't afford to be.
Other proposals could raise the corporate income tax to more than double the rate in all but one other state, or push the combined federal California top marginal tax rate to a whopping 53.8%.
I'm hopeful state legislators will take a step back and ask themselves, we better not do this. We're risking the state's economic future. We should make California a more friendly state to do business.
Brokerage account or cash management account? Wait, do I want a brokerage account or a cash management account?
We had a $35 billion budget shortfall in 2000. It cost the government a job, but we've had those...
Or do I open both?
We come back, but you never know when that time is going to be the last.
A brokerage account. I'm an individual. Are you already a Fidelity customer? No. Opening an account takes just a few minutes. Fuck it. I don't care. I'm gonna fucking... I'm done, bro. I don't want to get fucked.
I'm Eric Schatzker, and welcome to Bloomberg's Front Row. Today I'm talking to Jeremy Grantham, the revered value investor and co-founder of Boston's GMO. In the dying days of the Trump administration, Jeremy warned U.S. stocks are in a bubble of epic proportions. Now he worries more stimulus to fight the COVID-19 pandemic will only inflate the bubble further, and no amount of Fed liquidity can stop it from bursting.
This is a monetary game. And you can keep these little monetary bubbles going for just so long.
Oh my gosh.
But when confidence has reached these levels, the history books are pretty clear. It's very difficult to increase your enthusiasm from a state of mild hysteria where we are today.
A range of timely topics. What happens when the market finally cracks? The right way to invest in a zero-rate world. How President Biden can fix the market and help the economy. Why there's a crisis in American capitalism. Here's my conversation with Jeremy Grantham.
What the fuck?
Good to see you. Good to see you.
You believe that the bull market that started in March of 2009, the longest bull market in history, has matured into a speculative fever of rare proportions. In your words, a fully fledged epic bubble. Tell me more.
It would be surprising if you could have one that long that didn't end up with animal spirits beginning to freak out a bit, and this one has. Normally it takes a nearly perfect economy and friendly Fed behavior.
The fuck? I already have an account.
Has managed to do it with a somewhat ruined economy on a global basis.
Why do I already have an account?
To compensate for that, we've had even more spectacular Fed friendliness and government friendliness. So we've had, for once, the joining of fiscal spending with the Fed's behavior. An unusual moral hazard that has been going on since Greenspan arrived in the 90s. And the result of this is the confidence has risen and risen until finally people are reaching for the greatest demonstration of confidence they have had in their investment career. They're borrowing more money to throw it into the market. Their belief in the market is profound. The common wisdom is that with the Fed on your side, how can you lose? When they first said that back in Greenspan, there were a few doubters. When they said it was
Dabs.
there were less doubters, but some, and now finally there appear to be almost no doubters at all.
Dabbers? They're dabbing? Dabbers.
It takes is the Fed on your side and stops.
He's like, yo, we dabbing out here.
What are some of the signs we'll all look at with the clarity of hindsight and say,
if you want crazy ones,
I spit this out.
you need crazy, by the way,
Gross.
the best timing.
Dabbers.
This crazy behavior. When you look at the over-the-counter trading, I was a big over-the-counter trader in the speculative bubble of 1969. I'd almost forgotten there was an over-the-counter. That they, last February, it traded about 80 million shares for the month. And it worked its way steadily through the year until November was about 380. So it had gone up 4 times. And then in December, it went to 1.15 trillion shares for the month. Having tripled, it then tripled again in the single month of December. I can't tell you what it's going to be in January. But these are spectacular performances. My own stock in QuantumScape, it came into the market at 10 and shot up to 130. At 130, it was
What the fuck? Why is this not working?
And this is a brilliant company, but it has no trouble admitting that it won't be producing any batteries. So no sales, no profits, and bigger than GM. There is nothing like that in 1929. Nothing of that scale. Nothing like that in 2000. The Ciscos of the world were pretty serious companies, but they didn't get to this level. 1929, of course, ran into the Great Depression and global trade problems. So you really just want to look at the first leg down, which was big enough. The analogy is much better with 2000. In 2000, it went down 50%, and the reason it only went down 50 and bounced back relatively quickly was because the Fed came charging in to the rescue. And you can have a lot of rescues when you start at a 16% long government bond in 1982. You can have a bull market as you go down from 16 to 12, and another bull market from 12 to 8, and another bull market from 8 to 4. But now you're down at 2.5 or whatever. You have to realize that most of the easy pickings of saving the game by ramping rates down is behind us. At the lowest rates in history, you don't have a lot in the bank.
So wait, I want to roll over IRA, right?
No. Go at least
it doesn't
going by conventional monetary theory, no.
That's right. And the idea that, fundamentals, the real world doesn't count, all you need is money.
Which one do I want?
I think most people can.
Which one do I want?
It's an illusion. Situation where you had a much more serious virus.
Which one makes more sense?
Was on its knees, and the Fed would be doing everything it could. Would that be enough to save the system?
I want the FDIC, right?
The system is about the number of people working, the amount of capital spending, the quality of education of your workforce. That's the real work. We're talking about the paperwork, and there's just so much blood you can get out of that.
Would a bubble have formed absent the COVID-19 pandemic?
COVID brought
The first one? Why? Government money market fund or insured deposit sweep program.
And I say excessive, perhaps it was necessary, but in any case, it was unprecedented, and the combination was very powerful. Without COVID, we cannot know. The market had resisted opportunities earlier 11-year cycle. It looked like it was getting pretty.
I've been in the market way before him, bro. When he was clowning me. He was clowning me for putting money in the market at one point in time.
And you don't know how long and you don't know how high they can go. The back of every bear's market.
FDIC is more profitable, fine.
Japan in 1989 managed to get to 65 times earnings. It had never previously gone over 25 until that cycle. So that is the thing that makes the bears wake up in the middle of the night sweating. So you just don't know how long and how high a market can go if you avoid the burst of euphoria. It's the burst of euphoria that brings these things to an end. And we are seeing it all around us today.
Jeremy, you recently called out Tesla as emblematic of crazy investor behavior. And there's no question that by any measure, Tesla's valuation.
I did FDIC.
Possibly extreme, but I'm reminded of the experience of David Einhorn, for example, or Jim Chanos. Anyone who has bet against Elon Musk has lived to regret it. So far, anyway.
Well, that would be the case when the stock is at its high, right? Any stock at its high, you could say that with a straight face.
And I suppose I just did. I guess what I'm getting at is those shorts turned out to be painful because the stock kept going up.
Going short is for a handful of superstar experts, isn't it? Because, you know, when you go short, you can not just lose your money, you can lose multiples of your money. At least when you're going long, all you can do is lose what you put in. If you go short, and you can get margin call into bankruptcy, and a lot of people have done over the years. So my recommendation is do not go short individual stocks. Going short the market is painful enough on occasion, but going short individual stocks is for mugs and for the 3 or 4 people who are brilliant enough to get away with it.
As you've noted, just because stocks are overpriced, it doesn't mean that a bubble, if we're in one, is necessarily about to pop. What is to stop valuations from climbing even higher? For years, possibly.
Put it this way. When you have reached this level of obvious super enthusiasm, the bubble has always, without exception, broken in the next few months, not a few years. It's always. You can't maintain this level of near ecstasy. It can't be done. Because you put in your last dollar. You are all in. What are you supposed to do beyond that? You can't borrow any more. You can't take any more risk. In fact, you know in your heart of hearts you have never taken this level of risk, and you never thought you would. It's just that this opportunity is so exceptional. This is going to be your once in a lifetime. And how do you keep that level of enthusiasm going indefinitely?
What if it's not your money? What if it's the Fed's money? What if it's the Treasury's money?
Yeah,
Bro, this guy's a loser. This guy's a loser. What the fuck? Why would you fuck with people who are fast food workers? They already have a shitty job as it is, and they don't need people to be fucking with them in their fucking job. Fuck people who fuck with fast food workers. I don't like that. I don't like that shit. I'm not okay with that. Don't fuck with fast food workers. Leave those fucking people alone. They got enough fucking hard time as it is. Leave those fucking people alone. Fucking retard. That pisses me off.
But it flowed, a lot of it, eventually into the market one way or the other.
That makes me fucking irate when somebody fucks with fast food worker, bro. I'm mad.
If it's as big as they talk about, this would be a very good making of a top for the market, just of the kind that the history books would enjoy. And we will have a few weeks of extra money and a few weeks of putting your last desperate chips into the game, and then an even more spectacular bust. The market is going to end up, as we know, where it is going to end up. And all the paper in the world will not change the level that is justified by the flow of dividends and earnings. That is, after all, the only thing you can end up eating is the flow of dividends. And sooner or later, the stock market will once again, boring, sell on the future flow of dividends. And that is not going to be changed materially by the size of the check we get in the next few weeks.
Jeremy, even some of the skeptics were awed by the power the Fed displayed back in March. In a single day, with a single announcement on March the 23rd, it was able to engineer a revival of the credit market and ultimately a spectacular rebound in stocks. And those same people wonder if the Fed could prevent A bear market collapse then.
I'm only down to $1,000 now. That's not bad. It'll go back up a little bit tomorrow. I think I should sell long. Hi, Bella. Bella, I had a bad day in the market today.
And we have a reduced stream of goods and services.
I probably should have sold this morning.
So if you believe in market efficiency,
Well, I still had
is it wrong before, or
$29.57.
is it wrong now? But is it really justified that we have delivered a single boom to the global economy?
Almost
and the global
dropped
stock
all
market
that.
has gone way up. It doesn't feel right. I think we all know that. This
I
is
love
the
you,
only
Bella.
thing that
Thank
can keep these little monetary bubbles going for just so long, as long as you keep confidence rising. But when confidence is reached,
I'm not angry. I'm just kind of upset. Like
it's very
that was
difficult
bad.
to increase your enthusiasm from a state of mild hysteria where we are today.
There are many arguments for why current valuations are appropriate, even conservative. I suspect you've considered them all. They range
I'm still
from
up.
projecting future cash flows at a lower rate to the reach for yield by institutions that have targets to meet, to the difficulty of modeling modern businesses. I take it, Jeremy, you find none of these arguments the slightest bit persuasive.
You know, I've been around to see a 16% 30-year bond, and I now see it, whatever it is, and we've seen real rates in 2000. Real rates on the tips was 4.1, 4.2, real guaranteed forever, and now they're nothing. Of course, they're negative. And they're negative.
Yeah, but that's just gains from yesterday.
What you're doing, therefore, is you're saying we've got an artificial interest rate structure, clearly artificial, and that is being driven down all over the world into negative territory. 20% government bonds have a negative real return. And we're going to use that as a yardstick. We're going to say stocks are cheap because they are less utterly ludicrous than a 30-year bond, or cash, which is deeply negative. This is not typically the way you measure things, by taking a ludicrously priced comparison, and that's what we're doing. It makes people feel happy. It doesn't make me feel happy.
Jeremy, if you're right and we're on the cusp of the bursting of an epic bubble, is now the time to, as they say, sell everything?
I suspect selling everything would work out just
I want to get more plants.
However, having said that, there are major discrepancies.
Yeah, I take care of the tent because I like it, and all my plants are growing. Like, look at that guy back there. He's just growing, dude. It's growing really well.
And everything else. So the value stocks, the low growth,
Those little ones are growing as far as I know.
are about as cheap relative
I don't know how long those are going to take.
to everything. So they will not.
They're alive. They're not dead.
But they're still at risk to some degree, I suspect. The good news is that overseas
And this thing's going to be cool.
not have the same huge bull market and the same overpricing that we have had. And that of course, is a heaven sent opportunity. Because you can go.
Bro, he likes going to the Krusty Krab.
And they are absolutely not that expensive, despite the ridiculous argument in comparison to the overpriced bond market.
No, the frogs didn't die.
And compared to the
They're right there.
as cheap as
They're just doing their thing.
they've been this cheap 2 or 3 times, and each time it's worked out very well. So you can buy emerging markets, and you can look at the intersection of those two ideas, which is the low growth stocks or the value stocks within the emerging, and they are handsomely priced. You should be able to make a really decent 10, 20-year return.
What goes in here?
A handsome 10 or 20-year return from US.
I have to turn the light on to find
There
them.
is in the end a simple arithmetic. The higher you bid up the price of the lower long-term.
They're both in there. Like the rainbow fish and the pleco just like to hang out in there, bro. For whatever reason.
Only one thing is certain, that the
I don't know if you kind of see them. Let's see. It's like so dark in there, bro.
Bull market outperformed value stocks by almost 400 basis points. What if, after the bubble pops?
Yeah, you can't even see him, bro. It's so dark. Oh, there's the rainbow. He's like, bro, what's going on? He's pissed. He's pissed. He wanted to see what that light was. He's like, bro, I'm in here.
However, having said that, we can say one thing about value. I have no confidence and have not had any for over 20 years in price to book, PE, and price to cash flow, price to sales, even as a measure of true value. A measure of true value is the long-term discounted value of the future stream of dividends. A growth stock is, of course, worth a higher ratio.
No, Rainbow Shark's in there.
But that doesn't mean they can't raise the price. So value is the cheap for what
Frog's name, Pepper 1 and Pepper 2. I kept it simple.
But to use a simple-minded measure of book,
Cute little peppers.
a cheap book is the market
I don't know.
load on the worst
I don't know.
out there in the market.
If AMC does,
Lowest PE
I'm rich.
on the worst earnings, most likely
If
to be
AMC,
or downgraded. And the same with yield.
if AMC reaches
Of the most likely to be cut. These have no
GameStop prices and they start going up and they just leave the fucking thing alone for the next week and it pumps,
And emerging market stocks. Is there anywhere else for an investor to
I'll have about $150,000.
about inflation. If you think you live in a world where output doesn't matter and you just create paper, sooner or later
AMC is not dead.
it's impossible, and that is bring back inflation that we haven't seen for 20 years. And you keep it up.
A sunken ship.
You will have inflation. And you can't help but notice that around the world, the commodity prices of all kinds, really, but particularly critical food and critical metals are going up. And if you have that happening, and you have
Actually, I would have 17,000.
in the workforce towards zero and negative, you're really set up for this time is different. So we are not just in a bubble market, but we're looking at a global economy that is at an inflection point to turn down in long-term growth rate. So this is a bad time to be caught over speculating.
Back in November, dude.
Irrespective of the bubble, what is the right way to allocate in a world of zero rates, stimulus ad infinitum, declining productivity, the potential for inflation, and the list goes on?
Yeah, first of all, very difficult. And secondly, of course, diversify. It's always a huge advantage. And thirdly,
I love you, Bella. Thank you.
the low growth stocks in the emerging markets.
Yeah, but aftermarket controls a lot.
Perfectly reasonable. If you need to own stocks, and most people do, that would be a perfectly good way to go. And I also think shares that benefit from the greening of the economy will do much better than the rest. Anything to do with renewable energy, the electrification of the system, electric cars, etc. These are all going to have top-line revenues that dwarf the declining growth rate of the rest of the global economy. It will take trillions of dollars to decarbonize the global system. It will dominate everyone's portfolio. And if you have to own U.S. stocks, they're the ones to own. And look around for a good climate change fund. Happy to say GMO has one. And it's doing very well now with the focus is clearly final. Took 20 years to wake up, but in the last year, people really are beginning to understand the size of the problem and the need to move money into greening the economy.
Bro, I bought Dogecoin when it was worth nothing.
As a growing number of investors do in Bitcoin or other forms of cryptocurrency?
What is the future value of the dividend stream of Bitcoin? I can tell you that. That doesn't take a prize-winning mathematician. It is nil. It will never pay you a dividend. If you're desperate, can you read it? No, you can't. The entire value is on the rate of fall, is it not? So Bitcoin could be worth $1 million a unit if you can find someone to pay it. So
could we say the same about gold? Doesn't generate any dividend stream.
There are two things.
Can't eat it either.
Yeah, that should give you a measure of restraint in your enthusiasm for gold, granted. But gold has had the odd 12,000-year test, which it has passed pretty well. And the Bitcoin has got a few years to go yet to catch up. And secondly, gold does have some fallback qualities. It doesn't tarnish. It's unique in that sense. Everything that was ever made of gold is still around. And that's
Right, they're risking jail time. I'm telling you.
Also lags. So I would say, yes, I'm nervous about gold because I can't eat it and because it pays no dividend. But it has two wicked advantages over Bitcoin. Bitcoin is 100% faith. And come the next market phase where faith is at a minimum, what do we think will happen to a stock whose entire reason for existence is faith and nothing but?
Jeremy, you and your partners at GMO are willing to lose assets in the conviction that you'll be proven right. What's the incentive for publicly traded asset managers, firms with trillions in assets, to test clients' patience if the outcome might not be known for years?
This is the easiest question of the day. They have no incentive. It makes no commercial sense at all for them to attempt to warn clients of impending doom, ever. It is terrible business to blow the whistle on a major bull market if you're a commercial enterprise. You make your money by having the bubble keep going.
So let me ask you this. Who or what do you hold most responsible for the excesses of the present mania?
Ironically, I'm tempted to say Alan Greenspan, only because he set us on this course of talking and acting along the lines of moral hazard. He bragged that he had contributed to the strength of the economy through the wealth effect. There is indeed a wealth effect. If you have the market double, 3 or 4% of that gets spent and helps the economy. He was right, and he bragged about it. And then, following him, Bernanke bragged that they had contributed to the health of the economy. And they have. And now, the Fed also brags that it has done its part and it's
I need to take some Adderall.
encouraged the economy through high asset prices. All of it's true. The bad news, however, is we live in a world that is, in the end, a real world of people and production. And in the end, therefore, despite Alan Greenspan's enormous willingness to create a new permanent golden era of productivity, etc., the S&P still came back. The Nasdaq still burst and went down 82%, despite his fanatical interest in moral hazard and helping out stock market prices. The point is, they did not brag of the negative effect of the market reverting back to normal. It comes in at just the time you don't need it, and it sucks out of the economy a negative wealth effect, and as it will this time.
Should the Biden administration take steps to curb speculation in financial markets or rein in, say, SPACs perhaps, or Robinhood?
Yeah, they should, but they wouldn't. That's easy. SPACs are should be a completely illegitimate instrument. they're just an excuse for people with reputation and marginal ethics to raise a lot of money, take 20% of it for themselves for a quick dash around the country for 6 months, and a complete rip-off in the sense that the professional hedge funds then always liquidate before taking any real risk and take the premium that they can get and a few warrants, and leaving the half of the marketplace that retains it, who put their money up, on aggregate with a very bad return. Of course, they'll make some money in the late stages of the bubble. But if you look at the first 6 years...
I'm sorry, I'm going full autistic right now. I'm going full spectrum. Hang on. I'm figuring something out.
They're a thoroughly reprehensible instrument, in my opinion, and should be disallowed. They should, of course, reform the IPO. The IPO is a license to reward the fidelities of the world at the open. You could do better than that. Direct listing made a little easier would be the way to go. But SPACs are terrible.
You've become a big believer in green investing, Jeremy. I'd like to know more about the story behind QuantumScape, the battery maker you invested in, and which, somewhat ironically, went public via a SPAC merger.
It's full of ironies. And I hated SPACs long before I found myself owning one. But it wasn't just owning one, it was slightly the biggest investment of my life. And
one that's made you hundreds of millions of dollars, as I understand it.
Well, a whole lot less now. The stock has come down from 130
Bro,
to...
if you go in and you hold,
which is, by the way,
we're going to witness one of the largest redistributions of wealth to ever occur. Please, please just believe. 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 Bro, I'm trying to get back in.
And that's the very early one. And the market in 2000, for example, didn't go together. They took out the pet.coms and shopping. The rest of the market continued to go up. It didn't even deign to notice the shooting of those little guys. They were only worth scores of millions or a couple of $100 million. Then they took out the junior growth stocks and shot them, and the market kept going up. And then they took the medium growth stocks and shot them. And finally, by the summer, they were shooting the Cisco's. And the entire tech part of the market had been shot. And that had been 30% of the market peak, of the total market cap. And yet, the S&P, by September, was at the co-equal high of March, which meant that the other 70 had continued to rise. So that is a typical way. Bubbles don't necessarily break en masse. But having sliced off the tech and the dot-coms, then finally the 70%, like a giant iceberg, rolled over en masse, the 70%, and went down for 2.5 years by 50%.
You've been concerned and written about the state of economic inequality for years. Tell me, what do you think is the right way to correct it?
I think that the nurturing of moral hazard and management through monetary policy as opposed to fiscal policy has been dreadful for income inequality, because by pushing up asset prices, you do two things. You make it difficult to impossible for people to get on into the game. The purchase of a house is just too expensive. The purchase of anything, stocks, is much higher per unit of dividend or yield than it was. So that's brutal. Secondly, the compounding, the long-term compounding of wealth is reduced. If you have a 6% yield on your assets, you can, by reinvesting that, you can double your money in 12 years. If you turn it into a 3% yield by doubling the price, you're worth more on paper, but in real life, you only eat the dividends, and now they're 3% a year, and you double your money in 24 years. So in 48 years, you're down to a quarter of what you would have been, and so on. And the gap becomes ruinously wide. In other words, the higher the asset price, the lower the rate at which you can compound wealth. And if you're not on the game, you're not in the game, you're a beginner, you can have great difficulty ever getting into that game. And by definition, it means that the rich get richer as you price down the yield and you mark up asset prices. And the poor get squeezed because you're not creating any real value, you're not creating more production. And government spending is quite different. If we can have, instead of writing checks to everybody, if you can write checks for infrastructure, particularly green infrastructure, you're killing two birds with one stone. You're doing necessary investing for decarbonizing the economy, but if you don't do maybe such a shock in as little as 20 or 30 years that it begins to destabilize the global system of civilization, it becomes unstable. You have to do it. And you turn it into a virtue because many of the areas have a high societal return. If you put in an efficient grid, everybody benefits. If you put in well-insulated homes in every cold area of the country, the society makes a huge return. We use less energy. These are handsome returns at the societal level. How do you go wrong by doing more of that and less buying of Chinese stuffed dogs? So I certainly hope that the incoming administration will have a continuous and strong public spending program emphasized at repairing bridges and roads. That is fine, but doing a green infrastructure, wind, solar, storage, research, training, retraining of people for green jobs, and all the tens of trillions of dollars we need to spend. Get it done. It has a high return. In the end, it may save our bacon.
I've heard you say American capitalism is too fat and happy, too conservative, too monopolistic. Is American capitalism in crisis?
Yeah, it's not the crisis that comes over a weekend. It's a kind of rolling crisis that starts very slowly, a bit like bankruptcy, very slowly at first and then maybe very quickly at the end. But this has been going on since the mid-60s, which was the sweet spot of American capitalism and the social contract, by the way. A corporation
By the way,
in the 60s felt it had responsibilities to its workers. It was on the cusp of starting a nice pension fund, a defined benefit. It didn't have to do that, but it did. And it was a very generous, well-constructed, important program. And it felt it had responsibilities to the city it was working in, the state, and of course the country. All of that is largely gone. It didn't go overnight. It drifted slowly away in the 70s, particularly in the 80s and the 90s. And Milton Friedmanism, he has a lot to answer for. You know, the idea that the only social responsibility of a corporation is to maximize profits is a terrible business formula, we believe, at GMO anyway. But it's a shockingly amoral way to run anything. And we treat corporations as if they are individuals. They have a lot of individual rights, which is ludicrous in my opinion, but we do. But if you look at Milton Friedmanism of corporate life, that's sociopathic by any definition. If you say as an individual, my only interest is to maximize my advantage, which is what they say at the corporate level, you're a sociopath, for heaven's sake. And we are not, as individuals, like that. A lot of us do the odd altruistic act. And those odd altruistic acts are incredibly important in the long run, that a few people, hopefully like Biden, come out of the woodwork and set a good example and lead. That's the difference between an autocracy in the end and a healthy democracy.
Jeremy, I want to thank you very much for taking this time to talk to me.
No, it's a pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Dalio is one of the most influential investors in the world today. He started his company, Bridgewater, out of his 2-bedroom apartment in New York City in 1975, and has grown it into the world's largest hedge fund. Dalio is the author of the New York Times #1 bestseller, Principles, Life and Work, in which he shares a blueprint for success, personal and professional. Dalio is an active philanthropist and conservationist, with a special interest in ocean exploration and conservation.
I'm pleased to bring in our next guest, Ray Dalio, the founder of Bridgewater Associates, the world's largest and most profitable hedge fund firm. Ray is also a well-known philanthropist and an author of multiple books. Ray, it's great to have you with us.
So nice to be here.
I mentioned at the top that you're an author of multiple
Let's
books.
flip and go.
Called The Changing World Order, and you've been talking about 3 forces at play that were here pre-pandemic. Would love for you to share your worldview with our viewers and listeners.
I do research, and so this is a study that I've been doing, and then I decided to share it with people because I think it's so important. A number of years ago, first with 2008, we got into a monetary situation, of course, where we're printing money.
Yo, my boy just got back to me.
Monetizing it.
Let's go.
And then populism emerged around the world, and President Trump, who was more of a populist, emerged. And it affected tax policy, it affected markets in a lot of different ways. And that led me to realize that there are...
Do we have any data? I have a streaming friend here in Los Angeles. This is my boy. I know him through Billy the Fridge.
The long-term debt cycle, which I mean,
I know him through Billy the Fridge. He's gonna help me with the shit, hopefully. I told him, well, he has lawyers. He has lawyers, so he said, if anybody needs it, bro, I got it. You feel me, dog?
This polarization, this wealth gap, and how we're at each other's throats. I
Hmm.
looked at the wealth gap, and I looked at a lot of...
I think I'm good.
conflict going
That dude has pull.
I found that if they were in the
More pull than me, bud.
1945 period, the printing of money, as I described, when debt monetization was...
La La Land. Yeah, bro. No, he's got lawyers. Adam's got lawyers.
Is the rise of China, so the rise of a great power, challenging an
Yeah.
existing great power.
Fuck him, bro. Oh, man. I'm so irate. I'm really irate.
What are the relative appeals of the markets, but it has a lot of implications. It's not just a trade war. So the markets and everything were reverberating the trade war, the technology war, the geopolitical war in Taiwan and the South China Sea, and
No, not Adam 22.
we're seeing that.
My boy Adam.
So those 3 factors required me to then go back in history. And
My boy Sky does Minecraft.
lines of reserve currency empires. So I needed to go back far enough that I would have a few. So I had to go back 500 years so I could see the rise and decline of the Dutch Empire and its reserve currency, the rise and decline of the British Empire and its reserve currency, the rise and beginning of decline for the United States and its reserve currency, and China. And so those are the forces, and that's what I did, which you're referring to, and that, by the way, that's available for anybody to read on LinkedIn.
So to recap,
Ah! Bro, my teeth are killing me. Thank you.
the large wealth gaps in
I do need a shave. I'm not gonna shave until I have to be on set. I have to find out because they might want me with a beard. I'm gonna find out because it might make me more money.
in that thesis there that so this was the most analogous to the 1930, 1945 time period. Of course, we could go back and
Oh, here's that, Jay.
understand what happened.
I found it.
Really concerning.
Well, it is really concerning, and it's even more concerning when I went back to find the 500 years and the times that repeated over and over again. And what I found was there's a cycle. There's a big cycle. You know, you start a new world order. In 1945, we began a world order. After the war, they decided how the world would be divided. They created the dollar as the world's reserve currency and so on. And then because there's so much fighting, and then you establish the power that is a dominant power. You have a period of peace and prosperity.
Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, we gotta hit Billy the fridge.
And it leads to more death. Fear of bad.
I love Billy. He can talk whatever shit he wants on me, dog. I love Billy. All right, Ray. This is for you.
And that gets the country deeper and deeper in debt. And so you have those debt increases, and you have bubbles, but you have prosperity. And bubbles are really fun. They're really enjoyable. They're great. But then
He likes bubbles.
that there is a limitation to that. And those limitations become apparent when the central bank can't easily produce money and credit. That starts when you get 0 interest rates. Because then you can't do it.
Yeah, let's get it.
Okay, then you go to what that's monetary policy.
It's already clogged.
Is interest rate monetary policy. What doesn't work anymore. You go to the next type of monetary policy, which is printing money and buying financial assets. But that financial purchases of financial assets.
You guys want a boogie hit? Boogie hit.
Those who have financial assets do better.
EBZ would. EBZ would be sucking on it. EBZ be like, I'll make your dad SJC.
In an economy, that's a formula for a lot of conflict. And so that's what we see. So what does a central bank then do? If it taxes, it takes money out of the economy to
Take the boogie hit.
and if it cuts expenses, that's work.
EBZ.
So the central bank, through history,
It's funny because it's true.
thousands of years, the central bank
And why are people mad that I got a gaming chair? It's comfortable. And it's good for my back.
checks in the mail, and we needed to get all those checks in the mail. But
That chair sucked.
take it away from anybody. So where does it come from, and what are the implications? So
Bro, I got this gaming chair for a good deal.
and it often happens at the same time as there's a rise in power
You like this shirt?
as a competitor, which is
I never really liked this shirt, but
environment.
whatever.
Yes,
It's weird.
It's one of those times, and I think people are not aware of it because I learned.
Thank fuck I never got one of these tattoos. Thank fuck, bro. I wanted to get one of those Dark Star tattoos. Thank fuck I never got one.
But they happened many times before, and in history, and that if I would go back in history, I could see that. The first time it happened was in 1971.
Are the $600 gaming chairs any better though?
Richard Nixon gets
Is it any better to spend $600 on a gaming chair? Let's be realistic.
And I walked on the floor of the stock exchange. I figured there was a big crisis. And I walked on the floor of the stock exchange, and the stock market was up 4%.
Because I heard they were pretty much the same
And I said, wow,
cheap
surprise.
materials.
And then I found out
I literally heard they're the same cheap materials.
thing on March 5th, 1930.
Wait, there's a statement?
And what was done, and those two times, is the same thing that was done on April 9th of this year when the federal government and the Federal Reserve decided to produce
No, this isn't Walmart. Amazon.
these perspectives, and I want to pass that along, which is why I'm passing along that research on the LinkedIn piece.
A nice $4 office chair is worth every bit of comfort you sit down for long periods.
Before the stock exchange, what you thought was happening or going to happen in attendance, you look back in history and did this deep study. A couple things I'd like to kind of double click on here, Ray.
A Herman Miller, dude, those are expensive.
One, monetary policy two, and
I want a really nice computer chair. To be honest with you, like this is okay, but I want a nice computer chair. I really deserve a nice computer chair. You should have seen what I used to sit on. You remember the old ones with like the kind of yarn type of fucking computer chair? Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. The yarn with the yarn back, and it was like fucking comfortable. You could like adjust it, like yeah. I used to sit on one of them motherfuckers. It wasn't even like night. It was like almost yarn. It felt like. It almost felt like hard yarn. Like holy crap. Back in the day. This one's quite comfortable. I want to know if there's a executive chair. I want to know if there's a more comfortable chair option. Listen, bro. If I'm gonna sit here sometimes for hours on end, I want to be able to like function.
That the free market will play a much less role in determining those capital market flows. That the government, as we come into the future, will be thinking, how do I get that money?
Yeah, of course she said it's comfy because they're paying her.
Political decision, much more political than it was in the past, and that the central bank then will.
Of course.
Monetary policy 3 means there's that type of cooperation. So
I mean, I would be honest with you at least.
Big change environment. You're going to see much more government
Companies hate me.
and direction of where money goes, which will have a big impact on not only the economy but of markets. You have
Oh yeah, they got those vibrating ones. Yeah, I heard about that. They got like it's like a vibrating chair for your back or something. Ooh.
It also means that there'll be much more debt.
Could you imagine gaming in comfort like that?
And that has implications.
She bought it herself. Nice. Actually, that's nice. But someone like her should definitely like get a sponsor. Like she's old school. She's old school. Dude, Banana Pen lives on. Banana Pen lives on, bro. The Banana Pen. Dude, I need to find a new. Let me see if there's a pen around here that I can replace this with. Because this is lit. This is lit. This was like a very lit find. I don't know why nobody wanted this pen. Sell this pen. Sell this pen.
You can't raise living standards by
That almost failed. Alright, let me find.
Certainly money that is being received by those in the form of checks and they go out and spend it helps their living standards. But what it does is it diminishes the value of that cash and it diminishes the value of bonds because bonds are promised to receive a lot of currency and it shifts wealth to financial assets. It always sends stocks higher, like my 1971 lesson. It always sends gold higher. And it always shifts.
I'm investing in gold, kind of. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens when I get my gold and see if I got ripped off or if I actually was smart in buying gold. So I suspect in 2 or 3 more months, I will be getting a bar of gold. I'm literally ecstatic about this. I'm literally going to get a bar of gold. This is going to be amazing. You made 40K. Congratulations. It makes me really happy. Really hope you did, because there's people that are hurting out there, bro. There's a lot of people that are hurting very bad. I'm very happy with everybody who made gains.
And then I guess tying it back to the investors who are watching, a lot of retail investors that
Where'd that go?
My generation as well. How should they be thinking about this? It sounds like I guess the outcomes that we've seen in the U.S. stock market for long, maybe.
Oh, that fell. All right, we can put this over here.
Well, I think first the most important thing is to realize first, cash is a risky asset. I think so many people think if I go to cash, I'm going to be safe because it's much more popular. But please realize in this
I think I'm gonna, like, when I get money, when I cash out, I'm gonna just buy gold. I need to just buy gold. I need to buy gold bullions. Wait. Yeah.
But it's a subtle tax. So first, watch that. Think about, currency issue or the value of...
I'm not a junkie.
Then, in terms of that, yes, you want to diversify to storeholds of wealth. And the second big thing is diversify well. Diversify well into diversify of asset classes, but diversify of countries, diversify currencies. So think about diversification. If you diversify well, you lower...
Look, you see the webs in between my toes? I seen on this one episode, she was shooting heroin in between the webs of her toes. I got all like, oh no, homie. No, what? Bro, heroin to the toe. What the fuck? She's like, yeah, I ran out of things. What the fuck? I literally think about that sometimes. I think about episodes of Teen Mom sometimes. Honey Boo Boo. Bro. Huh. One episode of my cooking show. I used to watch Honey Boo Boo Chow with Linda. Linda loves Honey Boo Boo and Mama June. Bro. They give her the sketty and butter and ketchup. Oh my gosh, bro. It is the literally funniest shit you ever did see, bro. I'm sorry your dad died from heroin. Scattered butter and ketchup. Bro. I can't. I made that on a show once. On my cooking show on Film On. That was a fun episode. Scattered butter and ketchup. Mama June style. Mama June's favorite. That was good shit, dude. What is this? I'm always finding these. I don't even know if I'm supposed to read this shit.
That's important for every individual, for every company, for every organization, and for every government. You can judge the health, the financial health.
The water's fucking fine.
Then you have to go
shit don't need a filter for another like week or some shit. They're not really dirtying it because I have cleaner fish.
Your children well, broad-based.
Look at the frog. He's going up in his little area, bro. Look at this. Bro. Oh wait, I'm sorry, bro. Hang on.
Read and write and all of those things. That's very important, of course. But also
read and write, bro. I can barely fucking read. And these Wall Street motherfuckers are scared of people like me.
Work better. And so I believe it starts with education and you know the basics.
I'm autistic as shit.
I was lucky that I went to public school. I have parents that care.
They're stealing from autistic people. Autism, homie. Bro, what is that? Did he go hunting it? Or did he get hurt? What is that? Oh, he went hunting, dude. He went hunting for food. And he got it. I think that's what they do. I think they're like hunters, so they go... Look, he's fatty. He a fatty, bro. He a fatty. He eating good. I disagree with anybody who says this fool ain't eating. He eating good. He goes to his little grass area, bro. He's like, I'm eating good. So I create a habitat for everybody. Everybody has a habitat. One frog's in there. There's 2 fish in there. Those fish gonna have plants soon. They gotta just figure it out for now. We gotta buy plants, bro. Donate for plants. Look at that.
The consequences of not getting there. I believe
The bigger plants are more money, bro. So I got the baby plants just to let them grow. I'm like, fuck it, dude. I get 5 of them for like money. No, he's not died. He just does that. They're fucking weird. They'll just stay there. They'll think about it, and they'll just like continue about their shit. Oh, look, there's the tail of the Plico. There he is. Bro, he's sleeping, bro. He likes it in there. He just stays doing his thing, bro. Since it's getting evening, I kind of want to turn this off. No, I want to turn this off. Yeah, set the mood.
I do think we're in a mindset in which everybody, not everybody, but I think the greatest problem of our time is people are
How big does the Plico, how big do these guys get? I think these guys stay about that size. The Plico gets a little bit bigger. I think I'm going to have to upgrade to a 20-gallon soon. But this is good for now. But the 20-gallon had be plenty of food for him.
As well. And I know, Ray, you've done a deep dive on this. You did a study on this not too long ago, and it also ties back to education, which I know you and your wife are intimately involved in the state of Connecticut, which if you look at that state has a wealth gap as well. How would you diagnose the current state of capitalism? Is it broken?
Yeah, the piece you're referring to, which is available on LinkedIn if anybody wants it, is why.
Maximum size of 5 inches.
It's kind of simple.
4 to 5 inches, bro.
And is the system achieving the goals? I don't know that we could.
See, if I had a regular one, I would have to get a bigger tank. The only thing that's going to get big, I believe, is the. Let me see.
And in doing that, you would draw upon the greatest percentage of the population so that you would find out where the talents lie everywhere. And also the people...
So a rainbow shark, 6 inches.
So I believe
they need a 20-gallon tank or up.
I think the system is broken.
I disagree.
I believe in capitalism, but...
He's actually pretty chill. Because I've read that he'd be fine in this tank.
To be dealt with. So education is a good example. As you point out, my wife and I, and particularly my wife, sees kids can't have the most.
It's a big ass tank for him. Because those guys are always up there. He stays on the bottom. Him and the Plico have run to the bottom. The frogs mind their own fucking business.
It's the richest state in the country, and it has the largest wealth gap.
I think they're just trying to sell me the fucking. Because I've read 10-gallon would be fine. And people at Petco said it was fucking fine. So I disagree with that fucking statement. They're just trying to upsell. Because that motherfucker doesn't even get that big, bro.
That they have an absentee rate which is greater than 25%.
Max size 6 inches, bro.
Or disconnected means they don't.
See, this one says 50 gallons for minimum size. What the fuck? I don't understand why it says 2 different sizes. One says 20, one says 50. Are they just trying to upsell me?
And is that fair? Okay. Education. We were in a situation where COVID makes clear that they didn't have computers.
Yes.
So we had to, and the state didn't have the money for buying the computers. So we had to buy 60,000 computers for kids who didn't have computers, and they don't have.
I might be interested in the future.
Okay. But there's so many. There's poverty. There's food as an issue. In that
Most definitely.
So it's not an environment of
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Why does that exist? There are not bad people who are producing.
That was a lady from Tesla.
The profit system is not good enough to be able to allocate resources that way. In other words, not everything's going to be able to be achieved by profit. For example,
I bought a bully fish.
Is logically and for the efficiency of the whole system going to replace people in jobs.
I asked, And I said, I have these rainbow fish, and I had the guppy. Will the rainbow shark fish attack any of it, or the frogs? Because I got the frogs, and I mentioned it to them, and they said it shouldn't be an issue.
What I found is that the top 40%, because I broke it into quintiles, top 20 each Monday, and top 40% of the population, on average, spends 5 times as much money on their children's education than those in the bottom 60%. In other words, the majority of people has this, the elites spending 5 times as much money on their kids' education. The elites and the people below.
Rainbow shark are welcome addition to the line, being significantly larger, max size roughly 4 inches. Fish as well tends to stay near the bottom of the tank. Now with Danos, Tetras, and Shark, you can have, yeah, I can have him on different, cause he stays on the bottom. He doesn't really go up, bro. He literally just stays on the bottom. And if he does go up, he'll go on the side, but he stays on the bottom for the most part. These guys don't go to the bottom. You'll notice when they eat, they don't go after the food at the bottom because they're not bottom feeder fish. So they avoid him. He will not go chase them because he's not a bottom feeder. Science and motherfucking biology or something.
What I think to change, I want to build on your point of what is. And what is in a lot of places, it's ironic, in the richest states, they have the most debt.
I need to take the ibuprofen.
So this is true not only in Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, Illinois, and a number of places. And that produces a dynamic that is, everybody sees it's true over time. You can't raise taxes because people will leave and have too much of a burden. And you can't.
Trust me, before I bought any fish, I Googled what the fuck I was buying. And I learned I want to get 1 or 2 more of these guppies. I don't know what happened with the other one. Fucking died. But, I mean, if I can have 3 or maybe 4 of them, they'll swim in a school. That's why I want to get the 20 gallon. Because the 20 gallon, they'll swim in a school. And even, because I've heard of them fucking with other fish, but he really stays on the bottom. So I don't know if it's him. I sold 20 cows and 2 horses for $230K. Cry. Nice, Joel.
These all reach a point where it's an intolerable crisis. And then extraordinary measures come. And so I think that the path will look something like that.
So, what does that mean for my generation? I'm a millennial.
I can't even get into my fucking hit BTC because I'm fucking locked out.
Consequences here. What do you think the world looks like that we ultimately inherit?
I'm locked out, bro.
I think you have to be savvy of what that whole cycle is like. That's one of the reasons I wrote that LinkedIn piece. So
Yeah, I flushed it. I did on stream.
Because otherwise you'll be surprised.
He got flushed, bro. He was all eaten up by the tails and shit. They ate him. He was floating around and shit.
Educate your children well. Teach them self-discipline, character, civility, those things, to be strong. Teach them then to be open-minded, to go to read history or to hear from other people. Teach them.
Bruh, she made a mask of her panties and he wouldn't let her in.
And yeah, don't be naive. Don't be blind to think that just the experiences that you've had.
Bro, that's kind of, I think, is that bad?
The future will be very different than your past because of the way these things go in cycles. The funny thing, I think most everybody expects the future to be a modified version of the present or what they've recently experienced. And more often than not, it's more the opposite than similar. In fact, if you take every decade, the 1920s, the 30s were the opposite. 1930s, the 40s were the opposite. More opposite than similar. And you take every decade, and it's more opposites than similar. So open the mind to that. Strong character, well-educated. Those are the things at the end of the day that will serve you.
I just want to read something that you wrote because it stayed with me. You said, quote, "We're like ants preoccupied with our jobs, appearing in our minuscule lifetimes instead of having broader perspectives of big picture patterns and cycles, the important interrelated
Oh, damn, bro.
and where we are within the cycles and what's likely to transpire." And of course, I think later in the piece you even said that you're even just beginning to put together the crumbs, the picture here, and you don't have all the answers, of course, and no one really does. But I guess kind of to round it out here, what do you say? I guess you were kind of outlining what our world might look like, but if you could narrow it down to one thing, what would be the biggest
Whoa.
issue that
Wait, Wall Street Bets is banned on Discord?
Well, of course, the biggest issue goes back to one's approach to life. It depends at what level you want me to answer the question. But the biggest issue is
Anybody got any Discord links?
radically open-minded. You have to make your own decisions, and you have to make them well by taking in well, not by being closed-minded.
Bro, were them Discord links, please.
Character to do it, and then going back and understanding.
Bro, listen. We gotta go underground. Where them Discord links?
From the people around you, the smartest people you know, the information, and triangulate with them well to make them.
I've already been up. I'm reiterating for the people who don't know. I've known about this since yesterday.
As for now, I would say to realize that
I was in the Discord.
take a global view, make comparisons of countries, put things in perspective, and then if I narrow down to investing, so I'm getting more specific in answering your question, it would be first to realize that cash is not a safe investment, it's a very risky investment, and know how to diversify well. And when I mean diversify well, I mean diversify globally, in countries, in markets, and in currencies.
How about, do you have a take on digital currencies? This is something a lot of young people talk about. Any view on that?
There, digital currencies, let me break.
Bro, imagine dry snitching on yourself.
There's the type in
Look at
which
him.
it's like a business currency, that is an alternative currency in terms of its supply, demand, and an alternative storehold of wealth. And then there's digital currencies. That means there'll be other types of currencies, let's say the dollar or the euro or the Chinese renminbi, that is digitalized. Okay, I think we're going to see a lot more of that second type, but I think that there are three main problems of the first type, the Bitcoin type of that. Theoretically, it's good, but the three basic things are a currency has to be an effective medium of exchange, storehold of wealth, and the governments want to control it. So I today can't take my Bitcoin yet and go buy things easily with it.
Yes, you can.
And as a storehold of
Yes, you can. You're lying. You're lying.
so volatile
You're lying.
that its volatility based on
You're lying.
so much greater that it's not an effective storehold of wealth.
You're lying.
Also, one of the reasons it's a problem to be a transaction vehicle, because if a vendor says I'm going to get paid in Bitcoin and they don't know what that means in terms of their other liabilities, that's a problem. And then thirdly, governments won't, and if it becomes material, governments won't allow it. I mean, they'll outlaw it, and they'll use whatever teeth they have to enforce that. They would say, okay, you can't transact a Bitcoin, you can't have a Bitcoin. So then you have to sort of be almost like, is it a felony? And I'm going to have to be a felon in order to transact. They outlawed gold. What's wrong with gold? But gold was a storehold of wealth. And so if I was to say, what would I prefer, Bitcoin to gold? No, I wouldn't prefer Bitcoin to gold. Gold is, it will be the vehicle. There's either that central banks and countries use as an alternative to the regular cash. Because each central bank can print cash, but through transaction, through time, when countries dealt with each other, they used gold because they didn't have to worry about being devalued by some country that's going to print the gold. And so it still is our third largest reserves, if you take central bank reserves. The largest is the dollar, the second largest is euros, and the third largest is gold. So, so if I'm dealing with classic currency, I really started getting into the storeholder wealth domain. That also includes stocks in that storeholder wealth. But I don't think digital
120 grams.
will succeed.
Nice.
In the way people hope they would, for those reasons.
Really interesting insight. Of course, I would recommend folks read The Changing World Order by you, Ray, and if you have any book recommendations,
Nice.
feel free to
I should buy
pass
one
those
like
along
that
as well.
when I make gains
Thank you
and
so much
flex.
for your time.
Yikes.
That's beautiful. Now give each other a hug. We're supposed to do that, right? Just to get started, we're going to talk to a good friend who wrote a great book, Principles. This is Ray Dalio. And Ray thinks of himself, and we all think of ourselves as just says, I'm an ordinary guy. And when I talk to him about being ordinary,
I would pay all that debt back.
I want to learn today, how does an
If I fucking flipped all this shit, bro, I would pay all that debt back and just not have to worry about it.
Magazine is one of the 100 most influential people on the
Fuck
earth.
yeah, I would.
How does an ordinary guy build a company that Fortune magazine says is one of the top 5 most influential private companies in the United States? And how does a person who starts from
I would pay my debts back, that's right.
background, works hard,
You're supposed to pay your
has a
debts back.
challenged time in school, end up being one of the 100 wealthiest people on earth? So we have a good fortune of spending a little time with a good friend of mine. We have traveled, we've been diving, we've been in remote places. I've watched him in action as he listens and learns and talks to everyone with the same honesty and integrity, whether they are a village leader or a village member or the head of a Fortune 500 company. So I'd like to ask good friend Ray Dalio to come out and share some time with us. Thank you, Ray. Thanks, man. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a special treat to be able to speak to you because I'm at the end of my second phase of my life, and you're at pretty much the beginning of your second phase of life. I think that basically life exists in 3 phases. You start off, your phase 1 is you're dependent on others and you're learning. Phase 2 is that you're working and others become dependent on you and you're trying to be successful. And then you get later in stage 2, and the number one goal that you want more than anything else is to help people be successful without you. Then you can go to stage 3, which is, you're sort of free of obligations and so on. And what I did over a period of time, whenever I would encounter a situation and make decisions, I would write down the criteria for making decisions. So my number one objective is to tell you that you need to have your own principles. I'll explain some things, but I'm going to share some of my principles. I hope they're helpful to you. They're things that have worked for me that I've written down over a period of time. But number one, I want to describe this experience to you. Whenever you're in a situation, and if you take the time after that situation, and you write down your criteria for making decisions, then you will have that for the next time that thing comes along. And
what happens is the same things happen over and over again for the same kind of reasons, but you don't see that. You're operating in a way where, you know, you take them one at a time. And so I would recommend to you that you write those principles down. When you do that, you think about them in a deeper way, and then the people that are in your lives then start to understand how you're behaving, and they can be partners in that ideal meritocratic decision making, so that they can also say, is that the best way to operate and deal with that situation? And so you start to think in a more principled way rather than all of these bits and pieces of different things. So that would be my recommendation. But what I'm going to do is take you through a little bit of my journey, and it's totally correct, as Peter says. I'm really a very ordinary guy who
had to make back all the free stocks they gave away.
That helped me do what Peter was describing.
Air fryer donuts.
We look at the world, and you know, there's just so many different things to have principles for. Principles are essentially recipes for dealing with situations that happen over and over again. And you know, like there's just a million things you could study. You could be a doctor, you could be a physicist, you could be someone. And the things that I understand.
You think they're going to go bankrupt?
Was economics, investments, and then work. And my approach was largely captured in this slide, which is to say, like, I would go after audacious goals, and then I would succeed and fail, and most importantly, benefited from failure. In other words, you go after your goals, and you then encounter your problems or your failures. And how you're dealing with those problems is one of the most important things. I started to realize, for reasons you'll probably see as we go along, that pain plus reflection equals progress. In other words, if you can diagnose what produced that failure and then develop principles for dealing with it at a different time, in a different way, and then you take those principles and you improve, you learn, you change things, then you improve and you make go on to more audacious goals. And the way I look at life is pretty much like it's this looping process, this evolutionary looping process. That means you go after your audacious.
All right, I gotta do some research. Give me a second.
Failure is an important part of that process. You learn principles, you keep improving. And so I think that I learned that there are only 5 things that you need to do to be successful. If you do these 5 things, you will be successful. And the first is to be clear on what your goals are. You have to know what you're going after. You can't have everything in the world, but you could have almost anything you want, but you can't have everything you want. If you go after your goals and they're clear, you have to know your goals. And along the way, number 2 is you have to identify and not tolerate your problems. A lot of people tolerate problems. And then you have to diagnose those problems to get at the root cause of those problems. And often the root cause is you. Maybe you have weaknesses. Maybe you make mistakes. And with that, or maybe somebody else is making mistakes. We all have strengths and weaknesses. And the power of being able to know our strengths and weaknesses and know how to deal with them is enormous. And only when you know what your problems are and you diagnose that specifically can you create a design to get around those problems. And that design, very specific design, you go get around the problems, and then you have to have a design, you have to be reliable in doing that. And everybody is bad at some of its steps. And the key is to work with other people who are good where you're weak. So I just want to give you a sense of failure. I think probably the greatest problem of mankind, it's a big statement, biggest problem of mankind, the greatest tragedy of mankind is individuals who have in their minds wrong opinions and they're attached to so easily stress test those to put them out there and find out if they're
well, there is a page on Fidelity
to move
that will allow you to transfer over your Robinhood.
because it could be so easily dealt with. You can reduce the chances of being wrong by properly stress testing. And I want to take you through an experience.
Bro, I'm trying to access my Dogecoins right now and cash out.
My whole approach to decision making.
I have a lot of Dogecoins. Are you really serious? It's $1? Because I'm fucking rich. If I can just get that money, oh my gosh. I literally have Dogecoins. I literally have Dogecoins. Are you for fucking serious? I bought a lot, and I actually just forgot about them, bro.
Opinion at the time got attention.
I'm literally freaking out right now because I can't get into my shit. They're not answering me. I sent in a ticket and they're not answering me, bro.
Was right about the debt crisis, and as a result, I got a lot of attention. I was asked to testify to Congress, and I was asked to be on Wall Street Week at the time, and I want to just give you a clip from there.
Mr. Chairman,
come on.
It's a great pleasure and a great honor to be able to appear before you in examination with what is going wrong with our economy. The economy.
No, I bought a lot.
Teetering on the brink of failure.
I bought a lot. Like 2017, I bought a lot for like nothing.
With absolute certainty that if you look at the liquidity base in the corporations and the world as a whole, but there's such a reduced level of liquidity that you can't return to an era of stagflation.
Arrogant? I was incredibly arrogant. I couldn't have been more.
Oh my god, shut the fuck up. Fucking moron. Stop obsessing, loser. It's like mentally unstable. Stop obsessing, but over and over. Like, don't you get, I feel like I'm giving you a break, bro. You're banging your head against the wall, bro. Chill out. Stop banging your head against the wall, mentally unstable, bro. I love you. Stop being mentally unstable for a moment. Fuck. There's some people out there, bro, they're just so mentally unstable. It is over and over and over and over. My dad once said to me, why does a crazy man bang his head against the wall? I said, I don't know. He said, because it feels good when he stops.
The thing that I learned is being successful has more to do with knowing how to deal with your not knowing than anything you know. And if you can then think, how do I know I'm right? And stress test yourself and find people who disagree with you, the smartest people you can find who disagree with you, and you have thoughtful disagreements so you can take in and stress test. Not only does it provide a lot of learning, but it stress tests your decision ratios, your probabilities of being right.
I'm not in debt like that, bro. I'm not in that much debt. I'm really not. You're just mentally unstable, buddy.
Who have companies or operating companies about this way of operating. So
imagine being jealous of my life. It's pretty weird. It's pretty jealous. It's pretty jealous. Not gonna lie. You sound jealous. Oh my god. Why are people so jealous, bro?
And through that idea of meritocracy, we have then these principles. By writing down our principles and those shared principles of how we were going to deal with things together, we would have better communications, we would deal with them better. And that produced successes and failures and learnings. And the learnings produced happier employees, this idea of meritocratic way of operating, and it produced more independent thinkers and more audacious goals, and it produced the success. And so it was
the haters are seething today.
Very painful experience that I went through.
I'm moving all my shit to Fidelity.
To create an idea of meritocracy. So, what do I mean by an idea of meritocracy? I want to be very tangible for you. In order to have an idea of meritocracy, in other words, the best ideas winning out, wherever those ideas come from, you have to do three things. And the first is that you have to put your honest thoughts on the table. Honest thoughts on the table for everybody to see and look at. And one of the problems,
Bro, I'm going into Fidelity so I could buy more shares.
most individuals is that they don't want to be honest, and they don't like disagreement. And so, you know, you can go out to a restaurant and somebody says, I like the food. Somebody's not really going to be reluctant to say, I don't like the food. Where thoughtful disagreement is the second thing. You have to understand.
I get real time. Oh man, I like this.
Disagreement.
Okay.
Somebody's going to be wrong.
Transfer withdrawal money from your account.
So you have to understand.
Tax forms? No, we're going to do that later.
And once you have that disagreement, to raise your probabilities of making better decisions.
Trade. Place trades for stocks. Wait, there's somewhere in here.
Of getting past your disagreement. In other words, you have to have protocols, and we do something which we call believability weighting.
Transfers. I think that's it.
So that's what I'm on idea meritocracy. And do you want an idea?
Hold on, how do I transfer? Let's see. Fidelity has a page to request a full account transfer from Robinhood.
Curiosity to make yourself more likely to be right. And you want to abide by protocols that will help you get past that disagreement. So the other thing is you have to know what people are really like in order to have a meritocracy. And everybody has strengths and weaknesses. So the real question is, do you want to know your weaknesses? Do you want to know each other's weaknesses? Because if you know each other's weaknesses, and you're all going to be better off if you're dealing with that in a forthright way, knowing your strengths and weaknesses, because that's what makes up a great team. So when you know what someone is like, you know what you can expect from them. That's a power. So an idea meritocracy is that kind of.
Oh, dude, he sold it.
I want to give you just a quick clip of
Dummy.
how that works.
I still have Doge. Like, I literally have it. I just can't touch it right now.
But what I found is that in order to be effective,
I have to, I'm waiting for these guys to get back to me so I can get my two-factor fixed. My two-factor got fucked or something. I'm like, bro.
A week after the U.S. election, our research team held a meeting to discuss what a Trump presidency would mean for the U.S. economy. Naturally, people had different opinions on the matter and how we were approaching the discussion. The dot collector collects these views. It has a list of a few dozen attributes, and so whenever someone thinks something about another person's thinking, it's easy for them to convey that assessment. They simply note the attribute and provide a rating from 1 to 10. For example, as the meeting began, a researcher named Jen rated me a 3, in other words, badly, for not showing a good balance of assertiveness and open-mindedness. As the meeting transpired, Jen's assessment of some people added up like this. Others in the room had very different opinions. That's normal. Different people are always going to have different opinions. And who knows who's right? Let's just look at what people thought about.
Oh, with Fidelity I can do extended hours? Let's go. Alright, we're gonna fuck them. We're gonna fuck them. Alright, how do I transfer my shit? Refer a friend.
Express their thinking, including their critical thinking, regardless of their position.
What do you get?
Jen, who's 24 years old and fresh out of college, can tell me, the CEO of the company, that I'm approaching things terribly. This tool helps people both express their
You don't get anything. There's no
and
gimmick.
separate themselves from their opinions.
I'm getting out.
When Jen and others shift their attentions from inputting their opinions.
Hang on, I'm trying to figure out how to.
Their perspective changes. They see their own opinions as just one of many, and naturally start to ask themselves, how do I know my opinion is right? That shift in perspective of going above it,
Transfer to Fidelity.
views, shifts the conversation from arguing over individual opinions to
Transfer
figuring
an
out
account.
objective criteria for determining which opinions are best. Behind the dot collector is a computer that is watching what all these
How much are they going to charge me?
correlates it with how they think and communicates back to each.
No, I'm not trying to do cash. I want to transfer my shares because I don't fucking trust Robinhood.
Pointillist painting of what people are like.
Let me ask David.
And it does all that guided by algorithms. Knowing what people are like helps to match them up better with their jobs. For example, a creative thinker who is unreliable might be matched up with someone who is
I'm not getting greedy.
but not creative. Knowing what people are like also
Hello.
allows us to decide what responsibilities to give them. And
Hello.
to make our decisions based on people's merits.
What do you think about Fidelity?
Believability. Here's an example
So I shouldn't put money there?
where the majority of people felt one way.
No, I'm asking a question.
People's views on the basis of their merits.
I'm asking, what do you know about Fidelity?
This process allows us to make decisions not based on democracy.
Because I'm thinking of taking my shares out of Robinhood because they were fucking me. Robinhood was not allowing me to buy.
Yeah, so we really.
Robinhood was not, Fidelity
I
was.
just want to give you just highlight some things.
I could have transferred equity from somewhere else.
Or
I had cash on hand ready to buy calls, and I couldn't even buy calls. With Fidelity, I can do extended hours.
complaints. We capture that information. So that way, we're building.
With Fidelity, I can do extended hours trading.
Is a fair system, so that there's
No, I'm telling you.
on the basis of
I already signed up for an account. I'm asking, should I transfer my account from Robinhood or it's... All right, thank you. Thank you.
be able to be hierarchical in that sense.
I love you. Bye.
Decisions based on the quality of the thinking, and that could evolve over a period of time. People learn their strengths and weaknesses, and then we have behind that data, lots of data.
It's not other people's money. It's my money.
Everybody's getting a 360-degree.
It's literally my money.
Also, we're seeing how they themselves make decisions, and we process.
I'm using my own fucking money that I've been putting in for a long fucking time. By like pretty much driving and doing deliveries, bud.
You're on a mission together, and meaningful relationships is that deep relationship, but through radical truthfulness and radical transparency. And then we use
I'm using my own money, and I'm using free shares that I received.
I think that it's what I call the two U's. I've asked neuroscientists and psychologists, and everybody agrees that it's basically that there
Damn,
is
bro.
a logical, conscious you, and then there's a subconscious, emotional you, and they have a struggle with each other. So if I would ask you, would you like to know your weaknesses, or would you like to know what I think, even if it's critical? The logical answer to that would be yes, I would like to know those things because then I can deal with them better. But emotionally, that becomes a challenge. And so, as people start to wrestle with each other as they come in to the organization,
Oh, bro, someone actually signed up for it? Bro, who signed up for this? Because they're going to get 1,000 shares of this shit. I'm just going to give it away. Who signed up for this? Who is the one person? Bro, if I get the 4,000, I will send shares to a person. I don't know how to do it, but let's flip and go. Let's flip and go. Should I do it now or no? Should I wait?
And that's been the challenge. And it's not for everybody. I would say probably a third of the people just can't get through it. A lot of people struggle. And then on the other hand, we call getting to the other side. When they get to
What do you think?
when they're used to it, they can't
I think it's going to be a fucking free subscription.
back into a typical organization in which all of that
GE.
is hidden and there's politics.
Wait, this guy got GE? No way. That's bullshit. That's not... It's recent. Worth $1. Fuck it, dude. Ready? Wait, what is this? I have to share on my social media, bro. It's making me share it on my social media.
Do you want to have an idea meritocratic decision-making process in which the best ideas...
Wait, what the flip? It's making me share it again?
Thinking you having power, a hierarchy. And then you know what that means. I defined it before. Do you want to know what you're really like, your strengths and weaknesses, and what others are really like in order to get at the best results? Do you like this?
Wait, what the hell is this?
To what extent do you want
And to what extent do you want to have
It's not letting me accept it, bro. What the hell?
listening to everybody's spin on things?
It's not letting me accept it.
And then beyond that, there's a great power for being able to turn those any of your thinking.
It's not letting me accept it, bro. What the hell?
Decision making. A lot of what we're doing is this data, and through the data and algorithms, we actually have the machine, the decision making machine.
Oh, it says I gotta share this shit again, bro. Bro, they're making me share it again. They're literally making me spam this shit. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Alright, let's see if it works.
We built a bunch of tools and apps.
Bro, it's making me tweet it. Oh no.
Publicly available, so the people who want to do that, like the dot collector and those tools, will have the opportunity to be able to operate that way.
Scam. Scam. Fucking scam. I did that already, dude.
So that's it. I think a little bit too long a way, winded way, but thank you.
It's not letting me do it, bro. It's scamming me. It's scamming me.
It's brilliant, and I love the generosity.
It's scamming me. I got scammed.
Learned, written down over 25 years, what you learned. You didn't just try to remember what your principles are. You actually had to gather them over 2.5 years.
Oh wait, in the middle. I'm retarded. I had to hit that in the middle. I'm actually retarded. Oh, I got ass. That's what I got.
Long-term impact, effective endurance, and success. So it seems like it would be an obvious, how do I do that? Give it to me. I'm ready to go. But you've been talking about business, and as you talk to
I mean, level 2 marketing is not bad, bro.
this transition, can you describe what are the barriers and the hurdles that they run into as they try to implement this, and how do you coach them through it? Well, first of all, I think that any group of people or any relationship benefits from the definition being very clear of how you're going to be with each other. You've built an organization. People who are growing their organizations need to be able to be crystal clear. So there's no getting around the idea of writing down those principles. It's just so powerful. Then the question is, do you want to do it? Can you get in the habit? And I think each of the people here can do that. We're going to put out an app which we call the Coach, in which, besides having some of our principles, will be a vehicle for you writing down your principles. So have it. Write down the principles when you're dealing with it and be clear. Share those principles. And then if you want these things, then the big issue is how you implement it. And the big barrier is the emotional barrier, but people start to react to that individually. They sort of see the struggle with themselves, and then they overcome it. And it's a matter of getting in the habit. We call the process getting to the other side. Somebody gets hired, they say, I really want this, is great. And then they go through the process. And then it's sort of shocking. It takes a little bit of adapting to it. And then they get past it because they start to realize that other people are not. Do you want the other alternative where there's not that clarity? And we call it to getting to the other side. So it's a process that people go through. But I think everybody's going to be saddled with those questions now. So how are you going to be with each other? You can do it any way you want. Just write it down and be clear. Yeah, it's really, for me, as you discussed this with me over years, and as you have taught me, as we have traveled together and worked together and learned together, I have seen, as I've applied it in other situations, that people don't really like to talk about failure, right? It's more, let's get on to the success and let's not talk about the failure. But your phrase, pain plus reflection equals progress, is kind of at the core of that. And could you just dive into that a little bit more? I think a lot of life is that the second order consequences are the opposite of the first order consequences. In other words,
the things that you like, maybe the food you like to eat, the exercise that you don't like to do, all of that. This is one of the great tricks of life, that the second order consequences are very, very beneficial. And life is sort of tricky, that it says, okay, which ones of those are you going to operate by, okay? And so failure, for example, I don't want to talk about failure. I don't want to talk about weaknesses. I'm saying go to the pain. Go to the pain. And before you know it, the pain becomes pleasure. Because my whole mentality starts to change. I realize that if I have pain, I start to view it as a puzzle. And I view that if I can solve that puzzle, which means what would I do differently next time, I will get a gem. And that gem is a principle of what to do next time to learn. So I've developed the habit that I actually have the second order consequence reaction to the pain, to the failure. No, it's a learning experience. And so it's that dynamic.
Alright, bro, who cares? They're not going to get a dime out of me. They can't force you to pay them.
Consequences go to the pain and view it as a puzzle, and then you'll get gems. Yeah. You know, I should just say that the first time that Ray did this with me, I think you were in Connecticut, and I was driving down a dirt road in Brazil, in which you talked to me about radical transparency and what you would just learn from somebody that was countered what I've been telling you. And I didn't get pleasure out of that. It took me a while to actually understand that listening with an open mind, not actually thinking about your response while you're being taught, is actually the way you get to the place where you can learn. Both parties, that's a thoughtful disagreement. When you're totally honest, radical forthrightness, and you know you don't know the answer, but it becomes a common question as how you can work through with good intention.
Look up property under $10,000 where
Hold each other to high standards and
in
try
China.
to find the right answer together, but it's going to be tough.
Let's see.
So now that you have put into your extraordinary company, which is one of the most influential in the United States, the concept of radical transparency, and this is something you've developed over decades, and I guess the question I have is, when new people come into the company, what's their reaction? Is their reaction, this is dangerous? Is their reaction, this is different, I love this? And, or do you really
Actually, this is really cheap.
process so that, how do you do that? Well, we show them, of course, we record everything, we could show them lots of instances, we make them aware of that, and it's sort of like an intellectual Navy SEALs. Yeah. Okay, do you want this thing? And everybody's going, you know, okay, I want that thing, so they make a choice. Maybe
$300,000.
and then they come in.
$222,000 for this house. It's a townhouse, 1 bedroom, 1 bath, 371 square feet. Fuck, bro. Was that Redondo?
Then they come to love it. But the thing about it is the meaningful.
Bro, land and farm for sale.
In other words,
Oh, bro, 2 acres in 29 Palms.
and you have that genuine caring.
Y'all want to go out to the desert in Joshua Tree?
We have.
We get 2 acres in the desert full.
I think that there are like 104.
Oh shit, 5 acres in the desert full. $9,000.
Come up with anything that's fun to do. They can have 20 or more people, up to $500 per person. We'll pay for half. In other words, just go out and build those relationships. If you've got those great relationships and you know that they're being tough on you for those good reasons to try to get at the answer, and you know where your goal is, then they come to love it. Most people, there's a period of time, maybe it's about 18 months, which is associated with behavior modification. You know, people then say, okay, I've got that. Past that period of time, people don't want to work elsewhere because it's very difficult for them to go in an organization where it's all behind the scenes and it's phony. And so if we have hundreds of entrepreneurs in front of us that are now starting their businesses, or recently they've launched their business, and they love this idea and they want to embrace it. Do you suggest to them that they go all in, or do you suggest they test it with a small leadership team? How do you actually see whether this is going to work in your place?
Well, yeah, test it. You have to define how you're going to be with each other and you'll live it out. So the question is, can we be radically truthful and radically transparent with each other?
The answer is we have been. We have been.
But I'm saying they
And
know
I know that.
with their partnership. So they're going to have to deal with that question.
Yep.
So as they're going through that, they should experiment with it. The reason I put out the books is at very nitty-gritty level. You can look at the questions and then experiment with it. If you know your vision of where you want to go, like that, do you want to have an idea?
Bro, it's gonna rain tonight.
The goal level. Once you've got the goal level, then experiment. So is it the top circle? Like a number of companies, I won't drop names, but big companies right now, interesting cutting edge companies. The top 10 people in the company, because there's usually most companies or organizations, maybe there's a group, top 10. Then they'll experiment. Do they want to be that way with each other? They start to experiment with it. Do you want to broaden it? And they have to find what's right for them.
Yeah, and I just want to say that I plan to be actually extraordinarily open-minded, clear, and wise. And so start with, again, I just want to thank you for that.
20 acres
clarity. But
for
what's interesting
$7,999.
We got to go through an arc in our life, right? And you were in that spot.
Ooh.
Like, where you are.
Ooh, this is in
Share
Woods area.
with the rest of the world.
0.92 acres for 6,900, bro.
Why
Where the fuck is this?
I think it's very natural. I mean, I think you experience it. One of the
Bro, who wants to donate for this property?
understand is how the priorities
How far is
change at
this?
stages of life. And I think that as you get to be a certain age, it's like a parent with their kids. What do you want? At one age, you want to help guide them. At another age, when you're a certain age and they're a certain
Bro,
age,
where the fuck is
you want
that?
them to be successful with that.
Bro, that's literally in the middle of
You
fucking
wanna pass
nowhere.
that along, and you feel that kind of responsibility, and then you relieve yourself of that responsibility by doing that passing along. And so I'm going to pass it along. I'm going to pass the tools along. I'm going to give that out, and then I'm going to disappear. In other words, you're not going to see me. I don't. There's the public thing I don't like too much. And
How much time do you have left before you disappear?
probably a year for the tools and so on, something like that. And it's a stage of life thing. Joseph Campbell wrote a book. There's a wonderful book, Hero of a Thousand Faces, and he goes through the life arc. And it's so good for you all to almost think, where are you in your life arc? And what is that?
Whoa, where's this?
And what will you encounter? Because you actually don't pay much attention to it. So it's a life arc thing.
So in your place, in your arc, you have, one, you're giving this gift to the world. And it's not just, here's a principle, read a book, but you are actually on the road talking to people to try
Wait, what is this?
to why radical transparency and relationships are totally essential for effectiveness.
Which feels to me like almost relieving myself.
Yes. Yeah. And you also have other passions.
Yeah.
And what you and I have spoken about a bit is your passions for ocean, for exploration, for communication. And I know that you think everyone needs to pursue their own passion, which I respect entirely. Tell us why this is your passion.
Well, I've been deep in the ocean and explored, and it's thrilling and it's also important. So the way I look at it is, if you look at the ocean level, it's about the world above the ocean is about half the size as the world below the ocean. The biggest peak is equal to the deepest trough. It's almost symmetrical, but it counts for 72% of the world's surface. And so that means 2/3 of the world is under the ocean.
and nobody has really explored it hardly at all. And so if you love exploration, it's like, it's better than going to another planet. If you want to see aliens, you're going under the ocean. You're not going to see them up there. And so that
Holy shit.
First of all, it's thrilling, and then it's important because the ocean is our greatest asset. I won't go into all the reasons why because we're going to run out of time. But it is our biggest and greatest asset, and it's not appreciated. It's so important in terms of the whole.
Bro, if I had $6 million, I would buy this and just get the fuck out of here with Nelly. If I had $6 million, bro, me and Nelly out. Fuck that. We out of here, bro. Whoa, what? That's fake.
I'm feeling that I'm having an impact. So we're going to. I have a ship that has subject hooked down to 1,000 meters that scientists use, and we
Boom.
the Blue Planet 2 was shot on.
No, this is a lot of land, bro. It's like 3,000 acres. It's like literally 3,000 acres, bro.
A series, I'm doing that with James Cameron, that we're going to have a series that people are watching and a lot of social media so that there's that engagement so people can not only explore, but they can be there virtually with other explorers so that they love it. You gotta love it first, and that's why I'm excited about it.
Yeah, I love that you're doing that. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. So we are living in an economy right now that is pretty hot, but we have an increasing polarization between the haves and the have-nots. How would you fix that?
Well, I think, describe just briefly the mechanics of it. I think it's very similar. There were
Come on.
Economics is.
Where's that fucking email?
Day job. And so I think it's important to understand that what we're in is a period of time that someone analogous to the late 30s in that.
Am I really supposed to go anywhere for the next few days? Because I have to take a COVID test on Saturday because I have to work on Monday.
And in 1929 to 32, we had a debt crisis, and then interest rates hit zero. The only other time that's happened is 2008. We had a debt crisis and interest rates hit zero. Because interest rates hit zero, the ways that the central banks dealt with that was to print a lot of
I gotta talk to it on the
buy a
phone.
lot of
I'm sorry you don't feel good. I'm trying. Alright, I'll talk to you later. Go do your... Go lay down. I'll talk to you later.
We have an opportunity to educate people that have the chance and the means to make the changes that are essential.
Bye, Mom.
Theoretically, you want leadership at the top, right? You want to say, that's in power.
Hang up.
And
Or not. I don't care.
Speak to it. But there's, for two reasons,
Mom?
we don't see it. We're not living in those neighborhoods. We don't go into those schools.
I don't know what she's doing, Chad. She doesn't feel good. She's on pills.
Crowd, and by and large, we don't have that. So I would say if you can have direct contact, I would say, by the way, it's incredibly encouraging experience.
It keeps floating.
To see the world through those people's
Wait,
eyes
here it is.
and to empathize with them and so on, it's fantastic. And then you look at averages. In other words, the average unemployment rate or the average income. The averages are misleading. So how would you know, right? But I would say it's an adventure in go into that school, see it through their eyes, and then feel it. But some way or another, you got to deal with it, and you got to raise. I think more likely that we won't adequately do that, and then we're going to encounter the consequences. Eventually, it'll beat us over the head, but it may be too antagonistic.
So we have now gone over time, and before we wrap it up, I just want to make one comment.
The frog has made this area soft, chat, so the grass is kind of like coming up.
You are an ordinary.
Mom, you okay?
You have actually.
What?
Are you okay?
You keep asking me if I'm okay.
I'm worried about you. You're all fucked up. I'm sorry. Is there anything I can do?
I was at the dentist from 5 o'clock and I got out yesterday at 10:30 at night.
Wait, what?
I have seen what you have touched. I've seen the way that.
From 5 o'clock when, Mom?
It was at 4 o'clock. They took me in at 5 and I had major surgery on my mouth. I'm in a lot of pain.
I'm sorry.
I didn't get out of there until 10:30 at night. That's how long they were working on my mouth.
I'm sorry, you know. I've been there where my mouth has been jacked. I get it. Yeah, chat. I need to get bottom soil for
Alright,
this.
Justin, I'll talk to you later. I love you.
I'm just trying to fix the grass in my fish tank so it looks nice.
Okay.
Sorry.
Alrighty. Bye.
Is that all the grass? Oh, there's one more.
I think, thanks, but I think the real thing is that you really have to understand that I'm really just
There it is.
I barely got into college on probation, and just a number of, I'm a very ordinary guy who stumbled on some of these particular approaches. And so the thing that I want to do is to pass those along. And when you leave here, if you just think, does that have merit? Because it's you all.
It's actually not bad.
In other words, so there are so many of you, and you could do that, and you could change that, and then if you do it, then you can help other people do it. So is that the takeaway? That's the takeaway. It's up to you now. You got that? Thank you.
I had to fix the grass in his little habitat. There's like some grass he like kicked up and it was like floating around. I'm like, nah, bro. So there's roots now. There's actually roots down there now in the grass. Oh wait, that one didn't really get all the way in.
The economy works like a simple machine, but many people don't understand it, or they don't agree on how it works, and this has led to a lot of needless economic suffering.
There it is. I fixed it. Let me wash my hands.
Practical economic template. Though it's unconventional, it has helped me to anticipate and to sidestep the global financial crisis, and it has worked well for me for over 30 years. Let's begin. Though the economy might seem complex, it works in a simple, mechanical way.
It's made up of a few simple parts and a lot of simple transactions that are repeated over and over again a zillion times. These transactions are above all else driven by human nature, and they create three main forces that drive the economy. Number one, productivity growth.
I know, Bill.
Number two, the short-term debt cycle. And number three, the long-term debt cycle. We'll look at these three forces and how laying them on top of each other creates a good template for tracking economic movements and figuring out what's happening now. Let's start with the simplest part of the economy, transactions. An economy is simply the sum of the transactions that make it up. And a transaction is a very simple thing. You make transactions all the time. Every time you buy something, you create a transaction. Each transaction consists of a buyer exchanging money or credit with a seller for goods, services, or financial assets. Credit spends just like money, so adding together the money spent and the amount of credit spent, you could know the total spending. The total amount of spending drives the economy. If you divide the amount spent by the quantity sold, you get the price. And that's it. That's a transaction. It's the building block of the economic machine. All cycles and all forces in an economy are driven by transactions. So, if we can understand transactions, we can understand the whole...
Damn. The whole world is actually dumping money into GameStop. What the fuck?
For example, there is a wheat market.
People in the whole entire world are just dumping money now. Bro, there's people, I'm reading, this is trending right now. 150K. 150K upvotes.
Everything you need to know to understand the economy. It's just that simple.
Here we go, boys.
People, businesses, banks, and governments all engage in transactions the way I just described. Exchanging money and credit.
Let's figure it out.
Financial assets. The biggest buyer and seller is the government, which consists of two important parts. A central government that collects taxes and spends money, and a central bank.
You turn the page, you wash your hands. You turn the page, you wash your hands. You turn the page, you wash your hands.
For these reasons, as we'll see, the central bank is an important player in the flow of credit.
Shots fired from CNBC. Reddit rebellion is another epic parabolic bubble that will burst, investors peaked. Doo-doo face warns.
Lenders usually want to make their money into more money, and borrowers usually want to buy something they can't afford, like a house or a car, or they want to invest in something like starting a
Challenge accepted.
Credit can help both
Challenge accepted.
Borrowers promise to repay the amount they borrow, called principal, plus an additional amount called interest.
I understand. I understand what's going. I'm watching right now, bro.
Interest rates are low, borrowing increases because it's cheaper.
I'm watching right now, dude.
Lenders believe them. Credit is created. Any two people can agree to create credit out of thin air. That seems simple.
Give me a second.
Credit is tricky because it has different names. As soon as credit
Congress is going to do something, actually.
into debt. Debt is both an asset.
This is from Acting Attorney General Monty Wilkinson. Dear Acting Attorney General, I'm greatly troubled. Oh, this is from Paul A. Gosar. He's a member of Congress. So a member of Congress just wrote a letter to the Acting Attorney General.
This is because one person's spending is another person's income.
A Robinhood market. Here we go. What? Only GameStop? What about AMC, bro? What about my AMC? No, what about my AMC? What about AMC, bro? They stopped AMC too. No. You have to put AMC into it too, not just GameStop. AMC.
Creditworthy
AMC.
has two things: the ability to repay and collateral. Having a lot of income in relation to it,
Google just deleted over 100,000 negative reviews on Robinhood app.
the event that he can't repay
On their app store.
valuable assets,
Google just deleted over 100,000 negative reviews on Robinhood.
feel comfortable lending him money. So increased income allows increased borrowing.
You know what that means?
Increased spending. And since one person's spending is another person's income, this leads to more increased borrowing, and so on. This self-reinforcing pattern leads to economic growth and is why we have cycles.
Here we go, boys.
Transaction. You have to give something in order to get something.
I don't know.
How much you
That's
get
up to you.
depends on how much you produce.
I'm not going to tell anybody what to do, because if you lose money, that's your fault. You have to be willing and comfortable to lose this money.
Those who are inventive and hardworking raise their productivity.
But if you do throw money in the market, use my Webull or Robinhood account.
Complacent and lazy. But that isn't necessarily true over the short run. Productivity matters most in the long run, but credit matters most in the short run. This is because productivity growth doesn't fluctuate much, so it's not a big driver of economic swings. Debt is, because it allows us to consume more than we produce when we acquire it, and it forces us to consume less than we produce when we have to pay it back. Debt swings occur
I
in two
like
cycles.
the stock.
One takes about 5 to 8 years.
There's no other
The other
reason
takes about
than
75 to
I
100 years.
like
While most people
AMC.
feel the swings,
I've been going to AMC movie theaters my entire life. I've always chosen AMC. For me to be able to invest in AMC is a dream come true.
interact to make up our experiences. As mentioned, swings around the line are not due to how much innovation.
Here we go, boys.
They're primarily due to how much credit there is. Let's for a second imagine an economy without credit. In this economy, the only way I can increase my spending is to increase my income, which requires me to be more productive and do more work. Increased productivity is the only way for growth. Since my spending...
All right, so Thomas Peter Fag, CM Interactive Brokers just said on Bloomberg, short squeeze is illegal,
But because we borrow, we have cycles.
and to close out positions for their clients, most of which were short. This is just admitting market manipulation.
Is simply a way of pulling spending forward. In order to buy something you can't afford...
So they allow hedge funds to do shorts,
To do this, you essentially need to borrow...
but not buyers?
yourself. In doing so, you create a time in the future that you need to spend less than you make in order to pay it back. It very quickly resembles a cycle. Basically, anytime you...
That's right.
You create a cycle. This is as true for an individual as it is for the economy.
I wasn't born retarded yesterday.
Because it sets into motion a mechanical, predictable series of events that will happen in the future. This makes credit different from money. Money is what you settle transactions with. When you buy a beer from a bartender with cash,
Bro.
the transaction is settled
Bro.
immediately. But when you buy a beer with
Bro.
cash, it's like starting a
Bro.
bar. You
Listen
set
here,
costs
bud.
to pay in the future.
Alright.
Together, you and the bartender
You figure it out.
assets and a liability.
I think I want pasta for dinner.
Created credit out of thin air. It's not until you pay the bar tab later that the asset and the
You got 5K to play with?
The debt goes
Let her roll, bro.
The transaction is settled.
I would do GameStop though.
Most of what people
I would put money on GameStop, to be fair with you. Electric Crystals,
total amount of credit in the United
they're saying GameStop's going to be 500 to 1,000 by next week.
is only about $3 trillion. Remember, in an economy without credit, the only way
I'm already in AMC, so you know, a lot of people are, I think GameStop or GameStop calls.
An economy with credit has more spending and allows income.
I know it's closed right now, but you could put an order in the morning early. If you have a Fidelity account, you could do, let me see if I want to trade my, I don't know if I should trade. Should I trade my account over to Fidelity? I know it's closed right now. I'm not stupid, I'm retarded.
For example,
buy a big TV, it doesn't generate income for you to pay back the debt. But if you borrow money to, say, buy a tractor, and that tractor lets you harvest more crops and earn more money, then you can pay back your debt and improve your living standards. In an economy with credit, we can follow the transactions and see how credit creates growth. Let me give you an example. Suppose you earn $100,000 a year and have no debt. You are creditworthy enough to borrow $10,000, say on a credit card. So you can spend $110,000 even though you only earn $100,000. Since your spending is another person's income, someone is earning $110,000. The person earning $110,000 with no debt can borrow $11,000, so he can spend $121,000 even though he has only earned $110,000. His spending.
What is this?
Income, and by following
Wall Street Bets exposes.
see how this process works in a self.
Damn, this is a rabbit hole.
But remember, borrowing creates cycles, and if the cycle goes up, it eventually needs to come down. This leads us into
March 26th,
short-term debt cycle.
Wall Street Bets announces
As
its first
economic
live trading
activity
championship
increases, we see an
called the
expansion.
WSB
The first
Championship.
phase of the short-term
Takes
debt
place at an
cycle.
esports stadium in Arlington, featuring 12 contestants who will each put in $50,000 of their own money. There's a 6 to 7 figure prize, and the sponsor for the event is True Trading Group. Sounds pretty scammy to me, so I dug into
Faster
it.
than the production of goods, prices rise. When prices rise, we call this inflation. The central bank doesn't want too much inflation because it causes problems. Seeing prices rise, it raises interest rates. With higher interest rates, fewer people can afford to borrow money, and the cost of existing debts rises.
Don't support Robinhood.
Payments on your credit card going up. Because people borrow less and have higher debt repayments,
I am watching Bloomberg on YouTube.
so spending slows. And since one person's spending is another,
Yeah, Robinhood won't let you. Fidelity will.
and so on and so forth.
I'm done with Robinhood.
When people spend less, prices go down.
Wait. Actually, I can do options on GameStop. It's actually letting me do options on GameStop.
Becomes too severe and inflation is no longer a problem, the central bank will lower interest rates to cause everything to pick up again. With low interest rates, debt repayments are reduced and borrowing and spending pick up, and we see another expansion. As you can see, the economy works like a machine. In the short-term debt cycle, spending is constrained only by the willingness of lenders and borrowers to provide and receive credit. When credit is easily available,
Oh my gosh.
an economic expansion.
Disgusting. I can't afford this right now.
There's a recession.
Jeez, bro.
This cycle is controlled.
I'm gonna have to do a risky bet. Oh wow, how much is that? $5.40?
Debt cycle typically lasts 5 to 8 years and happens over and over again for decades.
Fuck it, dude. I'm going poor. I'm going poor. I'm going fucking poor, bro. I'm going poor. I'm going fucking poor, bro.
Why? Because
I am going poor.
they have an inclination to borrow and spend more instead of paying back debt. It's human nature.
I'm gonna go poor.
Over long periods of time, debts rise.
SJC is going to the poorhouse. 540 or 550, boys. 540 or 550.
More indebted, lenders even more freely extend credit.
It's not letting me do this.
Because everyone's
It's not letting me do this. It's not letting me put it in.
just focused on what's been happening lately. And what's been happening lately? Incomes have been rising. Asset values are going up. The stock market roars. It's a boom. It pays to buy goods, services, and financial assets with borrowed money.
It's not letting me do it today.
We call it a bubble.
It's not letting me do it today.
Debts have been growing.
It's not letting me put in the order for tomorrow.
Nearly as fast to offset them.
The order's there. I'm able to buy the order, but it's not gonna let me do it.
So long as incomes continue to rise, the debt burden stays manageable. At the same time, asset values soar.
Options.
People borrow huge amounts of money to buy assets like investments, causing their prices to rise even higher. People feel wealthy. So even with the accumulation of lots of debt, rising incomes and asset values help borrowers remain creditworthy for a long time.
It keeps timing me out.
Obviously cannot continue forever. And it doesn't. Over decades, debt burdens slowly increased, creating large...
Bro, all these are closing. Fuck this company.
Payments start growing faster than incomes, forcing people to cut back on their spending. And since one person's spending is another person's income
I can't, it won't let me put it.
less creditworthy, causing borrowing.
It won't let me place an order.
Debt repayments continue to rise, which makes spending drop even further. And the cycle reverses itself. This is the long-term debt peak. Debt burdens have simply become too big. For the United States, Europe, and much of the rest of the world, this happened in 2008. It happened for the same reason it happened in Japan in 1989, and in the United States back in 1929. Now the economy begins deleveraging. In a deleveraging, people cut spending, incomes fall, credit disappears, asset prices drop, banks get squeezed, the stock market crashes, social tensions rise, and the whole thing starts to feed on itself the other way. As incomes fall and debt repayments rise, borrowers get squeezed. No longer creditworthy, credit dries up, and borrowers can no longer borrow enough money to make their debt repayments. Scrambling to fill this hole, borrowers are forced to sell assets. The rush to sell assets floods the market at the same time as spending falls.
When was I looking at that? For 29th.
Real estate market tanks and banks get into trouble. As asset prices drop, the value of the collateral borrowers can put up drops. This makes borrowers even less creditworthy. People feel poor. Credit rapidly disappears. Less spending, less income, less wealth, less credit, less borrowing, and so on. It's a vicious cycle. This appears similar to a recession, but the difference here is that interest rates can't be lowered to save the day. In a recession, lowering interest rates works to stimulate borrowing. However, in a deleveraging, lowering interest rates doesn't work because interest rates are already low and soon hit 0%. So the stimulation ends. Interest rates in the United States hit 0% during the deleveraging of the 1930s and again in 2008. The difference between a recession and a deleveraging is that in a deleveraging, borrowers' debt burdens have simply gotten too big and can't be relieved by lowering interest rates. Lenders realize that debts have become too large to ever be fully paid back. Borrowers have lost their ability to repay and their collateral has lost value. They feel crippled by the debt. They don't even want more. Lenders stop lending, borrowers stop borrowing. Think of the economy as being not creditworthy, just like an individual. So what do you do about a deleveraging? The problem is debt burdens are too high and they must come down. There are 4 ways this can happen. 1, people, businesses, and governments cut their spending. 2, debts are reduced through defaults and restructurings. 3,
Why isn't that recognized?
From the haves to the have-nots. And finally, 4, the central bank prints new money. These 4 ways
It's not showing it up.
every deleveraging in modern history. Usually, spending is cut first. As we just saw, people, businesses, and even governments tighten their belts and cut their spending so that they can pay down their debt. This is often referred to as austerity. When borrowers stop taking on new debts and start paying down old debts, you might expect the debt burden to decrease. But the opposite happens. Because spending is cut, and one man's spending is another man's income, it causes incomes to fall. They fall faster than debts are repaid, and the debt burden actually gets worse. As we've seen, this cut in spending is deflationary and painful. Businesses are forced to cut costs, which means less jobs and higher unemployment. This leads to the next step. Debts must be reduced. Many borrowers find themselves unable to repay their loans, and a borrower's debts are a lender's assets. When a borrower doesn't repay the bank, people get nervous that the bank won't be able to repay them, so they rush to withdraw.
Wait, I want a stop loss, right? I want a stop loss, right? Because I'm gonna do it with Fidelity.
Economic contraction is a depression.
Trade options.
Is people discovering much of what they thought was their reality.
So it's a call.
Really there. Let's go back to the bar. When you bought a beer and put it on a bar tab, you
$5.40.
pay the bartender. Your promise became an asset of the bartender. But if you break your promise,
I always get a stop loss, so I want to hit. So the stop price is $5.50.
it has basically disappeared. Many lenders don't want their assets to disappear and agree to debt restructuring. Debt restructuring means lenders get paid back less, or get paid back over a longer time frame, or at a lower interest rate than was.
I want to put a strike for $5.40.
A contract is broken in a way that reduces debt. Lenders would rather have a little of something than all of nothing. Even though debt disappears, debt restructuring causes income and asset values to disappear faster, so the debt burden continues to get worse. Like cutting spending, debt reduction is also painful and deflationary. All of this impacts the central government because lower incomes and less employment means the government collects fewer taxes. At the same time, it needs to increase its spending because unemployment...
It's not letting me do options.
Many of the unemployed have inadequate savings and need financial support from the government. Additionally, governments create stimulus plans.
Dude, I'm trying to get my Dogecoin. Stop making me feel bad.
Government's budget deficits explode in the deleveraging because they spend more than they earn in taxes. This is what's happening when you hear about the budget deficit on the news. To fund their deficits, governments need to either raise taxes or borrow money. But with incomes falling and so many unemployed, who is the money going to come from? The rich. Since governments need more money and since wealth is heavily concentrated in the hands of a small percentage of the people, governments naturally raise taxes on the wealthy, which facilitates a redistribution of wealth in the economy from the haves to the have-nots. The have-nots who are suffering begin to resent the wealthy haves. The wealthy haves, being squeezed by the weak economy and falling asset prices and higher taxes, begin to resent the have-nots. If the depression continues, social disorders can break out. Not only do tensions rise within countries, they can rise between countries, especially debtor and creditor countries. This situation can lead to political change that can sometimes be extreme. In the 1930s, this led to Hitler coming to power, war in Europe, and depression in the United States. Pressure to do something to end the depression increases. Remember, most of what people thought was money was actually credit. So when credit disappears, people don't have enough money. People are desperate for money, and you remember who can print money? The central bank can. Having already lowered its interest rates to nearly zero, it's forced to print money. Unlike cutting spending, debt reduction, and wealth redistribution, printing money is inflationary and stimulative. Inevitably, the central bank prints new money out of thin air and uses it to buy financial assets and government bonds. It happened in the United States during the Great Depression, and again in 2008 when the United States Central Bank, the Federal Reserve, printed over $2 trillion. Other central banks around the world that could printed a lot of money too. By buying financial assets with this money, it helps drive up asset prices, which makes people more creditworthy. However, this only helps those who own financial assets. You see, the central bank can print money, but it can only buy financial assets. The central government, on the other hand, can buy goods and services and put money in the hands of people, but it can't print money. So in order to stimulate the economy, the two must cooperate. By buying government bonds, the central bank essentially lends money to the government, allowing it to run a deficit and increase spending on goods and services through its stimulus programs and unemployment benefits. This increases people's income as well as the government's debt. However, it will lower the economy's total debt burden. This is a very risky time. Policymakers need to balance.
Bro, I'm trying to get my Doge. I'm trying to get my Doge out. I want my fucking money.
To balance with the inflationary rates in order to maintain stability. If balanced correctly, there can be a beautiful deleveraging. You see, a deleveraging can be ugly or it could be beautiful. How can a deleveraging be beautiful? Even though a deleveraging is a difficult situation, handling a difficult situation in the best possible way is beautiful. A lot more beautiful than the debt-fueled, unbalanced excesses of the leveraging phase. In a beautiful deleveraging, debts decline relative to income, real economic growth is positive, and inflation isn't a problem. It is achieved by having the right balance. The right balance requires a certain mix of cutting spending, reducing debt,
Wait, what the fuck?
transferring wealth, and printing money so that economic and social stability can be maintained. People ask if printing money will raise inflation. It won't if it offsets falling credit. Remember, spending is what matters. A dollar of spending paid for with money has the same effect on price as a dollar of spending paid for with credit. By printing money, the central bank can make up for the disappearance of credit with an increase in the amount of money. In order to turn things around, the central bank needs to not only pump up income growth, but get the rate of income growth higher than the rate of interest on the accumulated debt. So what do I mean by that? Basically, income needs to grow faster than debt grows. For example, let's assume that a country going through a deleveraging has a debt-to-income ratio of 100%. That means that the amount of debt it has is the same as the amount of income the entire country makes in a year. Now think about the interest rate on that debt. Let's say it's 2%. If debt is growing at 2% because of that interest rate, and income is only growing at around 1%, you will never reduce the debt burden. You need to print enough money to get the rate of income growth above the rate of interest. Printing money could easily be abused because it's so easy to do and people prefer it to the alternatives. The key is to avoid printing too much money and causing unacceptably high inflation the way Germany did during its deleveraging in the 1920s. If policymakers achieve the right balance, a deleveraging isn't so dramatic. Growth is slow, but debt burdens go down. That's a beautiful deleveraging. When incomes begin to rise, borrowers begin to appear more creditworthy. And when borrowers appear more creditworthy, lenders begin to lend money again. Debt burdens finally begin to fall. Able to borrow money, people can spend more. Eventually, the economy begins to grow again, leading to the reflation phase of the long-term debt cycle. Though the deleveraging process can be horrible if handled badly, if handled well, it will eventually fix the problem. It takes roughly a decade or more for debt burdens to fall and economic activity to get back to normal, hence the term lost decade. In closing, of course, the economy is a little bit more complicated than this template suggests. However, laying the short-term debt cycle on top of the long-term debt cycle, and then laying both of them on top of the productivity growth line, gives a reasonably good template for seeing where we've been, where we are now, and where we're probably heading. So, in summary, there are 3 rules of thumb that I'd like you to take away from this. First, don't have debt rise faster than income, because your debt burdens will eventually crush you. Second, don't have income rise faster than productivity, because you'll eventually become uncompetitive. And third, do all that you can to raise your productivity, because in the long run, that's what matters most. This is simple advice for you, and it's simple advice for policymakers. You might be surprised, but most people, including most policymakers, don't pay enough attention to this. This template has worked for me, and I hope it will work for you. Thank you.
So thank you all for joining us. I'd like to introduce you to Ray Dalio. He's the founder of Bridgewater Associates. He founded it in 1975 and is one of the most successful hedge funds in history. So let's give Ray a nice good welcome.
I'm at a stage in my life where I'm entering what I call the third stage of my life. I think of life as being existing in three big stages. The first is that you're learning from others, you're dependent on others, you're a kid. Second stage of your life is then you're working, others are dependent on you, and you're trying to be successful. Then after you get to the later stage of life, third stage of your life, is others are successful without you. And that you're free, and according to Joseph Campbell, free to live and free to die. Okay, so that you have that element of freedom. And so I'm at a stage in my life where I started Bridgewater Apartment in 1970.
People are taking out personal ones, bro. I've been in Doge for a long time.
Where it is now, according to Fortune, it's the
Finally paying off.
Private company in the United States that's been successful.
No way.
And my objective at this particular stage is to help others be successful without me. I learned along the way certain principles. Every time I would make a decision, I would write down the reasons I would make that decision. And I now debated them, and I developed these principles. So think about principles as just being these reasons for making a decision.
Send me a timer for 7 minutes.
Situation, how do you deal with it? It was also very important to me to operate in a very unusual way that seems very sensible to me, and it's an idea meritocratic way. So I want to describe Bridgewater as being an idea meritocracy. In other words, a real idea meritocracy, which I'll explain and show to you. So real idea meritocracy, in which the goals are meaningful work and meaningful relationships. Meaningful work, I mean you're on a mission, that you feel you're on a mission together to do those great things. And meaningful relationships, meaning that you care about each other as part of a community and community relationships. And that was really great in terms of our success, but it was meaningful work and meaningful relationships through radical truthfulness and radical transparency. That means literally people saying anything that they feel that they want to say, in terms of being polite, of course, but sharing what they really believe is true and working themselves through to have an idea meritocratic way, and to literally record everything for everybody to hear. So I mean literally, there are a combination of video things, all meetings that happen, so that nothing is hidden. Because you can't have a real idea meritocracy if you can't see things yourself. And so it's a very unusual place.
Yeah, it's great. This is right. The GameStop is literally the perfect storm. Media can't spin this as racism, sexism, or Trumpism. It's literally everyday people of all races and sexes versus the top 1%.
You could have thoughtful disagreement and have ways of getting past that disagreement to then...
Bro, they're fucking going nuts.
Getting checks from the government, okay? And this fair share is a bullshit concept. It's just a way of attacking wealthy people, and, I think it's inappropriate. We all got to work together and pull together. The reason the market is doing what it's doing is people are sitting at home getting the checks from the government, okay? And this fair share is a bullshit concept.
Whoa!
I it's inappropriate. We're all gonna
Hater. Hater alert.
people are sitting at home getting the checks from the government.
Hater alert.
Fair share is a
Hater alert.
It's just a way of attacking wealthy.
This is a way of attacking wealth. Oh, poor me, I'm rich. Poor me, I'm rich. The guy's about to fucking bawl, bro. He's about to cry. You're bullying me for being rich. Why bully the rich kid?
Failures like puzzles. That if I could study the puzzles was, what would I do differently in the future that wouldn't produce that problem again when it happened? So, and then I would reflect, well, what was that? That would be my principle. What would I do differently in the future? If I solved that puzzle, I would get a gem. And the gem was principle. A principle to handle it better in the future. Because failure is a learning process. It's an essential part of the learning process. If you can realize that and you write down those principles, write them down, it's been fantastic. So we learn those principles, and then it would help me improve, and then I would go on to more audacious goals. And I look at evolution, personal evolution, almost every evolution of a company, evolution of everything, as being this constant looping process that I sort of think of as this 5-step process, right? In other words, to be successful, you have to do 5 things. You have to know what your goals are and go after those goals. Be clear on.
Bro, we going for success.
And you will encounter problems on the way to those goals. Those are your barriers. Okay? They're your tests now. Don't just emotionally complain. Think about them. That's your problem. You have to diagnose those problems to the root cause. To get at the root cause. And that root cause might be what you're doing wrong, or what somebody else is doing wrong. So you can't depersonalize it. You have to really look at it so that you make those changes. And when you get at that root cause, only by knowing that root cause can then you design a way to get around that root cause. Like if you're not good at something yourself, it's okay if you find somebody else who's good at the things that you're not good at. Because nobody can be good at everything.
Here we go, boys.
So, but you have to do that. You just can't keep that.
Big shit's coming.
So you have to design.
Big shit storm.
And then you have to follow through and do it.
Bro, my portfolio's about to go retarded. About to go stupid. Here we go, boys. Dude, oh my gosh. I'm gonna buy my Tesla, bro. Fuck these people, I'm buying my Tesla. I'm gonna flex it.
And that you could get in this book, Principles, which is why I'm passing them along. Those rules, we were actually able to then to put into algorithms and build decision-making processes.
Bro, it's snowing up in the mountains. Can we go skiing?
Okay, so in order to be successful in the markets, one has to be an independent thinker. In order to be an entrepreneur, one has to be an independent thinker and bet against the consensus and be right. Because the consensus in the markets is built into the price.
Bro, these people about to make me fucking rich.
So you have to.
Oh, dude, I'm gonna hold long. I'm just gonna hold long, bro. I'm gonna hold long, right? AMC's gonna go up crazy tomorrow, right?
You need to be an independent thinker. You're inventing new stuff. You're doing something, and you don't know if you're right. So in order for me to be successful, I needed to have a bunch of independent thinkers.
CNN.
Have them be effective. Okay, well, now how are you going to get this bunch of independent thinkers to agree on anything? Okay, I had to have an idea meritocracy. In other words, I had to have a system that literally systematically.
I don't have CNN Live.
Disagreement, so that these idea meritocratic people could then get at the right answer, because that's fantastic. If you can have that thoughtful disagreement to get at the right answer, it's very powerful. By having that and then systemizing it, principled systems, a system for having thoughtful disagreement, for an idea meritocracy, we could produce greater amounts of successes. We also produced failures, but we would look at that way, produce our learnings, and that produced, as a result, happy employees.
I don't want to have to lift a finger anymore.
Thing and owned the company intellectually and otherwise. And we had happy employees, and then it became easier to attract.
I live in a world.
Those types of people who believe,
I live in a world
everybody has the right
amongst
to make
people
sense of things, and that there's
who are much smarter than me.
and that allowed us to.
I was born retarded.
And that was the basis of going from the 2-bedroom apartment to Bridgewater now. So we have.
I was born
now we got
retarded.
people, and that's how it works. It's
I'm gonna overcome.
meritocracy. And I want to pass that along to you, and I want to say, okay, so what is an ideal meritocracy? You can have your own versions of this. You pick what is fine to you, but 3 different things are necessary for an ideal meritocracy. First, everybody has to put their honest thoughts on the table to see. Now, I watch this, and I think with so many organizations, so many people, they all keep it bottled up in their heads, right? You know? It's critical behind the scenes.
You were born with cancer? Well, we're all born with cancer. Like a little bit or something. It just doesn't grow or whatever. Bro, is this shit about to charge me money? Mom, do you have what cable do you have? Can I have your login information? Can I have the login information, please? So I can watch. Shit. I need the login information so I can watch TV. Alright, hang on. Yeah, Mom, live TV. I want to watch Netflix, not CNN. Listen. I want to watch CNN. No, it's about my money. I have the person from Wall Street Bets and the person from hang on. Right, I think this is old. This is coronavirus. Where is this shit? Where is this shit? You said they're gonna be live. This is not live.
What are we supposed to think about multiple masks?
Well, you know,
When are they gonna be on, bro? I need a fucking link right now, dude. I'm missing Gupta. Mom, you're missing Dr. Sanjay Gupta. Don't watch that asshole. Wait, what? Why don't you like Dr. Sanjay Gupta?
Because he's a liberal POS.
What does that mean, Mom? What's a POS? Pose. Isn't that the thing that Josh uses at the shop to like the POS machine?
How would I know, Justin?
Yeah, it's called a POS machine. That's what they use for like stores.
Okay.
Wait, is it fake news? Is it fake news?
Yes, it is.
What about Kumo?
I don't know.
You don't like CNN's host Kumo?
I don't know anything about it.
She hates him. All right, I love you, Mom.
On the top of it, which is nice when you have a delicate nose like yours.
Exactly, and it does give you that fit. You breathe in, you feel it sort of actually give you the fit. Some people say they're too uncomfortable. You're not saying wear it all the time, but if you go to a place where you're going to be around a lot of other people, people say the N95 mask is the best bet. Abrar Karan, who's at Harvard, says if the country did this for 4 weeks, we could essentially end the pandemic. It's an extraordinary statement, but that's what he's saying.
Dr. Sanjay Gupta.
That's true. They're hard to get. KN95 masks made out of China now have emergency use authorization in this country. Very similar sort of electrostatic fiber, similar protection. But that's what the discussion is, Chris. You're gonna wear a mask,
Shouldn't you be wearing the best mask possible, especially in high-risk situations?
It reeks of politics and a political football to me, and I'll tell you why. Because they were so anxious to crush Fauci about this. And I know, and you know, and anybody who wants to check the record can know, Tony Fauci never said, wear 2 masks.
Right.
He said, wear a mask. And somebody asked him about wearing 2 masks. He says, if you want to wear 2 masks, wear 2 masks. And it reeks of this being a political football. Fauci never said wear 2 masks. The guidance is to wear 1. The compliance in the country is maybe at around 50%, but we need it to be at 90%. Is this just politics playing a role here again?
I think, unfortunately, it probably is, and it's tough to disentangle anything completely from politics right now. I think what also happens, Chris, is that sometimes you have a certain situation and then you justify the situation. We don't have enough N95 masks, therefore let's not recommend them. We could have been in a very different position. This was a big topic for Rick Bright, you may remember, as a whistleblower, saying, hey, we need to be making tons of N95 masks. Everyone needs to have them. The country didn't do that, and so we still don't have enough masks. I get this one from the hospital. I can only get a new one if it gets ruined or soiled or something like that. That's when I can get a new one. There's simply not enough anymore.
Right.
But I do think the KN95 masks from China can play an important role, and we need to make more of them, as opposed to saying we don't have enough, so let's not recommend them. The answer is we should make more.
So the numbers are
More.
cases. And now we start getting
I hate Robinhood. I'm done.
And, you know, it raises a question that people don't want to ask, let alone answer.
Robinhood made me eat cheesy rice tonight.
Should we expect?
But tomorrow, I'll be eating steak and chicken.
So much more quickly. We know we don't have the mask compliance.
Well, I have 5 minutes left of free watching CNN, bro.
Require some type of more extreme measure.
You're right. No one wants to hear this, Chris, and I feel like I look at the data and understand what is happening in other countries. We talked to Clarissa Ward in the UK yesterday. I mean, it's a dire situation as the transmissibility of the UK variant.
I love cheesy rice.
A lot of transmissibility over there. Let me show you the important sort of numbers here if you haven't. Basically, if something is more lethal versus more...
Still eating better than Jessica, yikes.
Play it out for a month. A month is 6 generations. A generation is 5 days, right? That's sort of the average incubation period. What happens after a month, after 6 generations, you get far more deaths from something being more contagious versus being more lethal. People need to let that sink in, but basically it's more contagious, therefore it's likely to spread to vulnerable populations. Therefore, encounters where you were likely to get infected before become higher risk encounters.
There's a grape nuts shortage.
That's how you get a much higher case fatality rate. What causes shutdowns? People will see those numbers, but I can tell you what ultimately drives it is what's happening in hospitals. You start to get hospitals that are...
Uh-oh. Bunch of cereal that has grape nuts in it. They're taking it off the shelf because there's none.
Stop transmission, and the most effective way to do that is to just basically stop people actually coming together in any way for a period of time. Who knows? I don't think the
grape nut shortage.
I mean, like you said, they don't even wear masks, but that would be an effective strategy, at least for a period of time.
Quickly, do you think that we should expect a travel ban from South Africa, given the variants coming from there?
OMG. You have a grape nuts farm? No, you don't.
2 cases in South Carolina already. No known travel history, no known connection. They were
No, you don't.
tested a few weeks ago.
Really?
The likelihood is that there are far more cases here already.
Too late.
Yeah, UK variant, 1 month. Tomorrow will be 1 month since the first case was diagnosed with the UK variant. It's now in 30 states around the country. So
should you buy grape nuts? You should buy into grape nuts.
When they announced travel ban in Europe, what's the first thing people did? They all started coming back. So you get this significant influx, which could at least acutely even worsen the problem.
It's amazing how America...
cereal shortage.
Sanjay, thank you very much, brother. Appreciate you. All right, anytime. All right, our appreciation to Sanjay Gupta, as always. So,
here we go.
All of you guys were asking me questions about...
I have a minute left for free fucking shit. It's gonna cut me off. Hang on.
The big guy, and then the game got twisted.
So why is everybody talking about the stock of this struggling video game store? GameStop, if you've got kids, you've heard of it. But if you don't, or if you're young and you don't game it, you didn't. So the question becomes, how did this army of Redditors
It's amazing how America...
It's gonna cut me off. I have to go to this. Sorry. It's gonna be a little delayed. Here we go.
All right, our appreciation.
Sanjay Gupta!
Popular demand. All of you guys were asking me questions about the GameStop situation and Reddit, and did you see it, and Robinhood, and what's going on, power to the people.
Let's go, boys.
Found a way to beat the big guy, and then the game got twisted. So why is everybody talking about the stock of this struggling video game store? GameStop, if you've got kids, you've heard of it. But if you don't, or if you're young and you don't game it, you didn't. So the question becomes, how did this army of Redditors shake up the market by betting against it? Why are members of Congress, who agree on almost nothing, uniting on this? We did the research, we have the story, and we have the two key figures.
Yeah! Let's go, Internet. Let's go. Reddit. Reddit. Famous! Made it, boys. Reddit finally made it, bro. Bro. Oh, my God. Here we go, boys. Yeah, you sign up for free shares, bro. 212? Train 212? Memes.
Getting ready for a special day? Spice things up at adorable.com with bras and lingerie in sizes up to 4X. Get on trend.
Bro, I've been messing with Reddit
Baby dolls just because. This Valentine's Day
since
just $24.95. That's 50% off at adorable.com.
like 2008, bro. 2008 or 2009. I remember Ben showed me Reddit a long fucking time ago.
Trust for quality and timeless protection. ADT.
This is what community looks like. Caring for each other. And as the COVID vaccine rolls out,
I'll prove it too.
we'll be ready to administer.
I'm banned, but here, look. This OG account is banned.
Just open the Instacart app to shop all your favorite stores. Get groceries, comfort foods, and household items delivered in as little as 2 hours.
2012, actually. Nope. 2012. March 5th, 2012. But I've been on it before that. Because I just never made an account till like 2012. I remember for the longest time I didn't make an account. Fuck Ross. But not removed. Yeah, it's just banned, bro. But not removed. Isn't that gang?
Guys, are you tired of frequent nighttime bathroom
All my homies hate Ross. All my homies hate Ross. I got the best homies in the world. I got the realest homies. Alright, here it is. Should I roll a J for this?
Okay.
Here we go.
An extraordinary shift unfolding in front of our eyes. Individuals started banding together, taking on establishment politics and exposing a broken system. The result was a seismic fluctuation more volatile than the stock prices of GameStop, AMC, theaters, or Bed Bath & Beyond. Stocks that by traditional measures should be in trouble, especially amid the pandemic. Malls, movie theaters, not exactly busy places these days, right? That's why big money movers like hedge funds started.
He looks like a weird Tim Allen.
Shorting just means betting on the fair. A community.
Or wannabe
Reddit called Wall Street
Jon Stewart.
They reacted by starting to
Crackhead Jon Stewart.
the stock. They did it so much that GameStop started the day up 2,500%, 2,500% up from a year ago. Okay? That leads to stories like a line cook watching his $4,000 investment become $67,000. A pastor who made $1,700 in a week. Meanwhile, the move was a major blow to major hedge funds.
Yeah.
Some needing multi-billion-dollar infusions to stay afloat. We don't know how this ends, but we know for too long the hedge funds are the ones that get the big bailouts, right? The big banks get the big help. The little guy doesn't. And that's what this story feels like. So if you want to understand the power of the moment, you have to look at the political forces aligned on this one. AOC, Ted Cruz, Elizabeth Warren, and Donald Trump Jr. I don't even know why we agree, but they're all on the same side. Honestly, I don't know why I hate him. The guy's not a politician. He just says inflammatory things to help his father and his own brand. Anyway, that power is fueled by anger. Something both sides of our political divide want to harness these days, it seems. In this case, the anger is targeted at a system too long off limits to those without means. The little guy loses, the Zodiac killer gets richer. A reality as obvious as our huge and growing wealth gap, right? You all know the story of this country right now. We're waiting for somebody to somehow figure out a way to make it more equitable, more fair. We stand witness to a storm of people taking their shot, targeting the hedge funds they see as having the advantage. The rise of no-fee trading due to the popularity of online brokers.
Let's go.
Robinhood provided access. In a way, it helped democratize.
We'll check out AOC next.
To let people bypass traditional commission fees. Groups like Wall Street Bets provided the numbers and the community to unite the effort. The outcry when companies like Robinhood and Ameritrade imposed restrictions today shows the fury that exists behind what for far too many is still the foreign world of Wall Street. In the face of that fury, as well as a class action suit, Robinhood will now resume some limited buying of stocks like GameStop and AMC. The question is, why did they stop the trade? Let's dig into the decision with Robinhood CEO Vlad Tenet.
Boo! Why is he smiling?
This is surreal for me.
Cunt.
I've been watching your show a lot, especially through this past year.
Well, I appreciate it. Look, you know my audience. This is not an investment show. And I don't think it needs to be. I don't really care about your capital commitments, your liquidity, and what was going on in the regulatory.
Fuck up. Give me my money.
This looks like a move by an outfit called Robinhood, which is supposed to be taking from the rich and giving to the poor, and doing exactly the opposite. That when the big guys, including one of your main investors in your company, started to lose, you shut down the game to starve the little guy. Fair criticism.
That's not what it is at all. And I know
Liar.
This segment, it really resonated with me because you described the story of Robinhood. Robinhood started 5 years ago by pioneering commission-free, no-account minimum mobile investing, and we've been the spokesperson of the individual investor, and our whole goal as an institution is to enable those customers, empower them, and give them access to the markets, because for the longest time, markets have been only accessible to the wealthy. And so the entire industry adopted our business model in 2019, and in 2020, we added millions of new customers. The entire industry added millions of new customers who took advantage of the market rally and became investors for the very first time. So, you know, we had to make a very difficult decision to protect our customers and our firm.
Why?
But we in no way
why?
do anything.
Explain why you had to do it if it wasn't to protect the guys who had shorted the stocks, which are the big hedge funds. How are you helping the little guy investors?
Well, I know that there's rumors around that, you know, we were directed by market makers or other market participants to do this, and I want to be 100% clear. This decision was not made on the direction of any market maker or other market participants.
So why'd you do it?
Robinhood, as a brokerage, has lots of financial requirements, SEC requirements. We have to put up money at clearinghouses. The amount of money that we have to put up depends on market volatility, and we're in a historic situation where there's a lot of activity and a lot of buying concentrated in a relatively small number of symbols that are going viral on social media. So we haven't really seen anything like this before, and to prudently manage the risk and the deposit requirements, we had to restrict buying in these 13 stocks. But customers that held them could sell throughout.
Fuck him.
Other securities and stocks on our platform were available to freely trade, and our number one priority, as you mentioned, is to make sure our platform is reliable, stable for our customers. We're serving our customers and giving them the tools.
That's exactly
and
what's
we're
in
doing
question
everything in our power to turn it back on as soon as prudent.
But that's the thing, is that the trust is in question, because it seems like the only people who are getting hurt were the big shots. And that if they were benefiting from this, your small investors now believe that you wouldn't have shut down the game. And just one thing without getting in the weeds here. You don't control the listing venue for GameStop. Now, I used to work in finance, so I know this stuff, but the audience doesn't need to. The New York Stock Exchange does. So if anybody was going to control the listing and shut it down, it should have been them, but it wasn't. It was you. And the reason that they do it is very limited. They do it because they think there's evidence of fraud, or they think that there needs to be a material disclosure by the company that hasn't been made. And that's done to protect the investor. You check none of those boxes here, because you don't control the venue. You didn't know about any information that GameStop or any of these other stocks needed to put out. You don't have any reason to believe there's fraud that you've articulated. And you're certainly not protecting these people who've been living the dream of making money, especially at the expense of the big guys. So why should people believe you did this for the right reasons?
Well, we have no choice. We have to comply with all financial requirements. And
the SEC hasn't said you had to do this.
Well, lots of brokers have to comply with these financial requirements and issue restrictions on some of these names. And this is an industry-wide thing. You yourself mentioned that other brokers this week have imposed restrictions. And not speaking for other firms, but for Robinhood in particular, this isn't because there's deals happening with market makers we route to or market participants.
But then why did you allow people to keep selling but not buying? The reason that is so troubling to people is that they were making money buying the stock because they were against the short side. And so by enabling them to sell but not buy, it sounds like you were allowing the hedge funds, and again, one of them owns a piece of you, and they had a big short position, and that looks like a stinky conflict that you didn't come out straight on from the start. Address that.
Well, none of that had anything to do with our decision to do this. Again, this is just looking at regulatory requirements, financial requirements, and we 100% will always protect our customers. The entire business is operating to empower individual investors and has been since its founding. And that's what Robinhood is committed to continue to do. So we don't want to restrict.
Let's go.
These 13 stocks. We're doing the best we can to re-enable it as long as it's operationally and prudent from a deposit standpoint.
So for you, it's about how much money is in the mix and what you can cover yourself?
Well, it's about us complying with the...
Looks like he's got a gun on him.
And clearinghouse deposits and regulations.
Then you know what you need? I'll give you some free advice. You need
Frito.
somebody who sets
R.I.P. Frito.
to come out and say that this is why this happened, because otherwise it smells bad, especially for a place called Robinhood, to have Citadel Securities, your largest customer, investing $2.75 billion to bail out one of the biggest losers in the GameStop short. You know, they both deny, you know, you and Citadel say this wasn't concerted action or anything, but it looks terrible. So you need somebody to justify your decision. Do you think you can do that?
There's a lot of misinformation out there, and I'm not going to speak for what regulators or industry professionals will say, but you can talk to any of the brokers.
Let's go, boys. Press him.
And I think they'll all tell you the same thing. And this is
I want answers. You scumbag rat bastard.
With the regulators, follow their guidance, and we're in constant.
These aren't answers.
So we have to be extremely buttoned up.
I heard you. Now I saw you on another channel. They were saying, so is it a liquidity issue? So Robinhood didn't have the money to control the flow, and you said, no, it's not the issue. We don't have a liquidity issue. Well, if you don't have a liquidity issue, but you say you're stopping the trading because you couldn't meet certain capital requirements, how does that reconcile with itself?
Well, we feel pretty good about the situation, and you know, we did this preemptively, right? We were looking at the deposit requirements. We were looking at the operational requirements. We did this proactively.
He's bombing.
And we feel good about being able to re-enable these things, and we definitely want to make sure customers understand when we impose restrictions, when we lift them. Ultimately, brokers have to impose these types of restrictions because we're in unprecedented times, and the financial system operates in very technical ways with regard to settlement and money movement, and there's no way around that. It's just the reality.
I hear you. I hear what your rationale is, but again, now we're going to be watching this story because you have political forces I've never seen aligned before who want to make sure that the big guy is not finding a way to get over on the little guy because the country, I think, is just about had it with that. So you're caught in the middle, and we'll be watching, and I hope you're acting in good faith and that the trading resumes and the market can settle itself. But Vlad Tenev, thank you for coming in and making the case for Robinhood.
Thank you very much. And absolutely, we want nothing more than to enable investing and access to as many individuals as possible. That's our mission, and it's in the name of the company.
Just got to make sure that something named Robinhood isn't rigging it for the sheriff of Nottingham. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're going to set it up where the little guy can win, they should be able to play fairly and see that happen. I'll stay on it, and you have this as a venue to discuss it as we move along. Good luck. The other side of the story is the individual investors who came together in places like Reddit. The man who founded Wall Street Bets is here. His name is Jamie Rogozinski. A nice Irish name. He did step away from it last year, but he's here now. And I saw you, and I know you're heated up about this, Mr. Rogozinski. So first, Jamie, what was your response to what you heard from the head of Robinhood?
Well, thanks for having me. I just want to start by saying I hope you take a little easier on me. I don't have as much experience as him. I'm glad that I got to hear his answer. I've been asked that question day in, all day long, and I've been left but to speculate. To me, it sounds like the same conclusion you were kind of getting to, which is they having a liquidity issue. I don't know enough about their profile internally. You know, my suspicions were that they were under pressure from regulators. That's the most logical step based on the fact that Robinhood caters to this very demographic that has made them so successful. It doesn't make sense for them to turn their back on their customers. So I'm glad that I got a logical explanation out of them.
Why is it logical? because the investor side says, look, this is exactly what happens. You know, we find a way to finally compete by basically crowdsourcing our own investment strategy to compete with people who put more money to put into the market. And we're, by the way, we're betting on us by trying to hold these stocks up. And yeah, we're making money, but we're going against these big guys who are just trying to take it, and now they stop the game so that they can figure out a way to not lose so badly. How are those people feeling?
That's what I'm saying. I think they didn't really have a choice, and I buy into that. That's a logical thing. But these people have a right to be mad. I mean, these people are participants, and they deserve the same rights as all the big players. I think that part of the reason why the story has a feel-good component to it is because, yeah, the little guys are getting together, and they're actually being able to unite and be an opposing force to these institutions that have historically dominated this invite-only market. And so, you know, they have a reason to be upset. The fact that now that they've finally been able to get a voice and get the spotlight, they get the rug pulled from under them. So I understand the anger on their behalf.
The only other thing is, I know you're not with it anymore, but do you have any concerns that you're inherently getting people into a game that is not that much unlike gambling? And that the odds may be even for everybody who goes in, but not really, because of block trades and the speed with which they can trade, and the idea of democratizing investing. Is that a little misleading because of the nature of the game?
You know, there is a new round of game. You're talking about the speed, and there's more technical component to the execution of these trades. Robinhood is not known as necessarily being the best one, but they don't care about those little things. They don't care if the other the people that are behind these orders are front running them. They don't care.
I hear you, but what they care about is it being fair. And it's interesting. You gave them a place to come together, and they did something that was really interesting about power of the people, even against the power of the powerful. And I appreciate you for talking to us about it. Thank you for being with us to kind of give shape to this story, and we'll be watching. All right?
Thank you for having me.
That's it?
It was your choice, and thank you. Thank you for watching The Big Show. CNN Tonight with D. Lemon starts right now. D, I have never seen anything like that before.
Well, this is the layman's part of it, because I just sort of look at, okay, this is what the 401k is doing, and the investment people are doing that. So, but this is the layman's part, and I think most people, which is relatable to our audience. So the establishment is, these are the rules that we've created, and it's been this way for a long time. And then all of a sudden, the little guy, the regular guy, says, hey, listen, times have changed. We found that there's a loophole or what have you. This is the way that we're going to do it. According to your rules, you cannot get mad at us. So I think that it is a reflection of what's happening in our larger,
Let's get
society
rich.
right now, as it comes to women's rights and Me Too and issues of race and equity and equality and all of that. It's like, and people who have been there, the establishment who's been there for so long, the entitled, right? The people who say, hey, look, we're the wealthy. These are the rules. We want to live by and continue. And the underdog is saying, no. We deserve a place.
I tried to buy more Doge. Alright, that's it, dude. I tried to buy more Doge, bro. I bought $15 worth. I already made money. I don't know. I'm trying to access my other Doge. $250. I bought another $50 worth. Fuck it, dude. You're boring. Entertain me. TF. Oh. Oh. it just went up. It just went up. It just went up. It just went up. It's not letting me do this. It's not letting me do this limit buy. Maybe it will. Maybe if it goes down. If it goes down, then I can. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, it was placed. It was placed. It was placed. It was placed. Yes, we got the limit buy. I got the limit buy, dude. Dude, I put the limit buy went through. That's what it says. Hang on, let me confirm it. Let me get the confirmation. Let's go. Order status confirmed. Why is it? Why it says order status confirmed? It says the limit buy was placed. I don't see it though. Why is it not showing up? Let's go. Take a screenshot. Oh, of the buy? See what happens, bro. Yeah, you're right. I need a screenshot so I know, so I can keep in mind. You're right. Just in case, bro. That's $50, bro. I'm just throwing it in. Fuck it. I want to wake up for it to be $1. I want it to be... Fuck, dude. And then $2. And then $10. Listen, bro. This fucking meme could... I don't know. I don't know. Let's see what analysts say. Some analysts believe that Dogecoin is on a bull run and could hit... This is January 2nd. Dogecoin hit a penny. Alright. I think it's going to go more. Maybe. Because it's actually gaining traction. Yeah, we gotta post a meme. Let's go. I'm nervous. I'm super nervous about it. You hate Don Lemon. You're funny, dude. I lost $18 million in the bank, in the trading markets. 18 gajillion dollars. 18 bajillion dollars. Optillion. You hear me, homie? The money in the market. But this sound makes me have to pee. Like, I don't know, it's making me want to. Boom. There we go. It's gonna happen. I think it's gonna happen. T-Mobile commercial? No, send it to me. Let's find it. YouTube. Oh, it's raining outside. What outdoor dining opens tomorrow? Donate today, and we'll go to a restaurant tomorrow. Which T-Mobile one? No. Nelly, Dad loves you. Nelly, you're Dad's best friend. Nelly. Nelly, no. What's she doing? Bro, the way they organize some of these, so weird. No! It took me so long to find. Oh, my belly. Wait, what the flip? Wait, it's not in food. No. What the hell? Wait. That's weird. Oh, here. Dude. Hang on. I have to find... It's different on the Android. I like that moon better. Stands out. Dude, let's figure it out. What the fuck? Oh yeah, they did it on a full moon too. Uh-oh. All the crazies out tonight? Yeah. Yeah, they are. Oh my gosh, bro. I'm dying. Bro. Bro, this shit's about to take off. Alright, I gotta buy it at a different price. It's just not, it's not sending the order, bro. Because it's going so fast. Where's my fucking shares? Bro, I've had to cancel it and resend it twice. It's really not letting me buy it. Because it's just going so crazy right now. You think? No, bro, shit's going up. What do you mean? $1,000 of Dogecoin, bro. Fuck it. Do it for the memes. Do it for the memes. Could you imagine? Could you imagine in the future, you're old as fuck and you whip out your fucking smartphone or whatever the fuck we have in the future, and you're like, I'll pay for this, and you some of your Dogecoins that are then worth like $50,000. A fucking Dogecoin. I'll pay for this. Everybody called you crazy. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Fucking invest in a meme stock. Meme fucking coin. My fucking people. Fuck it, dude. I was in AMC before it was a meme. Mind you. Holy crap. No, bro. It's gonna hit it now. It's already at 7. It's already at 7. It just hit 7. To the moon. To the fuck. I can't even buy it, bro. It's not even. It placed it at 6:35. I can't even fucking buy it, dude. It's not letting me. I have to cancel and do it again. Bro, this shit's going to the fucking moon. I can't even fucking buy it. I can't even fucking buy it, bro. Dude. Buy GameStop tomorrow. They're not gonna let me buy. It's not after hours for crypto. Crypto is all the time. Bro, crypto went up 500. No. You know what time it is in Asia? Asia's up. Asia's up in their drink crypto. It's 12 p.m. in crypto in Asia. It's morning in the EU. The EU's just waking up. They're starting to trade crypto now. You have to understand when the market's open. People are waking up in Abu Dhabi. People are waking up in Abu Dhabi and they're saying this. Bro, your boy Habibi's waking up in Abu Dhabi and he's like, oh, let me check the Reddit. Dogecoin. I'm gonna take my motherfucking the oil money and put it in the Dogecoin. Oil prints. I just made $7. I just made $7 sitting on my nuts. That's his my $7. I just made $8. Bro, it's not letting me buy it. I'm gonna snap if I can't buy this. Alright, let me try. Bro. It's not letting me go. It's not letting me go. Send. Dude, it's already too slow. It took too long. It took too long. It took too long. It took too long. Pending. It says pending. Fucking pending, bro. Pending. It took too long. To the moon. Police are searching for 2 men who fled in a black pickup truck. Damn, bro. M are 8. Dude, instead of M running around the street, M should be here, motherfucking doing the crypto thingy. Where's Merlin? Let's get Ratch. Because it stands out more. Bro, meme stock for the win. Meme coins for the win. It's still pending. My shit's pending, bro. Nope. Still pending. I turned $15 into 23. I have 289 Dogecoins. I should have bought more. It won't fucking fill it. It's not working, bro. Hold on, let me close everything. Bro, what the fuck? It's not letting me buy. I was lucky I even got that one buy-in. I was lucky I even got that one buy-in before this went fucking crazy, and I can't even get a buy-in. Can't even get a buy-in. I have to wait till it slows down. I can't even see the page to buy in. I can't buy 2K worth. I can buy as much as I want, and that still won't consider me a day trader. You can buy all the crypto you want, I think. I don't know, are you watching me, bro? Like, I'm not typing. I don't know, you just can't do it too much. Where can you buy Dogecoins? Robinhood. Use my link below. You can buy Dogecoins on Robinhood, bro. That's where I bought it. Use my link below. You get a free share of a company. I get a free share of a company. You go buy Dogecoins, bro. This shit going to the moon. I mean, not fucking to $9. How long have I been just sitting here? Dude. It might be it. I don't know. I'm not telling you to do anything. Don't ever take my advice. Don't ever take my advice, because I lost a lot of money today. I lost a lot of money today. I lost a whole lot of money today. $8.99. Oh, it went down. Someone sold because they got scared. 2 whales sold. I saw that 2 whales definitely sold. Those were whales. That drop, those were whales. That was too fast. You know what? I hope it goes down a little bit. I want to get these I want to get that purchase in. It won't let me. Buying the dip. Money never sleeps. I'm going autistic for myself. I'm not going autistic for anybody. Don't take my advice. I deliver groceries and I hang out on the internet. Okay? That's most autistic people. I'm trying to make up for what happened today. I'm gonna go bust my nuts tomorrow. That's what I'm gonna do. I gotta go to sleep soon. What time is it? Oh, it's early. We gotta fuck around. Some Fortnite. Do you want to play some Fortnite on another VOD? Oh shit, it's dipping. It's dipping. I think it's gonna buy it at the dip. Order status confirmed at 824. The fuck did it not buy it? Whatever, dude. It'll fucking figure itself out. They're trying to fuck normal people like me, bro. And that's not cool. What do we do about this? Doge's love, Doge's life. What does Doge support? That's the question. I think people are gonna continue to invest in Doge. I'm gonna keep my coins, bro. In the future, I'm gonna be old as fuck. I'm gonna have my Doge coins, and hopefully we got the banana pen. I still haven't found the other piece of the pen. Dude, I gotta do some cleanup. I've been feeling good lately. I gotta do some cleanup. We're doing it for Nell. No, we're gonna get you a yacht in motherfucking Tesla. Bro, we should get an S-Type. We should get the S-Type. Why the fuck not? Whoa. No way. I don't know. I think it's gonna dump at $1. I'm $100 in Dogecoin, everyone. Who likes this tweet will get a piece of my millions. And it hits $1 at the end of this week. That's not even enough, idiot. It's already dipping. It'll climb. Have faith. No, Belle. I ain't buying no Kroger coin. Bro, I'm just gonna hang on to it and see where it goes. Like, I don't know. Bro. Should I make a SJC coin? It's tanking. It's gonna go back up. Three BZ. What the fuck? There's no way. Oh, she's still alive?
And I'm very thankful that you all were there doing tech support for me. Okay, let's go. Let's kick it to Alexis. I don't want us to delay anymore. So let me hop on here. Let's see. Alexis, are you there?
Can you hear me?
All right, I can hear you. Can our folks at home?
Have you heard this?
Can our folks at home hear Alexis?
Can you hear her?
Can folks hear me?
I'm gonna tear this down.
Okay, we
I want
got
to
a
hear
yes.
this.
All right.
I want to see what AOC is gonna do.
Thank you so much for joining us today, Alexis, especially on such short notice with these crazy events going on. So thank you. And, you know, in our last stream, I ended the last stream, but for folks who are just joining on,
If she helped me with my money,
Alexis is
she
a
might
former
be
Wall Street
okay.
professional who then took her expertise and her experience.
I
and
want my
insight,
money.
Turned to Occupy Wall Street, and now she works on financial reform. So, Alexis, do you want to tell us a little bit about your story before we get into it?
Thank you again, Congresswoman, so much for having me tonight. It's really a pleasure to be here with you. So I worked on Wall Street for the beginning of my career. I interned there. I worked there right out of college. You know, I went to school in New York. I went to Columbia. I studied computer science, and that's just, you know, who recruited at Columbia for the computer science majors with the banks. And I worked there for about 7 years. At first I was a programmer, and then I moved into kind of more software design. And, you know, it's a pretty crushing place to work. It's, you know, on every birthday I would sort of look back and say to myself, what am I doing with my life, right? I'm making more wealthy people even more wealthy, and that is what I'm spending my time doing. And so in 2010, I quit. I did a little bit of tech consulting, and then in 2011, Occupy Wall Street happened, and I started going down to the park after some young women were pepper sprayed on a kettle by the NYPD. And at first I was a little bit skeptical, but I was really moved by the process, which was so different than a very hierarchical framework that I was used to on Wall Street, right? It was consensus driven. We were all listening to each other. Everybody's voice was really tried to be heard. There was this concept of progressive stack, where they would write down everyone that wanted to ask a question and then try to have people ask questions in sort of reverse order of, you know, your power in society, basically. So it was really a learning experience for me. And then I co-founded what I call the world's nerdiest book club, which was this group called Occupy the SEC. And we studied this comment letter. We wrote a comment letter about a regulation called the Volcker Rule, which was meant to lower risk that Wall Street firms were creating by trading for their own accounts. And we wrote this very, very long comment letter, and it got a lot of media attention because it didn't fit the narrative of what people thought when they thought about Occupy. They were like, Occupy Wall Street, they can't, not only can they not read, they definitely can't write. And here we were writing this very, very long comment letter. So after that, I moved into nonprofit advocacy, and now I work at a group called Americans for Financial Reform, and we basically fight for a safer and fair economy overall. And so that's my story.
It's incredible. And so it's crazy too that how the world works, in that, you know, I was telling folks earlier that around that time I was working for a community organization that happened to be in the Wall Street area. You know, there's just like donated space in the area for a few months. And so it's so weird how we were probably within a block of each other back then, and now it only took 10 years, right?
Right.
So
a decade later.
Yeah, exactly. A decade later, we're on a Twitch stream together. So I'm really excited. You know, you wrote this super insightful article, you know, this week about everything that was going on with Wall Street, GameStop, all of, you know, the stuff that's going on. So, you know, if you could give, for anyone on this stream that isn't fully caught up on the situation, if you could give a 1-minute overview on where we're at right now, kind of like you did in your article.
No, fuck communism.
Like, let's dive into some of these deeper questions.
No, not communism.
Where are we today?
Democrats are crazy as it is, but no communism.
Where are we in terms of the positioning of hedge funds and everyday people in this entire situation?
Sure. So if people want to read the article you just mentioned, Congresswoman, the easiest way to find that is on my Twitter. It's just at Alexis Goldstein, and it's my pinned tweet.
Goldstein.
I'll do my best to do it in a minute. But before I get into that, I just want to sort of take a step back and say that I think the events of this last week lead us to some pretty deep questions about how do we want to marshal the resources of society, and what do we want to pay attention to, right? Do we want physicists designing trading algorithms, or do we want them focusing on climate change? So that's sort of my big picture question for everybody.
Hidden agenda.
So you just want sort of a walkthrough of what happened and who was involved?
Yeah,
is that right?
So let's talk about broad strokes for folks watching that have, you know, haven't quite wrapped their mind around it. How did we get to a bunch of Redditors squeezing hedge funds to the point where there's this idea that, you know, hedge funds might have to get bailed out? Or people floating this idea?
Sure. So I think it's a combination of things. I would say we have a K-shaped recovery right now, right? We have some people that are doing terribly, that are still unemployed. We have some people who are fortunate enough to work from home, who have some disposable income and extra time on their hands. Some of the people in the latter category have begun trading stocks in their spare time at home and, you know, working remotely with nothing else to do. And so this Reddit forum that's been around for a very long time, called Wall Street Bets, I think grew and grew and grew, just as a lot of people, again, and I want to say this isn't everybody, I know a lot of people don't have disposable income to trade stocks and to trade options. But some people got really interested in this forum, it grew. And one technique that I would say Wall Street certainly has used against each other historically is trying to squeeze what are called shorts. So a short, so you can buy stocks, right? That lets you own a tiny piece of a company. You can also bet against a stock, and that's called shorting a stock. And the way that works operationally is you borrow that stock from somebody else, you immediately sell it, and then you hope that it goes down. And if it goes down a lot, you can buy it for really cheap, you return it back to the person you borrowed it from, and you get to keep the profit. So that works fine and good if the stock goes down. But if the stock gets to go up and up and up, now you're losing a lot of money, now you're starting to sweat, now you're starting to get nervous, and you either have to hold it out and hope that it turns around, or you have to buy it back for much more money. And so the sort of scheme, I guess, or the idea on Wall Street Bets was to find stocks that they liked and thought were good, that were very heavily shorted, buy them, tell everybody and all their friends to buy them, and that would force the shorts to eventually give up.
There's nothing wrong with
and
that.
to buy the stock back themselves, which would only then raise the price even more. I will say that the other thing that made GameStop and all these other stocks go up even higher than that is people were also buying what are called options.
Yeah, buddy.
And options are a derivative. This starts to get into an alphabet soup, so feel free to break in at any time. But an option gives you the right, but not the obligation, to buy a stock in the future for a set price. So an option on GameStop that expires in a week might have what's called a strike price, and the strike price is the price you get to buy it at in the future. And why am I saying all of this? When you buy an option, you buy it from somebody on Wall Street, typically a market maker, who usually owns that stock. And they are saying, I have 100 shares of stock, and I am agreeing to sell it to you in the future at a set price. But if they don't own the stock, they have to buy the stock to hedge the position. So you had short sellers who were potentially going to have to buy GameStop. You had people on Wall Street Bets buying a lot of GameStop. You had people on Wall Street Bets buying options on GameStop. And then you had the people selling the Wall Street Bettors options also having to buy GameStop stock in order to hedge their option position. So that sort of created this upward momentum in the stock. I do want to say that I don't think it's that simple. I think the important thing to remember about Wall Street is they don't want other people to know what they're trading. They want to know what their competitors are trading, and their competitors want to hide it from them. They pay a lot of money to try to figure out what their competitors are trading, and all of a sudden you had a Reddit forum that was telling everyone on Wall Street not only what their position was, what their plans for the position was, and what they were trying to get their friends to do with the position, which, is actually Wall Street's dream, is to know what other people are going to do with a stock in the future. So what I suspect happened is, in addition to all these people on Reddit buying, in addition to the people who were hedging their option sales buying, you had a lot of people on Wall Street saying, oh, this is going to go up and I'm going to get ahead of it, and I'm going to ride it all the way to the top. And when it starts to crash, I'm going to ride it all the way back to the bottom. So that's sort of the shortest possible version I can give about what started this.
So in a way, with all of the potential activity, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but in a way, are you saying that you have all of these Wall Street actors that are seeing what's going on potentially with this online activity and saying, well, we know that there's going to be a high volume of buys ahead of time, so I'm also going to buy under kind of the guise of all of this online activity going on, and then potentially make out on top of it as well.
Yes.
That's what you're saying too. So
yes, that is my suspicion, yes.
So you suspect that this is not just Redditors buying this stock, but that is also potentially larger actors on the market, and that's something to explore. That this is potentially larger actors on the market looking at activity happening ahead of time, and then getting ahead of it that as well, and almost using that as a veneer for riding this stock.
Yeah. And there's all of this that I think is important for folks to know, which is a lot of folks have used the app Robinhood, which I like to think of as the Facebook of stock trading. And I say that because Facebook is sort of designed to keep you on Facebook, right? It's designed to grab your attention and keep your attention. And Robinhood is very similar. I would describe it as gamified. I know a lot of Robinhood folks would disagree with that assessment. That's just my personal assessment. But Robinhood is free, it doesn't charge commission, and the way that their business model works is they sell their order flow to market makers, which are these sophisticated Wall Street participants who execute the orders for them. The market maker they sell the most of their flow to is a hedge fund named Citadel. And Citadel is not just a hedge fund, they are also a market maker, they are also a technology company, they are owned by a billionaire named Ken Griffin, who is out of Chicago, who has funded some very questionable things in his political giving. But Citadel pays for Robinhood's order flow. And strangely enough, or maybe not so strangely, one of the hedge funds that Wall Street Bets was very excited about blowing up, Melvin Capital, was rescued by Citadel after it blew up. So Citadel is paying for the order flow on Robinhood, which is driving up the price of the stock, which crashed one hedge fund, and then Citadel sort of bought that hedge fund on the cheap after it crashed.
And so, for folks at home, so that we can put these dots together, because I think this is an important relationship for us to communicate and map out with you. So basically, also what you're saying now is that you've got Melvin Capital, right? Melvin Capital is the hedge fund that was shorting GameStop. They were the folks that were saying, we're going to make a ton of money. We're going to make a ton of money off of GameStop's stock going down. Wall Street Bets comes in, potentially with folks on Wall Street looking at what Wall Street Bets is doing to kind of supercharge this activity and say, you know what, we're going to make the stock.
I'm not playing God. I'm fixing the grass.
Put Melvin Capital into an extraordinarily which would essentially prompt them to get bailed out by.
I'm fixing their grass. I'm actually making their environment nice and light. They're my friends, you asshole.
Swoops in as one of the actors to bail out Melvin Capital, but Citadel's owner also co-founded a different Citadel. They're both connected, hence the same name by the same owner. They are two technically different entities, though, but they are the same founder.
Right, so Citadel LLC is the parent company. Citadel Securities is the market maker that buys the Robinhood order flow, but the parent entity, Citadel LLC, is the one that swooped up Melvin Capital. And Congresswoman, I should just add there were actually two Wall Street firms that bought Melvin Capital, or rescued it, I should say. Citadel and another one, now I'm blanking, of course, on the name, but it's the new fund of Steve Cohen, who you may know as the owner of the New York Mets. And Steve Cohen is famous for all the wrong reasons.
Is what the chat says.
Yes, thank you. Steve Cohen is famous, or infamous, I should say, because he used to have a hedge fund called SAC that pled guilty to insider trading in 2013 and had to shut itself down. And so this is the next iteration of Steve Cohen.
So we've got Citadel and a .72 who bail out Melvin Capital, who are relying on GameStop stock to tank. So Citadel swoops in to bail out Melvin Capital. But then meanwhile, this connected Citadel under the same founder, it also receives the advanced information from Robinhood. That's what you're saying?
Yes, and I should clarify
it keeps coming up. I want to fix it to have a nice environment for the frogs. I'm not playing God.
During the Obama administration, they raised the question about whether or not that was a good idea. They asked one of their SEC, which is a market regulator, they asked the SEC's advisory committee if payment for order flow was just kind of disguising how you were really paying for stock trading. So the idea is Robinhood is free, you don't pay commission, but the broker is supposed to make sure that they give you what's called best execution. So they execute your trade and either get you the best price or they execute it really, really fast. Citadel is paying Robinhood for that order flow, and they pay them via these things called rebates. And Citadel might pay, whatever they pay. A different market maker may pay a little bit higher rate. And what is not supposed to happen is the broker is not supposed to give the order flow to the highest bidder, because that would prevent them from giving their customers best execution. People should know that Robinhood was accused by the SEC in December of 2020
Whoa.
of not giving their customers best execution and actually costing them $34 million, even when you accounted for the free commissions.
I didn't even know that.
Because of their failures to provide them with best execution.
So you're saying just a month ago, Robinhood was in trouble for not optimizing
I think I'm gonna get out.
customers' trades?
I think I'm getting
Yes,
out
it
of
was
Robinhood.
covering a period of time farther back in time, right? It was, I think, in the 2018 range, but the action came down. Robinhood did not admit nor deny guilt in the action, but they did have to pay a civil penalty to the SEC to settle the charges.
And they did pay that penalty to the SEC.
Yes.
So these were charges that came up from the SEC.
But that was like back then, I guess, when the algorithm probably wasn't that good.
That happened in 2018, but that this is documented past behavior from Robinhood.
Correct. And the other thing is Robinhood wasn't disclosing, another part of that action was Robinhood wasn't disclosing that they were paying our market maker for the order flow. So why do I bring all this up? I bring this all up to say, is Robinhood doing the best by their customers? Are these fintech companies that are so easy to use that lots of people are using to trade stocks, are they doing right by their customers? I think that's an important question that regulators should be asking right now.
So let's talk a little bit about what happened today with the freeze that you saw, not just on Robinhood, but on E-Trade, Wellbull, etc., where you have a lot of these retail, these retail platforms, all of a sudden putting a halt to some trades on not just GameStop, but there was also some activity, I believe, around AMC and other stocks that have been particularly identified by the subreddit Wall Street Bets. Tell me a little bit about what is going through your head when you see activity like that. And for folks at home, there are multiple possibilities here. I think a lot of people sometimes want to jump, but in order for us to really responsibly look at the situation, it does seem like
This
there's
was made in
one
Italy.
potential explanation. But I'm interested in hearing what's going through your head when you see that, and what are some of the rise?
Italian.
So I just don't know why Robinhood made the decisions they did to stop trading, allowing purchases of certain single name stocks today. Their decision was a little different than some of the other brokerages. So for example, so think of it from the point of view of the brokerage, right? Especially if people are selling stocks short, which has the potential for unlimited losses. If your client goes bust and enough of your clients goes bust, then the brokerage goes bust. So what a different brokerage did, not Robinhood, but one called Interactive Brokers and some other brokers on the that regular people use,
Oh, it doesn't do it in the background. It does.
is they just changed what's called their margin requirements. So if you wanted to buy a stock in some
Oh, come on.
of these really active, volatile names today, you had to supply 100% cash margin. And what does that mean? You basically just had to front all of the money yourself, which might sound funny to people who don't trade stocks, but believe it or not, you can sometimes trade stocks with borrowed money. So they're basically Robinhood just straight up saying you can't trade in any of these names. Now, I don't know that we know any more than that. Was there, direction coming in from regulators? Was this just a decision made by Robinhood? I don't think we know, but I was a little surprised at their action as it related to what other brokers did. And I should just say, if we can just rewind very slightly, because I forgot to mention this before, about the whole idea of payment for order flow. The reason that's important is because the firm that you give your order flow to knows what your executions are, and they can run in front of it and front run and trade ahead of it and make profits, which may be fine or may not be fine, but I just thought that that's important to mention.
So you're
Citadel.
Sorry, you're just about to say, and Citadel's the one who receives that advance information from Robinhood. So
Correct.
all of these folks, but that advanced information only lasts for a few seconds, right?
Correct, but Citadel is known, and other entities that do this market making are known for their high frequency trading algorithms. That's their specialty. They're experts. They hire tons and tons of programmers, and so they're allowed to make profit ahead of that. But I think the question that a lot of people have, and we just don't have enough information to know, is were they doing more with that information than just executing the trades?
And so those are some of the questions that seem to be outstanding, right? Because if Citadel's receiving this advanced trade information from Robinhood, I go on my phone, except not me, because I don't believe members of Congress should own individual stocks, so I don't have any. But hypothetically, if I'm on Robinhood and I hit my order along with thousands of other people at that moment, Citadel is potentially able to get that information milliseconds in advance. And in those milliseconds, their trading algorithms could adjust, knowing that advanced execution information. Is that correct?
Yes. And I'll say that since a lot of the Robinhood trades are very low volumes, what they often do is batch them together. And so Citadel might be trading in much larger volumes and then matching the orders as they batch them together. Again, all in this sort of time of many microseconds. But that's what they specialize in doing, is this very, very high speed, high frequency trading, as it's called.
And so I think here, for folks that are watching at home, this is what raises a bunch of questions, not just from me, but also from, I think, this is why this is starting to attract the attention of regulators, members of Congress, etc. Because there's a lot of policy questions that come up. Policy questions about shorting stock. Policy questions about, as you said, some of this advanced information. You mentioned the Obama administration started to raise some questions about the potential for this. And I think this also is about power, right? Because everyday retail investors don't get that. Even if you were able to, who knows, program something at home, you do not have that millisecond advance information. You just don't have the market power to have that, right?
Right. And I think that's the reason why, yes, lots of people are making money right now. Yes, one or two hedge funds are blowing up, but there's still always going to be a systemic disadvantage that retail has. And that Wall Street is always going to have the advantage. They have more data. As you said, Congresswoman, they're faster. They can execute things faster. And so they're always going to run circles around the little guy, even if it seems like they're losing.
Yeah, and so I think this is something that's important for us to kind of talk about too, because this is ultimately so much of what has made this story, I think, really exciting to people at home, is that at least for this 1 week, at least for these, 3-4 days, it finally felt for so many people at home that are seeing this happen, people were really feeling like everyday people were finally able to collectively organize and get back at the folks who have historically had all the marbles on Wall Street and force one hedge fund into an existential crisis. But that is what has happened in this short window of time, people really feeling this rush of organizing, etc. But it still raises, I think, this overall question of who are all of these rules and who is the concentration of power and money still benefiting and still advantaged towards. And some of those underlying rules haven't changed, right? It's still the wealthy and still the powerful.
Right, and I would say that, I'm always the skunk at the garden party here, but unfortunately, when volumes are high, and they've hit record highs this week, Wall Street prints money. They were incredibly profitable in the pandemic when lots of people were trading. I am sure they were incredibly profitable today. This is what they do every day. They trade in, they trade out. They don't care if the market goes up or down. They make money on volatility, and volatility is churn.
What about AMC?
I think the larger question here is, how do we want to design our economy? Do we want to incentivize people who study science to write trading algorithms instead of working on climate change? Do we want people who are graduating with PhDs to pursue these more lucrative jobs on Wall Street, in order to make more money for the wealthy? I mean, look, I did that when I got my computer science degree. I can't say that I would recommend it, but unfortunately, the way we sort of incentivize and organize our society right now, some of the really wonderful brain power is being spent figuring out how to optimize your options trading algorithm. Yeah. And I think if we can do some of these bigger, more structural things, and this is, something
Let's go.
that Congresswoman I think we have in common, like if we can cancel student debt, if we can, have a wealth tax if we can regulate these big, powerful Wall Street actors, we can hopefully start to rearrange the incentives of our society so some of the brightest people aren't, using their PhDs designing trading algorithms on Wall Street. And that's sort of the bigger picture that I hope people think about.
Yeah, no, that is so powerful. I remember around the time I was graduating college, it was so similar. The folks that were on campus that are recruiting, it's around the time that I graduated, it was, Silicon Valley, it was big banks, consulting groups, etc., that kind of suck up so much of the most talented people in our society, and yet what does that talent go towards? And if it's to make, do we really need physicists making trading algorithms certain milliseconds faster, or do we need that brain power in stopping climate change, or actually, some of that, and even if it's not just STEM fields, but even folks that get picked up by consulting organizations that are really profound generalists, strategists, etc., should that be going there, or should we be creating opportunities? This is one of the big plug alert, but this is one of the tenets of the Green New Deal. We need to create 20 million jobs across skill sets, from basic labor in actually building infrastructure to some of the most, sophisticated scientific skill sets, and investing and expanding those skill sets. We need to create 20 million jobs across the board minimum in order for us to make the infrastructure and policy changes to match the science of the crisis of our time. And one of the challenges towards that is the fact that so much of our social capital and human capital is being concentrated in arguably some of the wrong sectors at this time, or disproportionately being weighed into certain sectors.
Yo, what's going on, dog?
So, I think you're completely right on that.
I think it makes me think back to the priorities in the CARES Act and the priorities we might even have right now, right? We have a real opportunity to provide people with like a way to actually survive the pandemic and get cash in people's pockets, cancel student debt, change our healthcare system. And is that what we're going to do? Or if we have another market crisis, which like we did last spring, is all of the energy of Congress going to pour into saving the bond market, which I would argue is what happened. And I'm sorry if you can hear my dog. Who is whining. That's the kind of thing that I hope we can sort of reorient ourselves in this new year about what are our priorities and how can we make sure that people can do what they want with their lives and not have to hustle and, pursue the best paying job, but can actually maybe try to contribute to society. But it's going to take policy, right? And so we're counting on you and all of your colleagues, I think, to make that happen.
No, of course. Thank you so much for joining us, Alexis. We really appreciate it and your insight.
Thank you so much, Congresswoman. It's great to be here.
Thank you. All right. So that was, so incredible. I hope you guys got some insight from there. We had some.
I don't know, bro. It's not the whole thing.
So much for joining us, Alexis. We really appreciate it and your insight.
Thank you so much, Congresswoman. It's options trading algorithm.
Yeah.
And I think if we can do some of these bigger, more structural things, and this is, something, Congresswoman, I think we have in common, like if we can cancel student debt, if we can, have a wealth tax, if we can regulate these big, powerful Wall Street actors, we can hopefully start to rearrange the incentives of our society so some of the brightest people aren't, using their PhDs designing trading algorithms on Wall Street. And that's sort of the bigger picture that I hope people think about.
Yeah, no, that is so powerful. I remember time I was graduating college, it was so similar. You know, the folks that were on campus that are recruiting, you know, it's around the time that I graduated, it was, you know, Silicon Valley, it was big banks, consulting groups, etc., that kind of suck up so much of the most talented people in our society, and yet what does that talent go towards? And if it's to make, you know, do we really need physicists making trading algorithms certain milliseconds faster, or do we need that brain power in stopping climate change, or actually, you know, some of that, and even if it's not just STEM fields, but even folks that get picked up by consulting organizations that are really profound generalists, strategists, etc. Should that be going there, or should we be creating opportunities? You know, this is one of the big plug alert, but this is one of the tenets of the Green New Deal. We need to create 20 million jobs across skill sets, from basic labor in actually building infrastructure to some of the most, you know, sophisticated scientific skill sets, and investing and expanding those skill sets. We need to create 20 million jobs across the board minimum in order for us to make the infrastructure and policy changes to match the science of the crisis of our time. And one of the challenges towards that is the fact that so much of our social capital and human capital is being concentrated in arguably some of the wrong sectors at this time, or disproportionately being weighed into certain sectors. So I think you're completely right on that.
I think it makes me think back to the priorities in the CARES Act and the priorities we might even have right now, right? We have a real opportunity to provide people with like a way to actually survive the pandemic and get cash in people's pockets, cancel student debt, you know, change our healthcare system. And is that what we're going to do? Or if we have another market crisis, which like we did last spring, you know, is all of the energy of Congress going to pour into saving the bond market, which I would argue is what happened. I'm sorry if you can hear my dog.
No,
it was whining. That's the kind of thing that I hope we can sort of reorient ourselves in this new year about what are our priorities and how can we make sure that people can do what they want with their lives and not have to hustle and, you know, pursue the best paying job, but can actually maybe try to contribute to society. But it's going to take policy, right? And so we're counting on you and all of your colleagues, I think, to make that happen.
No, of course. Thank you so much for joining us, Alexis. We really appreciate it and your insight.
Thank you so much, Congresswoman. It's great to be here.
Thank you. All right. So that was, you know, so incredible. I hope you guys got some insight from there. We had some lineup switches. So we have an amazing addition for you all today. Y'all, can we get... I need some drum rolls. We have, I mentioned earlier, we're going to have the stock guy on. You know, in my whatever technical difficulties during all that time, we also had a lineup switch up. We have one of the founders of Reddit, Alexis Ohanian, coming on too. Let me hop on here on the live. Can you all hear me? Oh, can they hear me? Alexis, I think you're muted. I think the stock guy's muted too.
Hi, guys.
All right. Oh, my goodness. Amazing. Thank you both so much for hopping on.
Absolutely.
Holy cow. Let me start with some introductions. I'll start off first. Alexis, I mean, you need no introduction, but why don't you reintroduce yourself to everybody, and who you are and
fish relax
what we're talking about today.
All right. I like my fish because they relax me.
Sure. Well, a long time ago, I co-founded a website called Reddit right out of college, and no longer at the company. I'd resigned from the board back in June of last year. But in these days, I'm running a venture firm I started called 776. But I spend a lot of time on the internet, and a lot of folks have been asking for my take on what this is, and I've been learning and watching, really, I think, just as everyone else has, because this has been quite unprecedented. And I'm happy we've got the stock guy here because I even as a layperson, it seems to me that, you know, a hedge fund shorting like 130% of the float seems mathematically impossible. It seems like quite a problematic place to start. But you know, it was some clever traders that saw an opportunity to take advantage of that and make an investment. And you know, here we are now, still watching it all unfold.
Awesome. And Stock Guy, would you like to introduce yourself to everyone watching?
Yeah, absolutely. Before I say I got to do this for legal reasons, I am not a financial advisor. Everything I do is for entertainment and education purposes only. Now that we have that out of the way, no, I'm just a regular guy. I've been trading stocks about a little over a decade. Started during the 2008 crisis. A couple years ago, I started streaming here on Twitch. I was looking for a place to kind of talk stocks and hang out while I was trading. Everything I found on the internet was just kind of not my style, so I started streaming here. It started picking up. I started noticing that people actually wanted to learn about not just stocks, but the economy, finance, you know, personal finance, about interest rates, you know, how to be better off financially. It's something that's not taught, maybe by design, and a lot of people never get ahead in life. And I thought, hey, if I could use some humor, I could use some knowledge, and teach people some life-changing things that they really need to know, and they wanna watch me. Hey, I'll do it. And I've been blessed to have this is my career now, and I think it's amazing. And this entire debacle has just been a whole nother level.
Yeah, so let's get into that. I'm interested in hearing from both of you. What has it been like to, and I mean, you've been in this, like, in a driver's seat in a way, watching this unfold, already breaking these types of developments down to people, and then to see something as unprecedented as what happened this week. Walk me through a little bit about, like, what you're hearing folks ask you and what you make of this entire situation, and kind of what the horizon is from your perspective.
Well, I think the first thing I want to touch on is you know, I thank you for having me. I think the one voice that's been lost in this whole conversation is the retail trader. Everybody having this conversation is a hedge fund manager or a pundit or a billionaire or a news person or a politician talking about the little guy, the retail
why is he
trader.
killing it?
Nobody asked the retail trader, so I do.
Wait, why is he doing that? Whoa, why is that happening? Alright. Do I gotta stop him? Why is Johnny Boston killing people? Johnny Boston's being an asshole. Uh-oh. Is Johnny Boston trying to kill the red one? Hey.
And I see this argument on all the newscasts about, well, it's this group of
This fish is just minding its own business, bro. That one's a bully.
the economy and take down the big bad wolf. And I think that's easy. It's so easy to find someone to blame when the blame starts way before Wall Street bets, way before Reddit,
Hey.
way before any other
Oh,
forum.
bro.
This is just a group of people.
Hey, you. What are you doing? You asshole. Yeah.
Who's a retail trader who trades stocks, who wants to make the money in an economy that they're
I'm gonna take him. Do I take him out of the water?
they're never going to have the way of life that their parents and grandparents had, so they get an opportunity. They get an opportunity, and they see that opportunity to get something, to actually get ahead, and to taste what all those people, you know, in their castles have. And the second they do,
Johnny Boston, no.
and you know, I mean, I'm not going to get into legalities of it because I'm not a lawyer, but you know, this is where we're at with it.
Yeah, Alexis, I'm so interested in.
Do we flush him? Because he's being a dick. Johnny Boston needs to get flushed.
Like so many other things, part of it is
Johnny Boston, you need to go into timeout.
to see the creative ways that people use it, how it's manifested, etc. It's just, you know, a completely
He can't help it, bro. He's drunk.
And first of all, I always think it's very humorous when anyone tries to explain what Reddit is on CNBC or anywhere else.
I think the blue one's the alpha.
Much less like Facebook in a congressional hearing. But, you know,
What do I do, bro?
people kind of talk about this. I'm interested in your take, like the community and
I don't like him. Do I take him back? Because he's being a dick.
years ago. You were cooking.
Yeah, he's hurting the other fish.
No chance. No chance could any of this have been predicted. I think, and I want to stress and just echo, I think Stock Guy's spot on here. There's not a singular monolith community of, Wall Street bets, just like there isn't a
But he's being a dick.
community of K-pop fans or vegans or, right, this is community. This is something that spans
He's targeting the little fish.
the internet, and especially in the last 10 years in particular, as social media and smartphone ubiquity and all these things have connected us in real-time ways to organize around ideas, around concepts. That energy is something we as humans are really good just biologically at rallying around.
Is it a ladyfish?
And yet, we
He's being a dick.
those communities, we seek out that sense of identity, we seek out that sense of connection, and the internet supercharges it because of scale. And what we're seeing is we've seen echoes of it in so many different arenas in industry, or excuse me, in society across so many different industries.
You're a dick, bluefish.
I see so many stories from people that remind me of conversations that I had and heard and saw after 2008 and the recession. And I think this is something that is a part of a new normal that we're all now going to have to navigate. And I think one of the byproducts of where I think it continues to go is more of a push towards decentralization and more of a push toward individuals being able to take ownership, individuals being able to get access to do the same things that institutions historically had a monopoly on. And I think that's the thing that blew me away as I understood it. I know Stock Guy can go in on this. Like, the act of shorting a company like this and whatnot is behavior that we really need to call into question, because it doesn't seem at all sustainable when you can do that to more shares that are actually available, and it exposes some real fundamental flaws. And I really hope, and I think so many Americans are hoping that
I don't know.
the little guys, the ones who normally end up picking up the tab, are the ones who will ultimately continue to be empowered and supported, and not the banks, not finance, not Wall Street.
Yeah. No, I mean, and the Stock Guy, you spoke to this so well, where it's like, little over 10 years ago, all of us got screwed, frankly, in the recession. And so much, I think, of this moment too is that we never saw a single person who was responsible for, 16 million or so foreclosures, just millions of people losing their homes, getting evicted, getting their cars repossessed, having to live off of rice and beans for months at a time. We didn't see anyone go to jail for that. And we didn't see virtually anybody held accountable in any serious way. And it almost felt like this week, one of the reasons that there was this huge, almost populist, bottom-up type of rally on what was going on was that it felt like almost the first time that anybody was holding these folks who gamed this system accountable or have any sort of answer in that way. And no, I'm not here to say that I'm not here to put any moral weight on stock trading, but I think there is a visceral core to what was happening. I mean, my family, we almost lost our house. And that's how I started waiting tables, was to help my mom keep her home, because of so many people that were engaged in just this reckless behavior in the economy. And so, from the perspective of a kind of a retail trader, I'm interested in, I don't know if you were hearing a little bit about the conversation that I was having with Alexis Alexis Goldstein before, but, she kind of raised this question on, okay, yeah, we have this one moment. And the news was very thrilling to a lot of people to see. Arguably, there may be some things that are happening under, kind of behind the curtain. And so it's not just, Wall Street bets that is driving up the stock price, but perhaps other other actors involved too. But, you know, the thing that she brings up is, does this really change how the game is rigged and how our economy is rigged? And if not, like, what are some of those, I don't know, what are some of those, like, are there any glimmers or windows that you see for an everyday retail investor, someone who's just kind of, you know, buying stocks, or just anyone else that's at home watching all this unfold?
For me personally, I think it's a twofold issue. One, you have the old idea that is, you won't get in trouble if you rob from the poor, only if you do from the rich. Okay? And so that's kind of what we saw during the 2008 crisis, right? If you look into the politics of it. You know, the only person who went to prison, I won't say his name, but he got caught and went to prison. He stole from rich people. But the banks and all of those corporations who robbed the American people, they got bailed out. Sure, somebody got fired with a $50 million golden parachute package, all right? Now, not only did the small people get hurt on it, but two things came out of it. Well, one of them was also from equities trading, and that was, hey, if you have a small bank account, if you have under $25,000, we're not going to let you day trade, because we at the government know that we've got to protect you. Kind of what we heard from some of the brokerages today. We're gonna stop your ability to trade to mitigate the risk because we want to protect you. I mean, you know, and so, hey, listen, we're gonna stop letting you do that because we know what's best for you. Excuse me, government, you're telling me my $4,000 I can't day trade, but I can still go to the casino and put it all on red, right? Yeah, that's cool. But wait, but I can't do it $4,000. But what about the guy who has $5 million? Oh wait, what about the guy who has $5 million of someone else's money who's betting that on? That's cool though, right?
We're shorting a stock for 130%.
Exactly. And then at the end of the day, not only does that happen, but it comes back to, you know, other politicians and whatnot. And I don't mean that, like, of course, you're new to the Congress, but what you have to look at it and say to yourself, okay, these politicians, who are their biggest donors? Hedge funds, banks, billionaires. Who stands to gain the most or lose the most from this? Who writes the laws? So now, as a retail trader, I have to look and say, do I really think that my congressman and my senator, who are funded by these people, are going to write laws to protect me and hurt them?
Yep.
No, they're going to wait for the next news cycle story to happen, and then all of it's going to disappear.
I mean, listen, like, you're totally right. You're totally right. So one of the things that Alexis was talking about was that, you know, what was happening here
That's
with
Florida.
Robinhood and with these trades, were that everyday people were starting to be able to identify and exploit vulnerabilities in the system that has traditionally been cordoned off. And this is one huge example of that happening. But we've been seeing this happen across the board in so many other areas. Politics is one of them. So, you know, for one of the largest freshman classes since Watergate. And a lot of these like new members of Congress have in common is that they're some of the only ones that ran on promises to not take any corporate lobbyist money. And
So,
whether they were left, whether
I'm reading. Tomorrow is so important. Why tomorrow may not be the squeeze. And don't believe anyone who tells you it will be. Tomorrow will be a major gamma squeeze. You thought the market manipulation today was bad? Oh man. The hedges are going to pull out every trick they have. They try to short the ladder back down to the level we've seen for 2 weeks. They'll be pushing for brokers to limit trading again. It says tomorrow's gamma squeeze happens. It's going to be in the end game. Massive gamma squeeze doesn't mean that the squeeze will happen immediately, but it does put enormous pressure on the shorts. If this gamma squeeze happens, they're fucked and they know it. They're progressively more scummy, and blatant manipulation has been leading us up to tomorrow. I need to buy GameStop tomorrow. Bro, I have a smooth brain, bro, and I need to buy more GameStop. I need to buy more GameStop. I have money. I have some money. I have some money. Fuck. 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 Let's see what happens. Bro, you gotta cover it with the options. That's the only way. And they can be pushed out. These guys are douchebags, bro. They've been doing this for a long time. If our community can squeeze out some options, that'll help the cause. Fuck those people.
Whether they were more conservative. That was one of the through lines. Like, you know, I don't take any lobbyist money. There are some people more conservative that don't take any lobbyist money. But that was like the one thing, regardless of your politics, that was starting to, you know, be shared in common. And the reason we were able to do that
nervous for
was
tomorrow
because of
morning, but I'm
technology.
prepared.
Because there are these new platforms, the same way like Robinhood allows you to buy a singular stock, or the way that you're able to kind of like get in the game
I have to take care of
with
myself.
$5-10
I have to eat
bucks in
protein.
certain, you know, circumstances. Now it was a similar exploitation of our political system, where before, if you wanted to have any influence in our political system, you needed to cut a $2,500 check. Who's going to do that? What kind of person has the money to just give $2,500 minimum, if not more, to a politician? I mean, that is just the wealthiest people in society that have the ability to not just give that, but also organize and bundle it into millions of dollars. And so we're kind of seeing these like similar exploitations. And then now as technology advances, it starts to actually democratize some of these systems. And people are starting to figure out all these little ways in which the game is rigged. And when you talk about this, yeah, I sit on the Financial Services Committee. I got that assignment when I first got to Congress. This is a committee that has jurisdiction over Wall Street. This is the committee that Mark Zuckerberg came in and the reason he came in under financial services was because Facebook was trying to roll out Libra at the time, their own kind of crypto-esque currency. But also we've had Jamie Dimon, the CEO of JP Morgan Chase. We've had the CEOs of Goldman Sachs. We've had Steve Mnuchin at the Treasury come in. And we see these alignments all the time. Financial services used to be known as what is called a money committee. There are also other committees like Ways and Means, which writes our tax code, like Energy and Commerce, which is responsible for healthcare policy, oil and gas policy, etc. And they're known as money committees because if you are a member of Congress that gets assigned to one of these committees, you can raise a ton of money off of it. Because lobbyists will want to give you money, because CEOs will want to give you money, because some of the most wealthiest people in the country with vested interest in shaping policy in their direction will give you money. Because if you are assigned to that committee, then you get votes and determination on and markups. You can amend laws, you can sink them, you can vote for them, you can turn them down. And so these are known as money committees. Now, financial services, I will say, in recent years has become a little bit less of a money committee because more non-corporate funded members have been getting on that committee and getting jurisdiction over financial issues, over Wall Street. But first of all, that doesn't mean that presence has gone away entirely. There's still very powerful people that raise a ton of money from lobbyists. But also, you have people writing tax code. So these folks, for example, like when we talk about capital gains tax, and you talk about these huge corporations or people who make billions of dollars off of these trades, they also get to keep it. They don't, that doesn't circle back in any way in terms of contributions, or the idea that they take away, charitable giving and reduce those deductions for people. Like these are absolutely what you're talking about. And so when we talk about the path forward, it's like, I'm interested in hearing your perspective as just an everyday person and someone who engages everyday people. What is your take on shorting stocks, and what is your take on how beneficial some of these practices are by hedge funds? And what are like some of these modes of accountability that you want to see?
Just to me or Alexa, sorry.
I mean, either or. We'll start with you, and then we can move to Alexis.
I mean, like I said, there's so many fundamental issues that this touches upon. It's not something that can be changed overnight. In my personal opinion, because of how entrenched this money already is, and the way this is, and how difficult it's going to be to take this down. If anything, I'm expecting it just to be harder for the everyday, trader. And I don't want to make everyday traders look out like they're completely without blame. I mean, that's just dumb, right? You take a gamble, you buy an option, you buy a stock, an equity. Sure, you're taking a gamble, and I understand that. But I was telling these guys earlier, you go to a casino and play blackjack, you understand the rules, you understand it's a gamble, you understand the house has odds. But imagine if you had a 20 on the blackjack table that you had a 19. And you're like, I win. They go, no, wait a second. They pull out the deck of cards, shuffle through, find a 2, put it down, and say, actually, we have a 21. At that point, it's like, okay, I understood the risks I was taking, but now we've moved to a whole other direction. And the problem is that the government, the regulations that have always been and always are the pit bosses. You know what I mean? They come, yeah, let me check on it. Let me do some regulation. Looks fine to me. Or, you know what? You're right. I'm gonna change out the dealer. Do I get my money back? No, but we'll make some changes in the future. And that's what we're sitting at. So will there be changes? I mean, that's up to you. I mean, your constituents, not your constituents, your fellow congressmen and men and senators, that's up to you. And so I'm really hoping that at this point, it's
big money gang.
It's almost about a message.
Oh yeah, onions and mayo is really good.
I fought the man.
And celery.
I may have also won, and if this brings enough attention,
Olive oil, salt, pepper, that's all I really need.
I'm not a martyr, but if this entire debacle brings about a change to where at least it evens the playing field a little bit, or you know what, I wrote this on my Twitter, basically I said, you know what, institutions have been allowed for decades to gamble with trillions of dollars on equities, on commodities, on options, gambling with the American people's livelihoods. And no one blinks an eye. But the second, an everyday Joe gets a sliver of success, the world loses its mind. And we've got to find the boogeyman. We have to blame someone. Let's blame those kids on that Reddit forum called Wall Street Bets because
oh, I almost cut myself. No, what are you doing? Nope.
Listen, if I need to be the guy that takes the fall.
Nelly.
My my future, my kids' future are better off, screw it.
Right?
But they're pointing the finger in the wrong direction.
Yeah. Alexis, what do you think about like all of these folks trying to just blame random kids online? Not just kids, lots of people.
It is. So you asked how I felt about short selling. I have an answer for that doesn't feel appropriate. I will just say it's weak. I've never shorted a stock. Conceptually, right, you're basically betting a company will fail. You will make money when the company's share price goes down. In order to do that, you have to sell shares of the company you don't technically own, which is so already it's a weak way to make, it's a bullshit way to make money in my opinion. As an entrepreneur, as an investor in entrepreneurs, I love seeing people make money because they start a business, that business creates value for them, for their employees, for customers. That to me feels like an honest American way to make money. So yeah, if you ask me, I actually think hedge funds or just even the practice of short selling is kind of, it's a bullshit way to make money. But to do it in such an insanely leveraged way where they were able to reach numbers where they were able to short more shares than even existed. And it was exposed by some random, someone named Roaring Kitty on YouTube who was doing the research. And shout out. Yeah, shout out. I mean, this guy, all credit to him, right? He saw an opportunity. Now, here's the thing. So he decided to make an investment and buy into GameStop. And other people saw this video and the snowball starts rolling because, he did his work. He made a very smart investment. Hedge funds do this all the time. Hedge fund versus hedge fund is like headline news in business press. It's almost like it's Wall Street porn, right? Hedge fund after hedge fund in these exact same situations. The difference is it was one clever person, Roaring Kitty with a YouTube channel, who shared his work with the world publicly, and other people saw it and said, yeah, actually, I think you're onto something. I agree. And then voted with their dollars and did literally the same thing that these funds do behind closed doors in cigar-filled rooms. They did out in public. And so I think it is that has manifested now into something that I think you're absolutely right is about a statement. And it's not up, at the end of the day, it's up to folks like you, Congresswoman, to figure out what the plan is going forward. I just know from, technology will keep moving forward. Communities and the sort of energy that folks have tapped into from all the way back in 2008, no one's going to forget tomorrow. No one's going to wake up in a week and be like, well, let's all go back to the way it was. The collective public cannot unsee this. And so I think there's going to be more and more energy to find more decentralized solutions. I mean, you're seeing, and again, I'm not a financial advisor. These are not financial recommendations. You're seeing cryptocurrencies like Dogecoin, which are literally, it's a meme coin that has really no value. It was made out literally as a joke. Surging, I think in part because there is so much of this energy looking for a way to rally behind something that isn't capable of
Let's do it.
Game rigged in the middle of the game. As you
I believe in the Doge.
And I think there are far too many Americans now who are just far too fed up with how rigged the game has felt, continues to feel, and how, John and Jill America end up having to pick up the tab when things go wrong, and then the
free food. Wait, what will have free food?
That, for instance, a hedge fund does without any repercussions. All this happens.
Yeah, I also think so much about how the internet unlocks this, how there's kind of this connection as well.
No, I don't think Dogecoin will fall.
I remember seeing a while ago how there were these studies that show
avocado.
If you put a bunch of gumballs in a jar, right, and you ask people how many gumballs are in that jar, the average person will not get the precise amount. But the more people you ask, and the more people kind of guess, the larger that sample size gets, actually the more accurate the guess of the collective group becomes. And I think about that a lot in how this kind of popular public mass participation action, whether it's in organizing politically, economically, culturally, etc., how it's almost like an alternative or a competitor to certain algorithms in a way, like this like mass amounts of people throwing their brains at a problem and almost collectively with millions of people coming together being able to solve these problems in a way
Let's
that,
go.
you know, these hedge fund algorithms try
For
to
autism.
a similar function. And the idea that those are competing, the idea that you kind of stack one or the other, you know, I can tell you at least as a legislator and as a policymaker, you know, there's always this idea where you come in and say regulate, regulate, regulate. And it's not as, you know, that cuts two ways, right?
Let's
and
go.
It's never about what the actual tool is, it's how that tool is being used. And as you mentioned, the stock guy, like so often I see this all the time. People come in, just like the language that you were talking about today, under the guise of like, we're looking out for the little guy, etc. But what it actually is that it's lobbyist provided language with lobbyist provided talking points in order to get it through. And they win for a reason. You know, these things, these packages, when they pass, very often when they pass in the short term, there's a whole PR line that makes it almost politically difficult to stand up against in that moment. And then it isn't until people realize 5 years later,
Right?
how
Someone made it.
all this swindling written into the law that they turn
That's
around
cool,
and they're like,
though.
how on earth did this get passed?
What's that mean,
And so
SJC?
there are
It's a patch someone made.
collections there, but there is a fundamental question. I mean, and again, this is my perspective coming in, but there are fundamental questions that we have to answer in not, you know, just what rules or if you institute rules, but how do you actually shift power back into the hands of everyday people? Because that's ultimately what this is about. This is all about power, and whether you're protecting the power of the House, or whether you're going to use these regulations to be those pit bosses, as you mentioned, or whether you're going to use that power to actually, you know, even out people's hand.
Yeah, I think one thing we're noticing, and I don't think anybody wants to admit this though, is that the quote unquote powers that be, especially in the financial institutions, they're actually scared right now. Scared for two reasons. One, that they've noticed in 2020 with a bunch of people with money and Robinhood accounts sitting at home with nothing to do, or, you know, not, you know, playing down the situation, but they can collectively get together and change things. Before, you couldn't do anything in the market. What is Jack and Jill who are retired with their 401k and it's handled by some big institution who's handling money? They don't know what their money's doing. They don't know what's happening, and the institutions run wild. They help each other out. They upgrade and downgrade stocks all the time. I mean, let me ask you a question. If Goldman or any of these other large corporations downgrade a stock, is that not considered manipulation? Because their word pushes a stock. So I think that they're scared, and I think that they're pulling all the plugs and punches they can right now to try and cover, to stop this before it spreads, right? It's not, I don't want to use a word as crazy as a revolution, but it's like almost an uprising, right? Like the people, the smaller people realize, wait a second, individually we're nothing, but together we have power. And whether we collectively get together to pump a certain stock, which is not what's happening, I think that's completely just a straw man argument at this point. But I think it's an idea of, hey, we have something. And you know what? Like I said earlier, maybe nothing changes from this, but maybe everything changes from this. And if it does, a bunch of whatever you want to call us, a bunch of randos on the internet, and if you want to blame the ones on Twitch on Wall Street Bets, if you want to blame them on some forum out there, and those are the guys who took the fall and started the change that got the ball rolling to make it. You never know, the butterfly effect. Sometimes a giant tsunami starts with a single ripple. And if we're that ripple as the retail traders today on this day, like I said, history will be written differently. But at the end of the day, hopefully we stirred up enough. That wasn't our intention, but it came along, and hopefully it gives you guys and the next wave of people to say, hey, this has been brought to our attention. These are my constituents. That guy may put money in my pocket or some people's pockets, but these are the people who put me in office. and I'm going to make life better for them. And so that, I hope that that's what comes out of this.
Yeah, no, I hope so too. And I think you're right. It's also raised really key and critical questions also about power. Like, you know, when there are all these accusations kind of coming out saying, oh, you know, these people are trying to manipulate the market. There are people raising very important other questions too. Like how, you know, these hedge funds could go on CNBC.
I already have
and
Nokia.
Send out
I have calls in
message
Nokia.
to millions of people watching. And does that not also...
I'm really nervous about my Nokia. I lost a lot of money in Nokia today. You want to see my Nokia calls? Oh, man. I don't even want to show these. Bro, you can't even see it because it's like so shit. I bought this when it was really low, dude. Because I couldn't sell. I couldn't fucking sell, bro. I don't want to hear my grandma in pain.
Influence people's thinking and perception. And when was the last time that you saw a retail investor getting airtime like that? And for an algorithm, how is there any equivalent to that in terms of power? And when there's any disruption or challenging of power, I mean, we say this all the time back home and in here in New York City, is that, you know, when you speak truth to power, power fights back. And so watching how this unfolds, I think, is also going to be really interesting in seeing how everyday people kind of internalize and how retail investors, you know, like you say, process this for the future, and how this may impact things or may not impact things is going to be a really, really important question for all of us to answer. So, but thank you guys so much for joining me for this conversation. I really appreciate it.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you for having us, Congresswoman.
Absolutely. Do you have any last parting thoughts for either of you guys? Just want to give you the floor.
For me, I just want to say, just for me, I just want to say thank you so much for having me on. It was nice to have a voice. Once again, like I said, I don't speak for every retail trader. I'm just a guy who trades stocks, who talks online. But at the end of the day, you know, like I said, everybody had a risk. But I really hope that change. It's nice to have a voice. Once again, like I said, I don't speak for every retail trader. I'm just a guy who trades stocks, who talks online. But at the end of the day, you know, like I said, everybody had a risk, but I really hope that change comes out of this. I hope that this whole straw man argument of let's blame the little guy because he's disrupting the system stop. It's like almost an uprising, right? Like the smaller people realize, wait a second, individually we're nothing, but together we have power. And whether we collectively get together to pump a certain stock, which is not what's happening, I think that's completely just a straw man argument at this point. But I think it's an idea of, hey, we have something. And you know what? Like I said earlier, maybe nothing changes from this. but maybe everything changes from this. And if it does, a bunch of whatever you want to call us, a bunch of randos on the internet, and if you want to blame the ones on Twitch, on Wall Street Bets, if you want to blame them on some forum out there, and those are the guys who took the fall and started the change that got the ball rolling to make it. You never know, the butterfly effect. Sometimes a giant tsunami starts with a single ripple. And if we're that ripple as the retail traders today on this day, like I said, history will be written differently. But at the end of the day, hopefully we stirred up enough. That wasn't our intention, but it came along, and hopefully it gives you guys and the next wave of people to say, hey, this has been brought to our attention. These are my constituents. That guy may put money in my pocket or some people's pockets, but these are the people who put me in office. And I'm going to make life better for them. And so that I hope that's what comes out of this.
Yeah, no, I hope so too. And I think you're right. It's also raised really key and critical questions also about power. Like, you know, when there are all these accusations kind of coming out saying, oh, you know, these people are trying to manipulate the market. There are people raising very important other questions too. Like how, you know, these hedge funds could go on CNBC and send out a message to millions of people watching. And does that not also influence people's thinking and perception? And when was the last time that you saw a retail?
They're literally fucking with a bunch of fucking autists and trolls on the internet. Do they really realize this?
Investor getting airtime like that. And how are these things that different? Or how is, you know, folks having these, you know,
Shoulders sucks, but we're gonna figure it out, boys.
Knowledge, even if it's milliseconds for an algorithm, how is there any equivalent to that in terms of power? And when there's any disruption or challenging of power, I mean, we say this all the time back home and in here in New York City, is that, you know, when you speak truth to power, power fights back. And so watching how this unfolds, I think, is also going to be really interesting in seeing how everyday people kind of internalize and how retail investors, you know, like you say, process this for the future, and how this may impact things or may not impact things is going to be a really, really important question for all of us to answer. So, but thank you guys so much for joining me for this conversation. I really appreciate it.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you for having us, Congresswoman.
Absolutely. Do you have any last parting thoughts for either of you guys? Just want to give you the floor.
For me, I just want to say, just for me, I just want to say thank you so much for having me on. It was nice to have a voice. Once again, like I said, I don't speak for every retail trader. I'm just a guy who trades stocks, who talks online. But at the end of the day, you know, like I said, everybody had a risk. But I really hope that change comes out of this. I hope that this whole straw man argument of let's blame the little guy because he's disrupting the system stops. I hope that the real issue comes to light. I hope regulations actually get done, even though I'm obviously fully skeptical based on historical precedents. Regardless of politics, I'm glad that somebody out there is taking, the lead on this, and I appreciate that, bringing light to this. I hope that, like I said, regulations, even though I don't like regulations, I hope something changes. And it's all going to start with you and with this whole situation. So I appreciate it. I appreciate you doing this on Twitch, bringing on a Twitch streamer too. By the way, welcome to the platform. I saw you do Among Us lately, and it was an honor being here. Thank you so much, and I hope we hear back from you pretty soon. Okay.
Of course. Likewise. Thanks for hopping on, Alexis.
Thank you. Have a great night.
I've been thinking a lot about these stories. I mean, they're deeply personal stories being shared about people, their entire families cramming into, studio apartments, like the aftermath of 08. And, I'm thinking a lot about a generation, let's go with millennials in particular. I'm at the upper end of it, because I was born in 83. So I'm just barely. But, I came of age right before 9/11. I was a freshman in college, and I remember in those years that followed, a lot of us were watching as we were told one thing about expectations of WMDs, and led to 2 foreign wars, and our questioning of a really important institution started to begin, because we said, well, hold on, this is really important decisions, and with the benefit of hindsight, we realized all these institutions weren't quite so perfect, and in fact were pretty deeply flawed. And then for so many, in the next few years to come, they might be entering the job market, to the recession, and they looked at these institutions, these financial institutions that we all trusted, that our parents trusted, our families trusted, and it was like, well, they didn't know what they were doing. They made mistakes that started to make us even more skeptical of the institutions. And with an economy in ruins, then, many were saddled with student loan debt, and many worked their butts off and were told by well-intentioned family members, society, everyone, look, if you just work really hard, get good grades, go to a good school,
Fuck
you'll
that.
have a great job. You'll have a good middle-class life.
That
was the story
shit.
everyone was told. And they're looking around going, well, hold on, I did it. I did all the things, but there's no job for me. And especially, at a time, this is more coincidentally, as software and technology continues to, or really started eating the world, those skills started to become really valuable. Other skills, less so. Increased automation, those other skills, less valuable. And so I'm like, okay, that was another institution. Higher learning, academia, college that was supposed to do this thing. And I did what I was supposed to do, and it's not living up to it. And then with social media, because this is the first generation of digital natives, there is a fluency. Because we do understand this, because most of us have been lucky enough to have an internet connection since, we were pretty young. And so that part feels normal. The idea of falling in love with someone you don't even know, making a friendship with someone you've never met in real life, or offline, building community with total strangers on the internet. All these things feel very normal to us as a generation. But the idea of institutions we could trust, it's been rocky. And the last 4 years, we've seen our very governmental institutions let us down in so many ways. We've seen a global pandemic that we know we could have handled so much better. And so I think a big thing underlying this, especially for millennials and just digital natives broadly, is that we had institution after institution let us down in ways that previous generations never had. And these are the things that I think a lot of well-intentioned people were telling us to trust and believe in, but let us down at a time when technology that allowed for bottom-up connectivity, that allowed for more decentralization, that allowed for more sort of counter voices to compete with those institutions that we were fluent in, started getting more and more and more powerful and effective and successful and scaled, and just a better user experience, frankly. Like the idea that our parents, if they were able to, would have still had to call up a broker and be like, buy some shares of blah, blah, blah. Thank you. And the fact that we can sit here, and with our phones do it while we're in bed, it's a better user experience too.
Yeah,
and so
people today are like,
storm.
Call a broker.
What?
The social anxiety of Gen Z and millennials.
Right? I don't want to
I'm not calling nobody.
No, you really got to earn that phone call. I gotta remind myself I gotta call my dad actually. But we don't. It is. So we had this where institutions really consistently let a generation down at a time when technology, with an amazing user experience and the community, helped us be better and better. Right? I learned most of my best dad tricks from strangers on the internet. No offense to my dad, but his one brain, and he did an okay job, but his one brain is nowhere near as good as the collective of millions and millions of dads sharing their experiences, their empathy, their advice.
Facts.
And so
Facts.
It's this perfect storm where I think, at the end of the day, the millions of connected brains are always going to be better than the few. And I hope the way forward is, at the end of the day, for better things, for better businesses, for better investing, for better education, for better all the things. And the one theme that continues to show is this intersection with community and technology, and now it's been infused with capital in a way that's, I think, just getting started. And we're already seeing it in alternative assets, whether it's people trading sneakers or buying and selling trading cards or obviously cryptocurrencies. We're seeing all these new ways to opt in to investing that there's no script for, but it only works in a world where you have so many people disenfranchised with the status quo, and a trust, actually, a really great trust in one another, even when one another might be another stranger on the internet. So I've gone over my wife would say I'm monologuing right now, but I really appreciate having me on.
So much. Thanks for being down to have the conversation. Really appreciate it. Thanks, Alexis.
Awesome.
Thank you. All right. So I mean, what? Whoa! I'm moving the camera around. Okay. So I mean,
She got wet.
We've just heard from an expert.
She got fucking wet.
Not just a former 7-year Wall Street professional, but also someone who transcended that experience into Occupy and now into really speaking truth to power in policy and advocacy, Alexis Goldstein. Then we had Alexis Ohanian, founder of Reddit, talking with us just now, along with the Stock Guy, who runs a Twitch channel and really has been watching this experience unfold, not just for a few days, but frankly for months, if not years now. And I think there's just so many through lines that we're seeing here. One, what Alexis was just talking about, what Alexis Ohanian was just talking about, was just fundamental lack of trust in institutions, which is something that I've seen and experienced since we were kids.
Why does he keep doing that?
Where we grew up, and there's an entire generation who has had their trust in government rocked, trust in Wall Street rocked, trust in basic institutions rocked, trust in our educational systems rocked, trust in our media also rocked. And what, that creates so much kindling for volatility. And the question is, what do you do with that lack of trust? And it's not even to say that lack of trust is, that lack of trust has been earned, right? And Alexis was talking about the lead up to 9/11. Yeah, I mean, there were newspapers that just amplified the case to go to war that was totally bogus. That created lack of trust. I mean, that wasn't the only thing, but that's just an example of something that created a huge erosion in trust in institutions. Colleges, college tuition and student loans just, going through the roof has, I think, really contributed to suspect of institutions, because so many people felt duped into taking hundreds of thousands of dollars of loans. You have lack of trust in government, which we don't even need to explain or go into, but frankly, with just our campaign finance system and people feeling that some of the folks that get elected are not being responsive to their constituents as much as they are being responsive to their donors, like all of this has led to all of this bubbling up. And the question is, do you channel that energy into destruction, or do you channel that energy into creativity and construction? And I think these are questions that start to be asked even politically. Like, I think what happened with the Trump administration was people taking all of this lack of trust in institutions, this crisis of faith in so many of the most powerful institutions in our country, and saying, we're going to channel this energy into destruction. I'm just going to be straight up. Like, that's my read on the situation. And the Trump administration was all about the energy of destruction. We are going to tear all of it to the ground. And maybe that's cathartic for some people, but it has endangered and stripped the rights of so many people in this country. If you are working class, you got screwed in so many ways. If you're black, brown, immigrant, etc., you got really rocked over the last 4 years, and so now I think we have an opportunity to channel this energy, instead of destruction, into construction. And the real questions are, what are we going to build now, and how are we going to reinvent so much of this now? And I think some people, and I think a lot of folks, there's this thrill and this idea of maybe we have some ownership over this situation. Well, if you think that's good, wait until we actually start working for there to be, employees of companies to actually sit on the board of those companies. What happens when people who actually work, when fast food workers or representatives of them or actual workers in a company actually get to sit on the board of these companies? What happens if we actually instituted a real deal wealth tax on the 0.000000 on the absolute wealthiest people? Like, we're talking about the Waltons and the Bezoses of the world.
Hey, do you remember when senators got coronavirus briefings before the public and sold off millions of dollars in stocks before the crash last year and faced no consequences and no regulations? Then Reddit made one stock into a meme, and they're talking about restructuring the whole market.
To, help us really finance things that actually contribute to our society. What happens when we guarantee health care and pass Medicare for all, or create 20 million jobs that are not just solely dedicated to helping the wealthy compound on their wealth, but actually, save our planet and stem climate change? These are all super important questions. I'm super excited about where these questions can lead us, but I think that there's so many things that come up in this conversation. Clearly, there's going to be a lot that we're going to have to look into, and we are going to take a lot of these questions and move them forward. But we're looking into it, and if I'm not mistaken, I believe there is going to be, we are starting to see hearings and congressional inquiries into a lot of what's happened this week. And you know what? Thank you guys. It's now 10:30. Thank you for your patience in my extreme technical difficulties at the beginning of this, but that's okay. We're walking through it all, and next time, hopefully, I'll be able to play a game. I've been practicing my league a little bit. I dusted it.
All right, fuck off. The largest Robinhood stock trading group on Facebook just got zucked and deleted. Zuckerberg. You think Nokia's gonna go up to 110? Wait, what? Wait, $110 a share? Nuh-uh. Wait, what? Were you serious? Oh, shit. Oh yeah, don't transfer shares out of Robinhood. Transferring shares causes a freeze on those assets that last weeks. Hold until after squeeze, then you take your attendees and transfer cash, not shares. Let's fucking go, boys. 9:30 a.m. It's on. It's gonna be early for me, bro. I gotta go to bed soon. It's gonna be an early morning. I gotta take my melatonin. Wait, I'm up $56 in my Dogecoins? What the flip? Doge is on fire, bro. I'm Gucci. We're gonna make money. Hey, this week I only lost $1,500. That's no big deal. Yeah, bro. If you told me a few years ago, if you literally told me a few years ago that a random fucking subreddit named Wall Street Bets is gonna make a bunch of people rich, I would laugh at your fucking face. Alright. I'm gonna read more, shower, and go to bed. Where's my melatonin? It's 9 o'clock. Hey, Siri? Hey, Siri? I'm waking up at 5 a.m. Wake me up at 5 a.m. Let's go. You're my niggas. Do we need a joint for tomorrow morning? I'm gonna be streaming early as fuck, bro. Oh, man. Wait, did I dump out all the weed? Wait, did I smoke all the weed? No, wait, there's still left. There's still weed left. Go to school and learn to be a trader. I don't think school really teaches you that. I think you have to learn by watching and learning on just like doing it. You know what they say? They say you learn more when you're actually like working on that job. Now, Belle. Nelly, you're a sweetheart. Alright, bro. I'm gonna roll 2 joints. You have a joint for the morning. As I wake up, I'm gonna have to do all this, dude. I did longer than an 8-hour stream. Because I reset the VOD at 12 hours or whatever the fuck it was. Or no, something happened to the last VOD or something. A few VODs back. People are like, oh, I'll fucking rage quit or some shit. Alright, we got 1 joint right here for now. I need something for my stress in the morning. Because there's going to be a lot of money going around. Yo, Karma G. What's going on, dog? Yo, if anybody wants to help me out with tomorrow so we can grow equity for the channel, that would help me out and help you out. Because I'm willing to put up the risk. I just need the capital. You're investing in me investing so we could go make more money for content. I think we're going to get the Wally. What do you guys say? The Wally or the hobby? You have a 4-year apprenticeship? Fuck me, dude. Find some wild bitches for chat. What the fuck? Oh, there it goes. That rain.
Another day.
Good morning from North Carolina Beach. Hello. Hope you are well in North Carolina Beach. I try extremely hard. In a world amongst people who are way smarter than me, I try very hard. Top 10 community fish. Why the fuck did they just buy Apple at 9 o'clock at night? Actually, I bought it at a really low price, I think. I got it for a good price. I got some Apple at $140. Yeah, Robinhood kind of fucks you on a good price. I bought it at $143, and I bought it 140.94. I have 1.97 shares of Apple. So tomorrow I'll have shares. We're getting ratch. We're getting ratch as fuck. We're actually getting a ratch. It's mine now, dumb bitch. We're actually getting a ratch. It's mine now, you dumb bitch. We took it. Yoink. Mine now, try hard. Yoink. Dude, we're gonna copyright that. We're gonna copyright it, bro. We're gonna yoink everything. We're gonna yoink everything like the tryhard does. Teach him a lesson. It's mine now, tryhard. You should never have taught me about the gorilla hand. The gorilla hand. Oh. See, the gorilla hand comes in and slaps you. I actually am. I have my own car. I have a PS5. And I have an air fryer, bitch. What'd you say to that? Where the fuck's your air fryer? Where's your air fryer? That's right. You don't have an air fryer because you're poor. Alright, wait. We're going to learn about some fish, my nigga. We're watching YouTube videos. Oh, I like this guy. I like this guy. I like his YouTube channel. You ever watch someone's YouTube channel and be like, I like this person's just personality and their voice. So they have to have a good voice. I have a retarded monotone voice because I'm autistic. Where's that fucking remote? I can't believe I have to get up like a boomer.
Because I've never known them to be very aggressive towards
I literally have to get up like a boomer. Hold on, maybe we'll find out why my fucking fish is attacking the other one. This lady's on some other shit. She probably did a lot of drugs. Like, I ain't gonna lie, I'm not talking shit. This lady definitely probably did a lot of drugs. But now she's like doing the fish thing. That's cool.
Because I've never known them to be very aggressive towards other fish.
Very aggressive. What the fuck does that mean?
You can find them in multiple different colors and thin types, and they'll mix well with just about anything. Platies and mollies are live bears, which means
Tamale.
swimming fry.
Pop tamale. Tamale.
If you put them in your tank with good clean water and some hiding places so the fry
Poppin' tamale.
other fish in the tank, you'll have a tank full of these fish. That could be a good thing or a bad thing.
Bro, this is my living room, my kitchen, my dining room, my Florida room, the bathroom, the toilet, all in one, bro.
Any of our videos, you knew that there was no way I was going to leave angelfish off this list.
He looks like someone. I can't put my fucking finger on it.
But the truth is, they're really not. Sure, they can get a bit nasty, especially if the male and female pair off and want to breed, but if there's no breeding going on, they pretty much get along with anything. Angels are no doubt one of the most majestic fish in the hobby. Their slow movement and long...
Alright, so why'd the person at the pet store say that the angelfish is going to attack my other fish? Florida.
Long flowing fins make them appealing in almost any tank. These are some of the larger fish on the list, so keep that in mind. You'll want to put them in at least a 29-gallon tank, but
29 gallons.
Opinion, I don't think they should be in anything
Where's
smaller
Bella?
than a 55-gallon. That's very different from almost all
I
of the
love
other
Bella.
fish on this list that can be kept in much smaller tanks.
Bro, this lady is gonna make me dump so much money into fish because she knows it like flares my autism. This lady knows it flares my autism. I can't help it, bro.
Stay away from fish that have the reputation of being fin nippers. I know community fish are supposed to be peaceful, but those long fins can sometimes get mistaken by other fish as something else.
Oh, that's why that fish was attacking the other fish because he thought it was food.
With a few other types of smaller community fish. That'll make an amazing tank to look at.
What really needs to be said about guppies other than they are awesome? Guppies have been in the hobby for...
I know, I'm gonna add more water this week. I need to figure out how to do this.
They're all over the
Where my fish experts at?
that will absolutely blow your mind. You don't need a huge tank or fancy lights for these fish to be happy.
I think it's
You
one.
have so much to look at whenever you go by the tank because there's going to be hundreds of guppies in there before you know it. These fish are super active and they'll really
Add 2 teaspoons for 10 milliliters of for every 10 gallons.
with mollies and platies, guppies are live bearers and they are the easiest fish to breed. We should do a 10 things episode.
This is for setting up a new with
Sounds like a good
monthly
idea.
partial water changes.
Let us know in the comments.
So add 2 teaspoons. That's 10 mils for every 10 gallons.
Fish in the hobby. They're everywhere. They're super easy to keep, and they come in tons of different varieties. Some of my
So should I just put a gallon in there? Or should I put like, I need to get something and pour the water in there slowly.
absolute favorites are running nose tetras. There's so many varieties of tetras available that you can have a tank full of one of each.
I want to get one of those slow drip things. It's like a slow, let's see.
To be in schools though, and their behavior in a school is amazing to watch. So be sure to check into that before you go buying one of each. You don't need to be an expert fish keeper to keep tetras, so it's another fish that is perfect for beginner fish keepers. With all the different varieties of tetras, I definitely encourage you to research each individual type that you're interested in and make sure you're putting them in the appropriate size tank.
I need to put the fish in something for like a few hours. Just till the water regulates.
Different types of tetras and spend like $40. You gotta love it.
I need to find little dishes where they can live in.
One of those fish that'll go well in any community fish tank. They're available in tons of varieties and they're relatively easy to keep like so many others on this list. A lot of rasboras are a perfect nano fish because they'll stay really small, but there are some that'll get a couple inches in size, so do your research before you put them
So I
in.
put them all in a 5-gallon bucket.
Rasboras are substrate egg scattering fish, so unless you have thick plants or carpets on the bottom of your tank, you can expect the other fish to come along and eat the eggs. Just because they're labeled as community fish doesn't mean they won't eat the eggs. My personal favorite rasbora is the harlequin. Definitely. I've got somewhere around 30 harlequins in several different tanks and I can't get enough of them. I can honestly say these are some of the most indestructible fish in the hobby and they're absolutely gorgeous. And even though their name sounds just like Harley Quinn, don't worry, they won't wreak havoc in your tank.
For bad guys, it's what we do.
If you ask someone that's new to fish keeping to describe what a catfish is, they're going to tell you one of two things. One would be when a guy goes on social media and describes himself as a 6'4" athletic gym rat that often gets mistaken for Brad Pitt. You show up and you meet him and he's a shorter, overweight Fred Durst wannabe. The other way people would
I need to throw my phone away. I can't help it.
Sloppy, big mouth gluttons that hang out at the bottom of rivers and lakes. But what you may not know
Steve Jobs knew what he was doing.
The aquarium hobby, they're absolutely adorable. Corridoras are extremely popular in the aquarium hobby, and for good reason. They're really small, so you don't.
My fish relax me,
Plus,
and I'm Gucci, bro.
Constantly scavenging around looking for something to munch on. You'll rarely see Cory cats sitting in one spot and not moving. And if you do, it's usually only for
Look at that.
and then they're off scavenging.
That's been different.
So many people are looking for bottom dwellers that'll patrol the substrate and help keep things from collecting on the bottom. Cory cats are the perfect answer. Look them up though before you buy them. Some Cory cats do better in groups, and you won't want to just buy one. They'll get lonely.
Bro, I have so much Dogecoin, and I'm trying to get access to it. Bro, I'm actually rich. I am actually fucking rich. I'm trying to get a hold of fucking... Please pay the email. Oh, they're gonna email me like today. They have to. They're usually fast.
These are some really striking fish with a lot of personality, but people will tell you they're nasty little fish. I haven't had this problem with tiger barbs, but they do have a reputation for picking on other fish's fins. But then you have the barbs like the Denison barb that doesn't have the reputation
Okay,
at all. They're known
buy
for
me a
fishing
PC,
all
Marty,
over
since
the
you made
fish
so much in
The point
fucking...
is to do some investing in barbs you're thinking of getting.
Find somewhere that takes crypto.
Make sure they're compatible with the fish you already have. If
Bro,
you're interested in
like,
getting a little more
alright,
detail
alright.
into a lot of these fish on the list, I'll put a link in the corner.
What is
to
the
the
bear?
episodes
I need to watch a YouTube video.
5, 10, and 20-gallon tanks. You'll find plenty of barbs on there.
I'm not even gonna ask you guys.
What can you say about...
No, I don't want bare minimum, because that's gay. I want like moderately priced.
Most of them are only going to get 4 or 5 inches max, so they'll go well in smaller tanks. Don't be carried away though. Don't be putting a bristlenose pleco in a 3-gallon tank. How dare you? These little catfish are definitely the most unique fish on this list.
I don't want a budget. I don't like that word budget. I'm not really on a budget. I hate that. I fucking hate that word. I'm on a budget. Like, I'm not really on a budget. $500 AMD gaming PC.
It's all about finding balance in life, right? So somewhere in between, me trying to speed
I mean, I could probably do it for $500. I mean, it's not that much. Let's see what we have here. Alright, I don't want to hear you talk. I'm talking now. If anybody wants to hear you talk, you can go watch the VOD. Alright. Of course it's a paid link. So it's this build is a Ryzen 3100 based gaming rig. AMD 3100 CPU. Why this motherboard? Four gigs of RAM, that's it? What are you going to do with 4 gigs of RAM? Nearly 32.
You're spending $500 on a gaming rig. You should be saving the $5 or $10 delta between the windowed version of the case and the non-windowed version of the case, and you should be spending that on a graphics upgrade or a CPU upgrade. Something that you're kind of stuck with for an extended period of time versus something
Alright,
that
fuck this. This is gay. Alright, my price has gone up.
If you guys got around $1,000 to spend on a PC, then this might be it. Today,
I don't like your voice, bro. I enjoy his gay voice.
Maybe the family computer just can't handle Fortnite or Minecraft the way you want. Or maybe you've just been pulled
It's
into
cringe
the-
AF.
Either way, you want a sick new build to crush the competition. So, armed with our $900 US...
Bro, this dude, if you ever notice his VODs, he is blazed AF while doing these. He literally is blazed AF. Like, if you know, bro. You can't tell me F. I'm not slandering anybody, bro, but dude, he high AF. He is blazed. 16. Yeah, but that's just... I want to play games, and I don't want to have any sort of lag. So, plus I have to run this stream at the same time. I don't want to cast in at least 1080p. Not, if not 4K. I understand he has two kids. I've subscribed, buddy. I'm just saying. Let's watch.
Budget and our sponsorship from NVIDIA, GeForce, and MSI. Thanks, guys. We're going to be putting together just that.
So it's a $900.
When assembling a computer, a static-free workstation is a must. I use a Gamer's Nexus mod mat and an anti-static...
Bro, he's definitely smoking
With me,
weed.
as always, then, are my multi-bit screwdriver, my parts tray, my side cutters, my needle-nose pliers, and, of course, a pickaxe. For our processor, we chose the Ryzen 5 3600 non-X variant. It delivers great gaming performance, all but eliminating potential bottlenecking, so your GeForce graphics card can reach its full potential, and it has the multi-threaded horses to tackle light to moderate prosumer workloads. And don't forget, because all Ryzen chips are unlocked for overclocking, you should be able to get a little bit of extra mileage out of it as
I enjoy the channel,
check
but
out our video where Anthony gave the ins and outs of Ryzen overclocking up here. When installing the CPU, hold it by the edges and identify the corner with the gold triangle. Align that with the corner of the socket that also has a triangle. Lift up the retention arm. Place the CPU into the socket. No force is required here, it should just fall into place. If it doesn't, make sure that the retention arm is all the way up and reseat the CPU. You can make sure it's all the way up by looking at it from the side. There should be no gap between the plastic of the socket and the substrate of the processor. Once you've done that, go ahead and lower the retention arm. If you really want to push your CPU to its limits, you'll need a beefier cooler to handle the extra heat. But the Ryzen 5 3600 does come with an included Wraith Stealth Cooler, which will be enough for anyone who's looking to run at stock speeds or even do some very light overclocking. Remove the plastic cover that's keeping the pre-applied thermal paste protected. If you damage...
alright, stupid question. What does water cooling run now? Last I saw, it's very cheap. He doesn't. What do you mean? What do you mean I can't overclock? Are you telling me I can't overclock? Are you serious? Oh my god, you noob. You're such a noob. Ban him. Don't tell me what to do. The only downside to overclocking is it cuts the computer lifespan in half. Infiltration. Alright, bro, I gotta go to bed. I'm gonna fucking shower in the morning, dude. I'm anxious and melatonin hit me, bro. I showered this morning. We didn't do shit today. I'm fucking going to bed, dude. Morning. Fuck. Do you have a dog? Yes. Alright. Good night, guys.